Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with Lvx777. Ashe to the Order of the Unicorn. Ashe to the Order of the Phoenix. Seems like we made contact with the spirit of OPHIEL, and he went ahead and gave us the green light to continue reading these audiobooks. So, we're going to get started with one that I never thought that I'd see, and that is The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge. The PDF can be found in the description below. So if you're fortunate enough to be tuned in with us tonight, by all means, go ahead and download that, read along, get your pen and paper, start taking notes, and let's practically apply this to our everyday life. So yeah, let's get started. How do you turn this camera around? Like this. Bunny Queen, what's up? Greetings. Thank you for this inspiration, by the way. It's because of you I even achieved possession of this manuscript, so I'm very grateful for that. 305 Capricorn, I see you every time. Anunaga, what's up, what's up? Something, something. How you doing? I know damn well I changed that thumbnail. Greetings, Kiona D. Carter. Oh, I didn't change the thumbnail, that's why. Tisha333, greetings. We're gonna do this again. We're back with another one. Another one. All right, so yeah, like I said, the link to this video, the link to the PDF should be in the description. Good evening, Grace. How you doing? How you doing? Somebody come get her. She dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her. She dancing like a stripper. Hey. I love that song. Oh yeah. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and get cracking, right? Let me know if the music is too loud, because I certainly don't want that to ruin the video for posterity. Yeah, that's the official OPHIEL audiobook song. We'll go ahead and declare it as such. Y'all all right? Is the music straight? Let me know. If it's too hard, too high, let me know so I can turn it down or turn it off. What's good, King David? What's good, what's good? D-Lou. Okay. Can't hear any music. Okay, perfect. Flex Washington says, Trav, you putting in that quarantine work. Yeah, I mean, they still partying upstairs, so fuck it. I might as well party downstairs. At least I'll be getting something done, right? And I imagine a lot of people are at home not doing shit, so maybe when some folks wake up, they'll have a little something to listen to. Emily Lee asks, what does Demiurge mean? I remember you from the last video. I know you're kind of new. Ultimately, the Demiurge is this creator entity, this massive creator entity that some know as God, some know as the devil, right? Tricky, huh? But this is the architect of our reality. Some people see it as an enemy. Some people see it as, God. But ultimately, it is something we're going to dive into in this book. I'll tell you that. Bunny Queen says, I haven't had coffee in years, so I'm hype. All right. Well, let's go ahead and start, right? Like I said, the PDF is in the description, so go ahead and download it and follow along if you please. We are Siamese if you please. Hey, we are Siamese if you don't please. How are you Siamese if you don't please? All right, so check it out. Here we have this serpent dragon entity biting the root of this tree. Interesting, right? All right, so the art and practice of contacting the Demiurge. Dedication. To the occult students of the future, even to those as yet unborn, this book is feelingly dedicated to you. Greetings. It appears to be the fate of OPHIEL in this incarnation to get it in the neck when it comes to the matter of recognition as to the value of his books. As of this day, otherwise it has not been too bad a life, and, of course, this life is not all over yet. However, I do mean that recognition up to now of the deeper occult value of OPHIEL's books has been spotty. I am minded of what I read many years ago about the life of the German poet Heine from 1797 to 1856. In his youth, Heine wrote many poems which were put to music and sung by the next young generation. But his own generation ignored him and his poetry with stony silence. I have a strong feeling that these books will go after I pass on to the great beyond. And that's pretty much what's happening now, right? I say truthfully now, at this date, 1978, that what occult practices I have been able to get down on paper have worked for me, and I can imagine no reason at all why they should not work for you too, if you study and aptly apply the practices. I have found no better knowledge than what I got down on these pages, although I searched like a wild mad all over everywhere, and am still searching. As of this date, my address is OPHIEL 950 Larkspur Drive, Oakland, California 94610, 415-835-9583. New things are coming all the time. Mr. Peach, Mr. Peach. All right, key to the front cover symbolism, right? The picture that we saw earlier with the dragon and biting the root of this tree with the fruit on it. And I'm seeing a couple of these, what do you call those? The tatwas, the elements, basically the 5 elements. We got the sun and the moon, the star, mountains in the background, water. So what does that picture mean, according to OPHIEL? Says, to touch a responsive chord of one of the old religions, to introduce this new book to occult students. The following symbolism was used as far as possible. The tree is Yggdrasil, the mighty ash tree that was supposed to support the universe, the original Christmas tree. It springs from the body of Ymir, this earth. It has 3 immense roots, extending one into Asgard, heaven, one into Jotunheim, the abode of the giants. Those are the forces. And the third into the Nephilim, Niflheim, region of darkness and cold, which is hell. A dragon serpent constantly gnaws at a root. Read the mythology books for more about the great tree and see how it fits into today, yet and always did. So, we're also talking about the tree of life. But yeah, we're going to get into this. Greetings again, Wanda Wisdom. We're back in it. This is the long haul, right? What's up, the real Kid Noir? How is the synchronicity? Let me know in the chat. K. Nicole, good evening. Flex Washington says, hijack the Demiurge's consciousness. That's exactly what this book is about. I mean, I haven't read it, but I'm sure that's what it's about. Rob Fink, what is up? What's up, my friend? Interesting story about, we'll save that for another time, right? Okay, so here we go. Introduction. However, I think I know now why these early books and early writers were so vague. I think now they received their knowledge and practices from some quasi-secret society under oaths of secrecy and what have you, and so they couldn't tell anything vital at all without betraying great and profound secrets. I'm pretty sure Dion Fortune was like that. She most definitely was. But she did a great job considering that she had to keep everything a secret. I love her her books. She's very, very clear. Although a bit wordy, but very clear. I would like to ask you for your help. If you like my books, these books are not getting out to the public as they should. I have changed distributors once, and I would not like to do that again unless I am assured that a real effort will be made to distribute the books widely, instead of merely sitting down and waiting for word of mouth to get around. Every day I get letters from persons saying they cannot find my books in the stores, even right next door to New York. If any of you can assist me by calling aggressive publishers and distributors' attention to these books, please do so. OPHIEL has only 5 more years to go until he is 80 years old. If you have any ideas of lending a helping hand, then you had better do it rather soon, as the years pass now like wind. Fortunately, OPHIEL does not need hard money. Creative visualizations have worked for him. Although due to his Capricorn horoscope, creative visualizations work for him quite a bit differently than for better signs like, say, Aquarius. Hey, you hear that on my foot? But creative visualizations have worked, and things are better now than they have ever been before in this life. However, this work should support itself, and some effort should be made for OPHIEL to reclaim something for the years, according to his mother and his dear lovely family, wasted, flopping from one church to another, and then for the years of study that brought in 0 money. If OPHIEL had not had I was going to say rotten, but I guess I'd better not use that word, disposition of a negative nature, he could not have stood all his type. So if you hear about his disposition, don't knock it. His disposition was an asset. So let your conscience be your guide. If OPHIEL's work does not mean much to you, then so be it. OPHIEL will not complain. He will get his reward in heaven. Hopefully, more books are coming and you look for them. Better write OPHIEL and get on the mailing list so you can be notified when the new stuff comes out. Please notice the list of reading material to be given at the end of this book. Occult Dynamite. OPHIEL has an intense liking for the Sherlock Holmes stories, reading and rereading them many times, and as soon as he forgets the details of the stories, he reads them over again. In one of the stories, Mr. Holmes was accosted by a police officer with whom he had worked previously on another case, apparently a jewel robbery case. Because the police person says to Mr. Holmes, "Aha, the theorist, I will never forget how you lectured us on the blank and blank jewel matter." To which Mr. Holmes replied, "Yes, no doubt my theories were quite weird, but you will have to admit they resulted in the finding of the jewels." A short time ago, I was visiting a dear relative of mine in Southern California. In the course of my visit, she made the remark that she and some of her friends had just returned from a trip visit to the Los Angeles County Museum to view the Tutankhamun exhibit there. In the following course of our conversation, I made the idle remark that, the ancient Egyptians planted a curse upon whosoever should violate the tomb by opening it any time later. My dear relative replied, "Oh, that was only a superstition." Then the strong thought occurred to me. Yes, it sounds like a superstition, but the fact remains that all those connected with the discovery and opening of that tomb are now dead and died more or less shortly after the tomb opening event took place. I was in my 20s when this tomb was discovered, and I followed the event with great interest. I do not remember the details of the events that followed, but I do know that this subject of the curse was mentioned then. And then when the different people began to drop off, it was always brought up again as a superstition. I cannot prove any of this except it looks damn funny, and I don't mean humorous, I mean strange. The reason I go into the subject in some detail in this little essay is that the study of this subject brings to light a great number of other occult connections which could be of vital interest to all occult students. I now recall that I wrote an essay on the subject of curses some time ago, but never advertised or reduced it to copies for distribution. The title of this essay was "The Curse: What It Really Is and How to Do It." I read it over and over again, and I do not find it bad, perhaps a little short. It would pay you to read it for the knowledge of the curse subject. To continue, there is a terrific amount of non-knowledge about the occult and how the occult works and how occult powers work. The Old Testament and even some of the New Testament is full of stories about all kinds of violent, miraculous happenings that upset the balance of nature instantly. But then again, there seems to be such things. Old Testament stories describe fire descending from the heaven and burning up rocks and water, and all sorts of things are done. Then, two, semi-occult fairy tales are full of transformations and what have you. I wish the occult was like that, but I'm sorry, it is not. The first outstanding thing that an occult student has to learn, must learn, is that the occult powers work out on this physical plane in a natural manner. Occult powers do not work via a bolt of lightning coming down from the skies. For example, if you learn to work the rain magic, the rain comes, not by the heavens opening up and angels descending with buckets of water in each hand, pouring the water over your head and then ascending for more water. No, rain comes because sometime, long or short, after the rain magic is performed, the high pressure, low pressure areas change, switch around, and with the high pressure giving way to the low pressure, and then it rains. The start of the switch can be triggered by the mental image of the rain magic work on atoms somewhere in the Empyrean. Y'all get that? Now, to get back to the Tut's tomb curse. That should answer your question, Bob Saget. Bob Saget, why are you in this chat? That was funny. Oh, man. Now to get back to the Tut's tomb curse. The death curse for those who disturbed the tomb. I'll try to explain its mechanism. Those of you who saw Star Wars should remember the references that were made to what they called the Force, the thing they called the Force. The idea for this was something the author dredged up out of his subconscious. Actually, there is such a force. This force has many names. Many different people have discovered the force in the course of their life-giving occult researches. Each person, as he discovered the force, gave the force a name, a different name. Hence, occult literature abounds with all kinds of names, all for this very same one thing. Until one learns about this multiplicity of names for the same thing, the whole matter can be nicely mixed up and very confusing. And that's key. That's key. Don't get caught up in the fucking words. Some people call this one thing, some people call it another thing. Don't get caught up in the word. Try to see past the word and see into the meaning, right? Getting caught up on words is definitely a trap. So one person might call something light working or shadow working, or somebody might say, Baphomet is evil, Lucifer is evil. You got to keep in mind that people don't have the same definitions as you. So always seek to understand before seeking to be understood. Okay. I use the name astral light or liquid light. Mesmer used the name animal magnetism. Another name is prana. The unfortunate called it undifferentiated elemental force. I've also heard it referred to by the Hawaiian name of mana. Another name I use is Demiurge. Uh-oh, now we get into it. The name of this book is, as you know, The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge. In other writings, I have called it the Idiot God. I have also heard it being called the Chameleon because of the way it changes according to the desires impressed upon it. Yeah, I think we kind of touched on this on the last audiobook when I mentioned the Akasha and how the Akasha contains all of the elements and it can be transformed into whatever you're focusing on. We got motherfucking Bob Saget in the chat. What has been manifested, you people? In all of these name forms, the Force Demiurge carries out changes with no regard for the consequences. The Force Demiurge does what you impress upon it to do. To repeat, carries out changes without regard for the earth effect consequences. And that can be bad. To digress a little, a person who suffers from poverty and lack is doing so because the person is so ordering his contact with the Force Demiurge to do just that. If a drunk is rolling in the gutter, it is because the drunk has so ordered his contact with the Demiurge force to do so that. Sounds terrible, but appears to be true. I have digressed more than I should from the subject of this section, and I will now return to the tomb curse. I'm afoot. What page am I on? She says. I'm on page 9. This is page 9. It's still like the intro. We didn't get to the science yet. Yeet. Yeah, Bunny Queen, by all means, be sure you can talk all you want. Keep it sizzling hot, right? Greetings, Asafo Rider. Greetings, Swayze. Hunter the Immortal in the building. All right. Let's get back to it. We're almost to chapter 1. All right. To get back to this Tutankhamun, the Egyptian priests who knew about his magic sealed the tomb with the incantations and the mental direction of the Force. The Force Demiurge knows no time or place. I understand that tomb robbers first opened the tomb about 50 years after Tut was first buried, but were discovered by guards and presumably met violent deaths at their hands, and the tomb was released. The next one to come along was an Englishman whose name escapes me at this moment, and he reopened the tomb. Although I cannot prove it materially, as soon as he entered the tomb, the Force Demiurge curse began to work. Now, if the Force Demiurge curse had acted like a bolt of lightning, blowing him up and blowing the whole thing up, there would have been no argument about it. My dear relative would not be able to say, oh, it is all a superstition. But the occult does not work out that way. Operations which have their origin on inner planes have to work out on this plane through natural means and natural outlets. If you will examine the history of those persons concerned with the opening of the tomb, which is all down in papers and magazines and libraries, you will find that the curse worked through natural physical laws, rules, and means of this physical plane, through natural ways and through natural means. In other words, when you're working with the spirits, when you're working with the Goetia, when you're doing your magic or your roots or any of that good stuff, it's not going to happen in a flash of lightning and shit blowing up and sparks of lightning from your fingertips. It's going to happen through natural means, natural ways. I mean, if you've been working with me for quite some time, you should have experienced that yourself by now. If not, keep working, you'll figure it out. Hecate goddess, greetings. Yeah, so the blind idiot god is another name for the demiurge, and it's a reason, you know what I'm saying? If you follow the H.P. Lovecraft mythos, you'll also be aware that he's called Azathoth, the bubbling blind idiot god. It's because he's pure force without its own will. It literally does whatever it's directed to do, right? It's a blind force at the center of all the universe. Pure energy, and it is directed by consciousness. So as long as your consciousness is in victim mentality and you're believing that everything's happening to you and they are doing this to me, the demiurge is going to manifest that. The subconscious mind is going to manifest that, right? You're going to manifest that. But I'm sure we'll get to that in this book. I am putting all this down the way I understand and see it. I do not ask you to believe it, especially because I say it. I would add, don't believe anything just because somebody says it and wants you to believe it merely because they say it. Please don't just be a blind follower. Don't be a blind idiot. If you can't find some kind of good proof, then drop the matter until you can. I myself do not expect to find any intact Egyptian tombs, but I would hesitate a long time before opening one up if I did, knowing of the mechanism of the force, which is set to go off automatically, or could be set if done right. In closing this part of this essay, I say, don't be too concerned about the force's destructive aspects. The force does what you tell it to do, and you can tell it to do the right things as easily as this tomb curse was set up 3,000 years ago. It is the same force. I have a set of directions for making up a treasure map to work with the force demiurge easily. Take a big piece of paper and hang it up in a secluded place so others cannot see it easily. Cut out and attach pictures of whatever it is you want to the map with little pieces of scotch tape. Look to the map and get the feelings connected thereto. You are now impressing the force with what you want or what you think will make you happy. And if you will practice and study your personal way of impressing your desires onto the force, it will work for you. This kind of impressing is an art, and you must learn to use it. You will find out more about the subject in my other writings, more details that is. Everyone is quite different from another. Working must come out in the natural way. So yeah, we learned about that a few hours ago in the last book, the art and practice of getting material things through creative visualization. And in this book, he talked about pretty much how to use that vision board type deal, right? And that was the last video. You can check that out if you take some time to go to YouTube and look at that. Anyways, let's go to this next chapter. Oh my gosh, we're still in the forward. Q Billings, greetings. Knowledge time, classes in session. How does this all connect to Proto-Man? Well, you gotta understand that Dr. Wily is like the negative force of the Demiurge, and Dr. Light is like the positive force of the Demiurge. Actually, Dr. Light will probably be like Sophia, right? And Dr. Wily would be like the Demiurge, and Dr. Wily's robots would be like the Archons, and Mega Man and Roll would be like Adam and Eve. And I love how in Mega Man X, all the humans have died, but Dr. Light saved himself in computer files, and Mega Man can like find him throughout the game. Bob Saget asks, where did you get his books for not retarded prices? Who says it wasn't a retarded price for it? KP, is the forward important? It is, because it sets up the stage for the book. It puts it into context. It lets you see what the writer was going through during the time of writing the book. You know what I'm saying? It lets you know where he's coming from. Of course, you could just dive into chapter 1. That'd be fine. And I used to do that. You know what I'm saying? I used to skip straight to the chapters because I thought that was the best way to go. But I also learned that the intro and the forward sometimes contain clues that would help you understand the rest of the book a little bit later. For example, he's describing King Tut and the curse, how you can easily say it's a superstition, but there is some type of pattern going on. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's keep it rolling. Forward. Into every life, some rain must fall is a dismal prediction. But like most all things in the physical world, this prediction can be reversed, and the saying can become, into each of the new lives or ages of our earth plane, some new great truths can be conducted to therein. One day a stupid militant religion power that had long grown too big for its britches made an early scientist kneel down and, in fear of his life, swear that he had told a lie when he had written that this telescope showed that the earth traveled around the sun, and not the sun around the earth, as the Bible said it did. Galileo thus survived, and 7 years after his death, the church recanted and said it was true. The earth did go around the sun, and not the sun around the earth. I'm always amazed at the church did not go out of business at that moment. It is certainly no discredit to the intelligence of the human race that it didn't. That's assuming the human race is intelligent. Furthermore, we're more emotional than we are logical. The church is an emotional thing, not a logical thing, obviously. But anyways, there have always, in all ages, been men and women considered weird nuts and screwballs by all alike who have maintained that there were other worlds beyond this one, and also maintained all sorts of claims about the physical workings and results possible through the use of the powers inherent in the knowledge of the use of these other worlds. Now with this book, you can become one of these weird persons. Oh, what am I saying? Cancel that. I was just joking. However, it does appear that in the present age today, there is an interest, coming on strong, in things beyond the physical plane, and a determination to find out what can be discovered about these things, and if they can be put into practical use, brought down to earth. The main difficulty is to find out any authentic, accurate information about the other sides of life beyond the physical. Most everybody in the occult has an axe to grind, some special phase of the occult to advance, without giving any background or history of any kind as an introduction. It's very true. So you got to be careful with some of these things that you're following, because most of the time they're still very human, and such that certain persons have agendas to push, right? They want to push their specific group. It's all about the Luciferian, right? Or it's all about, the melanin magic, or it's all about Thelema, do what thy will, 93, right? But honestly, it's all about know thyself. It's not about groups. It's about you. It's about you figuring your shit out. You know what I'm saying? Where we at? In this book, I will try to avoid this and give as much of a rounded picture of the history of the occult as I can, as well as give practical work too, which is, after all, the most important. Anything that people do not know about, they fear, and this occult knowledge is rather different because it is suspected by the average person as being black, unless he has a strong need for something drastically different in his life or is strongly attracted to the occult. as it is sometimes thought, from another previous lifetime. Thus, in the pages following, I will delineate some aspects of the occult. I trust you will read and examine them and find they are not of the devil or black, but can be used by you to form a link between this physical plane and the inner planes, even in this busy, mundane world, and used for your betterment all around. Who can want for more? Ooh, Bunny Queen says, everybody want to be Jesus and roll with 12 niggas, but forget one of them motherfuckers is Judas. Holy cow, we're not even there yet. This is still the introduction. OPHIEL. But yeah, you also have to understand you're dealing with an occultist, not a basic ass writer. So everything is done for a reason. People who understand the occult don't waste time or space, right? Everything is a key. So let's continue. No matter what we do, we will never know all about the God subject. At the very best, according to ordinary knowledge, we'll know about God only somewhat, and then only whatever ordinary people have thought and done about this God subject in the past, especially as far as we, ex-Christians, have been subjected to what happened in the early Christian years, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th centuries AD. As far as I was concerned, and am concerned, I was never satisfied with conventional religions, especially those based on some phase of the Christian religion ideas. I'm not a terrific high-pressure thinker on religions, but to anyone with the least ability to do simple thinking and analyzing, the discrepancies and contradictions showing in the current crop of Christian sects and their ideas, and in all other religions such as Muslims, etc., and their ideas are appalling to no end, and the sincere seeker, after a logical attempt of what the hell is it all about. I'm not a real scholar. I had no time or opportunity to be. I got most of my education from books. According to the old cliche, I am self-educated and a self-made man. Yes, I know the old crack. I stopped too soon. Factually, I was, as a child, slow to begin, a slow boomer as it is called, and slow blooming is certainly damned inconvenient as you live your early life, as it causes learning no end of troubles, especially to the then incompetent time-serving old-maid grammar school teachers who have no ability to understand or handle an unfortunate early slow child. Quite a negative sensation. All these aberrations and others set up quite a situation in my life, and has directed to my attention to another cliche, search for truth, which search has led me to what is generally now called the occult. In the occult, I have found more truth than elsewhere. That is, I found certain lines of thinking, acting, that can be productive of certain results, which results can result in good living results down here. I have embodied these certain lines of thinking in a series of books, which books I fondly imagine are of help and of real assistance to you. These books have appeared in a certain order, which order I was not aware of at the time of writing, but of which order I can now begin to see certain connective pattern appearing. This pattern now appears to me as a growth, development, illumination pattern, which leads to the development of results, which results could be highly satisfactory to your physical life now, as you begin to use the information to help yourself live in a practical way or manner, and not to go into the endless dissertations about rounds and rays, etc., or present incomplete teachings with large sections of knowledge left out, leaving you to struggle along blindly. The illumination knowledge referred to above seems to designate that our release from the domination of matter, I prefer to consider the release as a control of matter, would consist of unwinding up from the matter the same way as we went down into matter. Even though the descent into matter is now part of our consciousness memory, the return does have to be conscious. Let me say that again. Even though the descent into matter is now not part of our consciousness memory, the return does have to be conscious. In other words, when we fell from light into matter, we may not have any type of memory of it, or may not have even done it on purpose. But to climb back up that tree of life, it will take effort. It will have to be done on purpose. In my other writings, I have traced this descent into matter as being a sort of putting on one elemental force after another, like putting on a piece of clothing, through, of course, much more binding than clothing, somewhat like putting on one shell after another, each shell being an elemental force, bringing a man closer to the physical earth and binding him to here. Yeah, so this talks about the fall from the tree of life. Essentially 777, boom, 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 right? And in each sphere, you pick up more qualities of that planet, right? From making a space to limiting the space, from expansion to limitation to abundance to beauty to knowledge to fantasy down to earth. You accumulate all these qualities that make you heavy and keep you stuck down in matter. And in order to go back up the tree, you've got to release the humanity that binds you here, right? And that's the general description of what's going on here. You have to slowly let go of the false qualities that you think define you. But let's keep it moving, because I'm sure this book will clarify it for us. Knowledge regarding the 5 elemental forces is given all through OPHIEL's writing, but a summary here will not be out of place. The 5 elemental forces are air, fire, water, earth, and akasha, are the instruments by which your basic being cognizes and works with, and through the physical plane. The 5 forces correspond to the 5 senses, and it is through the senses that you can function and perceive and to cognize this earth place plane. The elemental force of water corresponds to tasting. The elemental force of earth corresponds to smelling. The elemental force of akasha corresponds to hearing. This is also something that is derived from the Indian teachings. Dharana Darshan definitely talks about this as well. I think eventually we're going to get to Dharana Darshan, for sure. But let's start with OPHIEL here. Holy cow. Introduction, general. The previous introduction was personal, now we're general. Regretfully, it is necessary to pick over the junk pile of history, especially the junk pile of religious history, to find here and there, hither and yon, a jewel of knowledge and wisdom, which jewel can be applied by you to adorn your today life, and the wearing of which application can do you some good, bring some light and knowledge to help you along the rocky path of living this literally screwy physical life. In all times, in all ages, there existed, as I and 1,000 others have said before, certain, not secret, not hidden, certain inner meanings of existence. Also, in all times and all ages, there existed, same as above, those persons who were able or who sensed that existence of the knowledge and were able to use it, but they didn't always use it for personal aggrandizement. So you don't see it always. But if you look long and hard, you can detect much of this going on, much more than unconsciously than consciously, much more often unconsciously than consciously. We have been, since 1963, embarked on issuing a series of books concerned with a succession of occult subjects, as said before elsewhere. It is not that I have been led by some inner powers to do this consciously. I was unaware of the coming subjects except as they occurred to me in the due course of what writing. One subject led to another. I can totally relate to that. Now, at this point in time and space, my research has led me around to the Gnostics due to several quirks and jerks. So yeah, it looks like we're not going to get away from this Gnostic subject until we really get to the bottom of it. So if you're one of those people who got real scared of the word Demiurge when Brother Panic said it, now's the time to help you release that boogeyman. I say. Okay, where are we at? Yeah. I'm not enough of a great scholar to now know what happened to the Gnostics exactly, and I haven't got the years of time necessary for me to dig it out. But then, while interesting, the knowledge is not really necessary. Although what I think probably happened is that the more dumb material Christians killed off or drove off the metaphysical Gnostic Christians, and thus the metaphysical Gnostics disappeared from the scene until now, when it is safe to again have an opinion and not be killed by some sweet, loving Jesus Christians. Goodness. So it seems that Christians have always been this way. Bob Saget says, I got Dharana Darshan, haven't read it though. I want to read Tat Vashuddhi more. Yeah, man. I would highly suggest diving into Dharana Darshan because the first half of that book breaks down meditation and puts it into perspective as to what it's all about. All right. The preceding was written some time ago and set aside then. Now this little book has been resurrected and is now ready to go out into the world. Since the preceding was written, some knowledge expansion has taken place, and the following material is now being added. Again, dear students, please notice that OPHIEL often writes about occult knowledge in two different ways. One way is good for immediate use and application. The other is written in generalities, hopefully not in glittering generalities, which generalities lays out a pattern framework of how forces on the inner planes work and function in relation to this lowest physical plane, which plane we are now on, exist on, live on, carry on, and this physical plane is the final working out place for all the upper planes or forces preceding. Upper planes or forces doing, making a mad rush to down here for their expression purposes or desires, and it appears to be our present destiny to be stuck here, and the only escape from here is to escape out of here through knowledge applications. That is, the occult knowledge applications, right? So all these forces are fighting to express themselves down here. It's almost like constant pressure being pushed out from the core of existence. And the only way to overcome these natural impulses, right? Because you can't stop lusting, you can't stop, being angry at things, you can't stop from being sad or being happy. These are all the human experience. But it takes a certain type of knowledge to rise above those things. Right now with coronavirus going on or whatever the hell's going on at any given time, because there's always something going on. These things are made to keep you stuck, focused down here, because now you're riddled with fear, riddled with worry, riddled with endless conspiracies that have no fucking resolution. So all your focus is down here, even as all the energy pushes down here. You're not using the energy, you're being used by it. There are other things to set your mind on, which leads you back up to the source. And when you're in source, none of this shit affects you. It doesn't bother you mentally, spiritually, or physically. But yeah, let's get to it. This little book is of the nature of general practice occult knowledge. This occult knowledge herein given can be absorbed into your inner consciousness and could lead to applications down here, which could and should be very helpful to the life living down here. See other writings of OPHIELs for other details of other kinds of occult knowledge and applications. It is all yours. Go to it. OPHIEL, Oakland, California, 1978. Oh, good. We finally made it to the table of contents. How long have we been rolling here? Holy cow, 43 minutes and we're just now at chapter 1? Good stuff, good stuff. Let me check these comments here. Yeah, right on time, right? We're still at the index. And it looks like we still ain't even getting started yet. Dedication front cover. Yeah, we're on front cover symbolism. No. We're on regarding the title and then opening. So yeah. I mean, we're close to halfway through the book, right? Wow. Halfway through the book and it's not even chapter 1. Flex Washington says, plot twist. This book was written by the Demiurge. Indeed. But see, the Demiurge is, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Greetings, Jay Jones. Greetings, Kenna. Just on time, right on time, right on time. Terrence Goodson, what's happening? If y'all didn't notice, we got Bob Saget in the building. And he's already got Dharana Darshan. He ain't even crack it open yet. Lucifer, Ase. Phoenix, Ase. Shax, Ase. Sekhmet, Ase. Beelzebub, Ase. Ophiel, Ase. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe. Green tea. Don't forget, it's got sea moss in it because Dr. Sebi said it will make me immortal. So, regarding the title of this book is a shocker to a hard shell, Bible thumping, fundamentalist type of Christian. For some unnatural reason, a simple, uneducated type of person tends to reduce all things to a simple conception of it all. What is the ordinary person's conception of God? I've asked this question many times and got no real answers. Uppity Unicorn, greetings, greetings. Good to see you, always. Corleone Giovanni, peace, peace, God. Bella BC, I say, peace, peace. Okay. OPHIEL has treated this subject in other writings, which please see. In this little introduction, we will say that not very much thought has been given to this subject by anyone, especially the churches. Most all of the thinking about God has been the type of statement that Archie Bunker made when he said, "Some Dago painted God on a ceiling on a church in Italy." Or in other words, God is shown as an old white man with a long beard floating in some kind of a solid weight-bearing cloud. Kind of like Goku, right? To get on with the book, I want to say here that there is only one first cause, only one. So don't get hipped up to the idea that OPHIEL is introducing a multiplicity of gods contrary to the Bible. In connection with the Bible, about what it says about God and gods, I call your attention to Mark 5, verse 7. And screaming with a loud voice, he said, "What matters it to you and to me, Jesus, Son of the highest God? If, as the unclean spirit says, Jesus is the Son of the highest God, then that means there are lower gods." Christians do not read or know their own Bible. This little book is going to give you what information OPHIEL has been able to dig up about the secondary God, the world builder, the physical world builder, and what can be done about contacting it. There are great mysteries here, but some bites can be taken out of it, and some progress can be made in working with the secondary world building God. So that is the original definition of the Demiurge. I don't know what y'all internet kids are talking about nowadays with this Demiurge spookism, but the original definition of the Demiurge was the world builder, the secondary God, the secondary purpose, right? There was an initial creative force, then there's a secondary creative force, and that secondary force is the builder. That's why the Freemasons, are the builders. Cosmic Serpent, peace, peace. Unicorn gang in this building. We got Cosmic Serpent and Uppity Unicorn. It's unicorn time. Opening. There were 3 of us in an automobile one Sunday years ago, making our way up to a resort restaurant on the Russian River. I was the only occultist present. The other 2 were more or less squares when it came to the hidden things of life. We had gotten into a discussion of what, shall we say, turned out later to become my profession, the occult. Smitty, who was a hard pragmatist, was declaring that there was nothing to the occult because nothing could be seen or felt, and therefore nothing was there. All I could think to say was that nothing could be seen of the forces which pulled the Earth's ocean waters and made tides, and yet those forces were undoubtedly there, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I was not trying to win an argument with my friend, but in a rather reasonable way, he did agree that there were sun-moon forces that did cause the tides, and they were invisible. I have not written this book to win or carry on any arguments about the occult. I have written this book to bring to your attention your inner invisible secret, in the sense of unknown and usable workable powers, for you do have them. All persons have them. The worst earthly man failure has great powers, and he is using his great powers to fail with, not to succeed with, according to his bent. And furthermore, I can prove all this to each single individual I can work with. Not in mass, however, because I cannot handle masses. I am only one person, and I can control and teach too many people at one time. I can't control and teach too many people at one time. And that also points to the fact that this is not not something for the masses. This is a solo, individual, independent type deal. Great architect of the universe. Flex Washington says, like Brahma lying and telling Vishnu he was the superior god until Shiva showed up, right? Oh, goodness. May I stop here a moment to point out something? Please note that most all other occult books are written in several ways. First, many are so general they mean nothing to you particularly or to anyone. Second, many occult books describe the special gifted powers that a certain person has, and invite you to fall down and worship him or her in raptures of bedazzlement and wonder, which does you no good. Third, some contain a barrage of lectures about the subject of the occult, from which lectures you are to evolve a system of use yourself if you can. In this book, and in all my books written so far, your invisible forces are explained and designated in detail, and their application and use explained to you, also in detail. If you want to try to learn how to use these forces for your betterment, then there they are, all outlined and ready to be learned by you now. In this first chapter section, we must make a start at clearing away some of the rubbish of misunderstandings and ignorance that clutter up our lives and prevent us from progressing along the path of self-power and self-knowledge and self-advancement. One of the worst misunderstandings is the idea that there is abroad in the whole world an ignorant idea that there is something called evil, along with something called good, light and darkness. Good and light have been equated with God, and evil and darkness have been equated with the thing called the devil. Nothing in any religion writings is very clear or very logical as to just exactly how the evil devil darkness came into existence against the wishes and power of the good light, when the good light has always been proclaimed to be the most powerful of the two contending forces. Right? Everyone says that the good is stronger than the bad, right? We always say that God is more powerful than the devil. But there's never any clear logical explanation exactly to how or why that's the case. The Montauk Chia book that I read, Bob Saget, was about males having multiple orgasms. And Dharana Darshan doesn't really touch anything on that, so I can't compare those two meditations. But Montauk Chia's book about it's a good book to read. Hecate, is that YouTube or a website? I mostly read books, not videos, though, to be honest. Dark side niggas. All right, let's continue. In the Christian religion and other religions, there are a number of creatures named, such as the talking snake in the Garden of Eden, Satan through adversary, Mammon, Beelzebub, Lucifer, Ahriman, Shaitan, all of which are not the same creatures. Except where noted, all are different to each other, but all are associated with evil, darkness. Or in another way, the world is said to be dual, half white and half black, whereas the truth more likely is the world is gray, a mixture. There is no such thing as pure white or pure black. I was visiting the office of a Roman Catholic hospital one time to pay a bill, and while standing there by the cashier's window, I noticed a picture of a conventional devil being overcome by a conventional angel. That is, the devil had horns, a tail with a sharp point on it like an arrowhead or spearhead, and hooves for feet, a black overall skin. The angel had long flowing Roman yoga type robes, wings, feathered wings aside. Now, for a human man or woman type of body to have wings to use for flying purposes, there would have to be a very large set of muscles in the front chest in order to move these wings, to say nothing of the many other things, such as lightweight bones, which I can't begin to describe here, as I am no bird anatomy expert. I do know the muscles necessary to move wings to fly a human being type body would have to be anchored to a sternum, such as the breastbone of a chicken or a turkey, which in this man case, would have to stick out 6 feet in front of the man. Damn. And be one solid mass of muscle. And as you know, that this build is not in the pictures of conventional angels. So why? It's late. So it is obvious that unless the wings move and cause the body to fly by magic power, in which case no feather wings are needed at all, the whole conception of feathered winged angels is a fake, to say the least. I am told that winged angels come from other religions, not Jewish or Christians. Money Queen, I'm pretty sure that's a website, right? Oh my gosh. Look, we got to focus, guys. We got to focus. No more of this anal angel stuff. The concept of the other evil creature was just as bad. This evil creature had wings too, a sort of bat-like membrane type. In point of fact, this creature picture was Pluto, the conventional picture of Pluto, the brother of Zeus. Pluto ruled the underworld. Zeus ruled the sky. Neptune, the other brother, ruled the ocean. Not the physical ocean, but the other ocean, on the inner planes. More of this later. But Pluto is not the devil. Have I gone into this idea of the black arts enough, if not to convince you, at least to get you to stop and think and experiment? To experiment, to test your powers. You never considered you or your powers to be black, did you? It would seem to me that the time has come, in the course of the history of the world, to realize there is no such thing as active evil oppositions, and that what appears to be such is an illusion born of our ignorance and misunderstanding. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Bob Saget. So what Hecate Goddess is talking about is the Magus Academy, and that's where we meet every Thursday. And yeah, we mastermind, basically. We discuss what we are studying, what we're experimenting with. We trade strategies. You know what I'm saying? People get support in what they need. You can sign up on the magusacademy.com. The link should be in the description. Hecate Goddess says, dude, you're the one who's saying it. Angel ass, bro. They have ass. Yeah. There exists on this earth plane a dualness, but it is more or less only a give and take, an ebb and flow, a rising and falling, and a coming and a going. When all things are on the upswing, then God is in his heaven, and all is right with the world. When all things are on the downswing, then the devil reigns and all hell breaks loose. I think that's the time that we're in right now, right? And yet, all is the same one thing, not two things, just the way the one thing is functioning. And that is all there is to it. No matter how many devils men create to fill the evil void to explain the fallbacks, it is only the duality of the physical world which is to blame for life being what it is. When and ever mankind in bulk will emerge from the mind's dark ages of thinking to perceive that duality is existence, and in fact is necessary, that there's no such thing as black and white, then he will control, and then will an understanding of this physical world come about. And what has been called evil for thousands of years will become the salvation of people, especially those who are in advance, put themselves in advance of the race in their thinking. So again, to repeat for emphasis, while there are dual forces, these dual forces are not evil or bad or good or pure or holy, but are supremely natural. There are people in this world, different kinds of people, who respond to either of these two dual forces. Something in their nature, to use the old cliche word, vibrates to either one of these two dual forces. Thus, it is obvious that if a certain designated individual vibrates naturally to the downgoing force, to the dark force, should he develop this power further, then he would become a black magician adept or operator. One who works with the negative dark forces and does work with the disintegration and destruction. As I said, he would do this naturally. Russian Soviets might be considered black in that they destroy enlightened actions. If such a one does not become a magician, but only an ordinary man, he is just a hard luck Joe, and his life is a failure as his negative inclination ignorantly feeds upon himself, and he never recognizes the cause source of his troubles. So that explains the people that are Mr. Can't Get Right. You know what I'm saying? People that are stuck in their loop of self-destruction. If he does not become a magician, Right. If he responds to the upgoing force, to the light force, and should he become a white magician or one who works with positive light force, and he does works of integration and construction, he then becomes a real white magician and works along with the progressive forces of the physical universe. These progressive forces are seemingly slow looking and moving in actions, but not really. That reminds me of working with the angels of the Shemha Mefresh. They always appear to work a little bit slower. I remember mentioning that in previous videos. If he does not become a magician but remains an ordinary man, he always seems to have a reasonable good luck at all times and accomplishes great physical deeds in the world mainly because he is never deterred by difficulties. It is these men who built the railroads and laid the ocean cables in the olden days, etc., and accomplished the big things in this life. Mr. Getty is one of these accomplishing type of men. So essentially what he just said here is you have the two polarities, one of the black and one of the white, one of the dark and one of the light, which is basically one of deconstruction and decomposition, and then one side of construction and bringing things together. And the people who develop these powers become more like black magicians or white magicians. But those who don't develop these powers typically are people who have good luck or bad luck. But everybody has a propensity to more of one side or the other side. In the preceding, I described two kinds of men, who responded to the two forces and then went on to follow out the two lines, the two kinds of dual forces, the down force and the up force. There is still another kind of man, magician. A man who at first responded to either of the two dual forces and then set out to become the kind of magician who knows, understands, and then manipulates the two dual forces equally well, is in control of both dual forces instead of only one of them, either of them alone, as aforestated. I think I'd fall into that category because I think for the most part I've been somebody who's always had good luck, but I've always been drawn deeply to the darker side of things. So in studying both kind of makes me a bit more flexible. Greetings, Goat Scriptures. We are reading The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge. Check the description. The PDF is there. Swayze says Mastermind. Yeah, I see you're still on that naughty late night stuff, huh? Wanda Wisdom, not to be a Debbie Downer of sorts and import race, but is this author Caucasian? There seems to be one kind that wrote back then, and there's no such thing as bad or good. Yet those live in abject poverty may beg to differ, and children that are violated may think otherwise. There's absolute horror in this world, no gray area there. But reading along, Goat Scriptures just hopped on. Yeah, I said that already. Free will magic is free. What's up, Unstance? All right. This kind of magician is what we all should become. All that is really necessary to accomplish this becoming is some, another cliche, willpower, some, another cliche, desire, and knowledge such as given to the best of my ability in this book. The knowledge I will give in this book, and in the books I will refer you to, not to hustle you to buy them, or merely for me to sell them to you, but to help you. And they are all I have or know of, have been called in past ages the black arts. Called this name by the ignoramuses, mainly domineering religion forces who wanted to rule men's lives for their benefit. A lot of that stuff should be over by now, at least for enlightened individuals. And now you know the basic non-evil origin of these arts. You should, I repeat, begin to use them for your life-living benefits. In the next chapter, I will endeavor to give some kind of comprehensive list of these arts and describe them in outline detail. And then, in the rest of the book, endeavor to go into each art more in exact detail. One important factor you must remember now, and always, and I will insert here early, in occult arts work, you must allow mundane time. I'll go into time later on, but very little occult work has been done on time and its relation to the occult arts. Time seems to be the stuff out of which this material plane world is made. As Benjamin Franklin said, don't waste time, for that is the stuff life is made of. Bunny Queen says, I'm so consumed by this book, right? This is pretty interesting. Yeah, I think he sets it up very well. I'm pretty sure we're in like the second chapter or something. It's kind of structured weirdly, but we in there. We gon' get right, but for now, let that bullshit slide. Down the rabbit hole we go. The art and practice of contacting the Demiurge, or the art and practice of showing a god what to do. This book is going to be different to write. Almost nothing in it will be like unto what you have been accustomed to before, or will find again, especially in its religious ideas and conceptions, and even what I have been writing before in my previous books. In fact, I've been sitting here for 15 minutes wondering how to start this book, and then also wondering how to make sure I leave nothing out in the coming chapters. As I said in my introduction, the second one, the work studies, revelations, unfoldments, have led me around in a circle back to some things called the Gnostics or Gnostic. The name Gnostic always claimed or charmed me, my attention, that is, especially when I found the name means knower or one who knows. You, I hope, will become knowers to the greatest extent as you may through these books. And you're now researchers, and thereon based practices. You will simply have to bear with me. I'm not sure I'm going to get the Gnostics down here in order here of its proper sequence. The knowledge comes to me in jerks and bolts, and I repeat, not always in order of sequence. I'm going to trace here the developments which led to the present presentation in this book, and I hope this outline will cast some light on how knowledge is obtained. To proceed, we are here speaking of knowledge, which the Greeks called gnosis, knowledge, wisdom. At least I humbly submit my version, my presentation of it, which is all I have and all I could find. I wish I could find this book already written so I didn't have to write it. So, in OPHIEL's case, myself third person, the knowledge given to me took the first form of a series of books on a series of subjects, which now I perceive have each of them added something knowledgeable to a system of true workings which can enable you, not me alone, to make progress, cliche but true, along the path upward, or whereward. Inward is probably better used. Tina Marie, greetings, good morning. I have analyzed some of this material before in the preceding book, or books, but bear with me as these books were not for entertainment reading, but for study assimilation of truth, metaphysical truth ideas, and I feel cannot be repeated enough until completely mastered in your inner nature. So when you come to one of these endless repeats, just grit your teeth all out of shape, and then do it over and over and over until you own it. The first book I wrote is entitled The Art and Practice of Astral Projection. That one there. I have been asked to write an autobiography. The above material may be incorporated into this autobiography if it ever sees the light of day. Probably it will have to be printed on asbestos and issued after my death, as it will be too hot for my lifetime. Ooh. I wish that I could say this. The writing of this book was all eggs in the coffee and peace and beauty and quietness, but it wasn't. I won't go into the details here, but this book was written through knowledge given to me in response to demands I made on the then ideas of God I had then, based on directions from the only book I then had available, which was The History and Power of Mind by Richard Inglis. Whoa, Grace, if you're still in the chat, that's some confirmation there, because we just talked about Richard Inglis, and you sent me a website full of his teachings. Interesting. When I first started out in the occult, I had no definite ideas about God other than the very general idea held by most everyone. In the course of my religion experiences and the various changes that I made in religions and churches, I still did not get a very clear idea of God and his connecting ideas. As I will describe following, I looked for other things first instead of any positive ideas about God. What happened was that after I acquired projection abilities, I began to catch glimpses of a light that came in and out of my projections. I will describe this light contact following these foundation matters. It came about that the discovery of the light led to the discovery of half God, the Demiurge, as will be told. Greetings, Mike Hawk. If you check the description, you'll see the link for the PDF of this book, which is called, with the same title of this video, is called The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge. However, before the God idea discoveries were made, I had to learn a great deal of pure occult knowledge, which I wrote down in, to date, 7 books. In this book, I have mentioned these books several times. I consider the knowledge given in these books to be very vital and valuable, and hence the repeats on these books. This knowledge is basic and can give a good foundation for you to build on, and I have found that a very good start is to acquire projection ability. I desperately wanted astral projection. It is really etheric projection, but then everyone called it astral, and I then knew no better. The knowledge of how to project to the inner planes was pointed out to me in and from various sources already in existence, but the knowledge was overlaid with all kinds of goofy life-imposed restrictions about how it might be wicked, or Jesus might not like it, or etc. And I had to strip away all this stuff off of the knowledge and get down in a workable form, which is what I was able to do. And I'm happy to say many people have been able to practice a large degree of projection by following the book's instructions. Now, for the vital knowledge behind this whole book business, or rather, the vital knowledge of the projection disassociation book, one point at a time. Things come about this way, often this fashion. I was idly projecting one time, and it occurred to me, as I was observing a simple inner projection scene, that the inner scene was full of light, or lit up. It was lit, or illuminated. Or to make it real plain, the inner scene was just as if it were in daylight in the projection. The idea that there was light, illuminating light on the inner planes, has never come to my thought attention before, had never occurred to me, even though every ordinary dream I ever had, in addition to the dream-type projections, as well as little system projections, were lit up with light. This discovery may not seem to be very much to you, nor was it to for me for a long time, but now it seems to me it was the most significant discovery I ever made in my occult work, because this chance attention paid to the chance notice of light illumination in a projection dream led to the discovery of the semi-physical existence of the demiurge on the inner planes, near the earth plane, and that the half-god can be seen with your inner sight. A fact that none of the ancient Gnostic systems or books ever mentioned anywhere in any of their writings that I can find. You have seen this inner light too, as you could not have a dream that was not lit up. If it wasn't lit up, how could you see the details in the dream? So this should sound like that light at the end of the tunnel, that light you see when you die. Come back to the light, all right? And you're reborn. Think about it. King David says the inner sun. Yes, yes, indeed. Greetings, Zola Lewis, Priestess Alchemy. All right. Then, as the idea of the presence of this inner light grew on me, I began a definite search for more of it, to explore its presence, to grasp its texture, to find out how it could be worked, contacted, played with, dealt with, or in other words, what is next with it. I knew from the books and from previous study generally what a thing called the Demiurge consisted of, and I felt or knew this light I was seeing was the cosmic inner plane, inner outer, sight manifestation of the half-god. Physical plane words were not as very sharp in explaining the meaning of metaphysical objects. Semantics regarding its rearing its ugly head again. To continue my story, I found or noticed the light as aforesaid, and then, in my dreams, and even in my self-induced daydreams and projections, started to look for the light and its source to examine these two things more closely. Also, those of you who practice the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, notice how you have to focus on that light above your head and say, "Thou art the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen." Interesting. Greetings, Raymond L. Bunny Queen says the Demiurge is the force Star Wars talks about. There you go. Starting to read between the lines. That's why he mentioned it. And about to learn the way of the Jedi, bro. Oh, yeah. I found at first, when I attempted to pin down the light and its source, the light evaded me. The light retreated before my inner search and probe. The light seemed to disappear around a corner of some inner kind of dream material building, and when I followed the light on around the dream material corner, it would go around another corner. But as time went on, I got closer and closer to the light, and finally I did see a faint electric light type globe burning, and several times I saw an old kerosene type lamp lit up and burning. After a time of these things, the light gradually grew brighter, and as I came outside in the dream scene, the light would disappear up into some dream material clouds and hide behind them. Still later, the light became very bright until the light filled the whole of the projected inner plane sky type heavens. At this point, I withdrew to size up the situation and to decide my next moves. Also, I want you to understand before going any further that the previously described semi-phenomenon is not something peculiar to me alone, but I have been able to get others to reproduce it also. So for the time being, I'm assuming that we are in a sort of psychic inner metaphysical type of real contact with the intermediary power known by many names. But the name of this agent of the transmundane God will do, as well as any other names or titles, until we clarify our own thinking more precisely. The name is Demiurge, a Greek name word which means half god and also means worker. This name will come up again and again from now on in this book. So the Demiurge is an essential worker. He still has to go to work. The rest of us are able to stay home. Victor Perry asks, thank you. When you get the opportunity, could you do the art and practice of contacting the Demiurge? You know, I think that's a pretty good idea, Victor Perry. I'm going to take you up on that, most definitely. I think that's a brilliant idea, actually. The previous section summary should give you a very good grounding, understanding on a start of an occult path, one of many possible, and a path good for a self-development type of illumination. We now... Be nice. We now come to the consideration of the place and value of the second book in the series. The title of this book was The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization. So that would happen to be this one, the one that I just did an audiobook for. You can easily find on my YouTube page if you go click on the part that says Travis Magus. It'll take you to my page, and you'll see the other videos, titles of those videos. And usually in the description, there's a PDF for the book that we're reading. So be observant, and you will see. The Bible says, he who has eyes, let him see. He who has an ear, let him hear. This goes to prove that the occult isn't being hidden from you. It's hidden because you don't have the eyes to see it. Everything is always there. You just don't have the capacity to observe it yet. So learning the occult is about getting your eyes right. What's hidden can't be discovered. Yeah. Didn't you have, that's for your entity you created. Check that out, man. I'll save that for the DMs. Where are we at? The pressing reason for which I wrote this book was because I noticed many students referring to their inability to get supply to carry on a more gracious kind of living. Strangely enough, not so much necessities were asked for, as necessities are often supplied by other sources like the state, and those who really need necessities seem not to care for the occult at all, which observation seems rather pungent and suggestive. I remember reading an excerpt from an occult novel in which the priest doctor in ancient Egypt worked just so long and then turned away the rest who were in line waiting. When the protest started, his answer was, if they had paid respect to the gods and had made offerings properly in the past, the troubles they have would not have come to them. I do not know how much of this might be true, but I wonder. For those of you following along in the PDF, we are on page 26, right there in the second paragraph. Well, at any rate, I did write the book, and I did my very best to give it all the art of visualization creation I could devise. I was able to present details that others had never heard of, details that helped the creative process to work where it had never worked too well before. Many people were able to improve their financial status in a satisfactory way and to start a build-up of a more solid financial basis on which to manifest and demonstrate inner plane ideas, laws on this plane. Again, following the same ideas as were laid out in the previous book, it will be found that the same basic working ideas will be used when it comes time to influence the Demiurge in much a greater type of creation operation. The third book again came about naturally. The ideas around the Tree of Life, Kabbalah, began to come through, and the continuation of Jehovah translates into the elemental forces was presented in this book. So the fourth book, oh yeah. So that book that he's talking about is The Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic. I don't know, man. We might get through all of those. I'm just saying. The fourth book, The Art and Practice of Clairvoyance, was written in response to an uneasy feeling I had that such treatment was necessary. During its writing, I became fairly sure that every person was clairvoyant, and that the first steps towards the more fuller use of clairvoyance by a person was to pay attention to the clairvoyance type of impressions that came from, very probably through the chakrams, from the inner etheric body chakra located in and on the physical body, and then into your nervous system. So the energy hits the chakra, and then it hits your nervous system. Now here's a catch, and here is where you have to start to develop more subtle facilities. The impressions referred to above come to you in the form of feelings, not words, and you have to interpret these feelings correctly and translate them into words to verbalize them. That's exactly how I describe working with these spirits, right? When you're doing work with goetic spirits or any spirits, they're not talking to you in words. They're impressing energy and feeling towards you, and your mind translates that into words, right? That's pretty damn cool. Everything is like coming together. But yeah, I'm glad he said that, because that puts into perfect context what I've been saying all along. The impressions come to you in the forms of feelings, not words, and you have to interpret these feelings correctly and translate them into words to verbalize them. Actually, this process is a never-ending process, especially at first, but later it becomes almost automatic, especially the more the process is used, right? Remember, study and practice, you get better at it as you use the abilities that you've unlocked. At the time and just preceding this time period, the teaching of clairvoyance among the older, long-established schools was rejected and frowned upon, mainly, I suspect, because these places had no ideas of any kind as to what clairvoyance really was, much less how to teach clairvoyance. So they all pretended clairvoyance was something of the devil if they didn't just outright ignore it. I think that most likely they were very ignorant or dumb and were just faking their occult existence. And on the flip side, you'll also see this in these groups where they talk about you've got to be very special or very different or, initiated or this, that, or the third to have these occult powers. Because everyone's asking, well, how do I get these powers? And they can't rightfully explain it to you. So they hide behind a wall of, oh, well, you've got to be this and meet this qualification. KP says, oh, and body feelings are what produce thought. Exactly. Just like we saw in the last book, The Art and Practice of Getting Things Through Creative Visualization, it talked about the law of the barrier, right? And it talked about how the conscious mind operates through words. The logic mind operates through words. And when those words hit the barrier, it transmutes into feeling, into emotion. Likewise, when the inner energies speak to you, it's through emotions. And when those emotions hit the barrier, it transmutes as words. So it goes back and forth. And like when you sit down and meditate, KP, when you observe your body feelings, that's what causes you to have certain thoughts and certain emotions. So yeah, it all ties into each other. Victor Perry says, any evidence that Akhenaten, one of history's first monotheists, was Moses, and those who followed were first Jews? I don't know. Let's look up Google and see if you can give us an answer on that. That sounds pretty interesting. Where were we? Oh yeah, reading The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge. See, being a smartass, and I lost my place. Okay, here we go. At the time, and just preceding this time period, the teaching of clairvoyance, I read that already. The word clairvoyance means light seeing or cognizing by means of light. Ordinarily, the word clairvoyance meant nothing to the average person, nor even to the average occultist, as their knowledge did not extend to knowing about the light, as you do now. I am writing these words in Hawaii. Many years ago, there were in Hawaii a type of shaman known as kahuna. With the coming of the white man, the kahuna lost their control, not knowing how to deal with the white man's magic. However, the kahunas were clairvoyant and described the inner astral plane as being sticky, with threads of astral matter, the light, connecting all things, especially when it was directed to be connected. It is through these sticky threads of astral light that clairvoyant impressions reach us. Sri says, so when thought marries emotion, you can manifest. Absolutely. Absolutely. The last audiobook we just did, The Art and Practice of Getting Things Through Creative Visualization, talked about how the definition and the key of reaching enlightenment is when you're able to unite the subconscious mind and the conscious mind, when you're able to connect both the thinking and the feeling, the imagination with the logic. When you're able to connect that and make that one thing, that's how you're able to have effortless, continuous manifestation. Golden Lady says, please keep these videos up so I can watch them later. Raymond L says, dang old white man taking the magic. LOL. Well, you can't take what isn't already yours, and you can't lose what you never had. And it will be through clairvoyance impressions and outpressions that we will reach the Demiurge and influence it to do for you and give to you what you want, and to bring about the circumstances in your life that you want. Although I don't know exactly if this knowledge belongs here at this point or not, it is said that the Demiurge has created all the physical cosmos under this side of Kether. Ooh. So here's Kether, right? And it says, although I don't know exactly if this knowledge belongs here at this point or not, but it is said that the Demiurge has created all of the physical cosmos under this side of Kether, right? So looking in the Kabbalah, it talks about how we can't really fathom what's beyond this point, how creation starts being observable at Kether, but it doesn't actually start here. It actually is filtered here, but there's more going on beyond Kether. We just can't fathom it. But notice here this crown chakra, Sahasrara. This is the Demiurge, right? Let's continue. It was also taught, and it seems reasonable, that the Demiurge created all the gods and goddesses and forces and powers which occupy these planes, and which powers and forces rule and or govern all things here below Kether. Or it could more be correctly said that the Demiurge are the gods and goddesses, or it can be said that the Demiurge are the gods and goddesses. Assume their forms and power as ordered to by you. Why are y'all scared of the Demiurge? Assume their forms and power as ordered to by you, or all of us. As for the nature of what is beyond Kether, I will do my best I can to discover as much as possible and get it down on paper. But this beyond part will probably have to wait for the next book.
Thus does clairvoyance work with creative visualization and also makes a connection with the occult and astral projection. Retrace yourselves. Retrace it yourselves. The next book I put out was the only one without the words art and practice in its title. This book was called The Oracle of Fortuna and was a little divination system based upon a system of solitaire plus a deck of playing cards, which are really tarot cards changed about a bit, and with the major arcana missing, as well as the princess card in the suits. Again, I hope I'm not giving out this information at the wrong place, but the pen seems to be writing all by its own volition. The tarot cards, especially the minor arcana, represent the four elemental forces: air, fire, water, and earth. And the Demiurge uses these forces to build the physical world out of. So there we go. The four elements create the tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He, Jehovah. Kind of like how how the five robots of the Power Rangers create the Megazord. It's the same thing. Air, fire, water, earth, and the Demiurge uses these forces to build the physical world out of. Now, in relation to you and your own personal physical world, if you shuffle a deck of cards, plus 7 playing cards, your actions should cause the deck to fall into an order which will throw light on a question you ask about yourself. Also, there is other good occult information in that book. The next book was called The Art and Practice of Talismanic Magic. The same idea. This book made use of the sticky threads of etheric matter. These threads can be attached to many kinds of physical objects, and through these threads, power and force influences can be caused to flow back and forth between your talisman and the source of the force you attach it to. Source of the force. Notice the word force above. Since this book was written, the moving picture Star Wars has appeared. In this production, a reference is made to something called the Force, and some of the characters were shown how to use the Force in various ways. Interesting. King David says maybe more of the same beyond Kether, just at a higher frequency, like the music scale degrees 1 through 7. Once you hit 8, it's just 1 at a higher octave. Exactly. That's a great way to put it, Dilu. That's a great way to put it, because reality, it repeats, it echoes, right? They say it's a hologram, right? It's a fractal, a replication of a replication. So to be honest, there probably isn't anything more beyond. It's probably the same thing, just seen at a different perspective. So all this reality is about perspective. Nah, I mean, here come the men in black, Galaxy Defenders. Saturn's Guru says, in Islam, Allah's throne is at the 7th heavens. Yep, same symbology, just different terminology. Sri says, same way Captain Planet comes together. Yep, Yod He Vav He. Lucid Reverie, greetings. Mudras and movement can weave those threads. Indeed. Yao Ming. Yao Ming. All right. The interesting thing is that there is a such thing as the Force, and one who knows about the Force can, in time, learn to use it very much the way the characters in the picture did. In point of fact, the Force is used all the time by everyone, every place, and everywhere, in general use, that is. It is in special uses, such as was shown in the picture, where the Force was put to special use. The Force is astral light, described in OPHIEL's other writings. When you study and use the different knowledges given in OPHIEL's books, you are using the Force for real, so go to it. And now comes the book. The whole series of books and their subjects have led to this point. Who, what, when, where is God, and where does the divinity come into all this? A great big question mark. I wonder if the usual approach to all these subjects covered by previous books would be to first find God and then come back down in the reverse, the way we went up. I don't know, but I do know one thing. And that one thing is that I cannot learn anything going up. I have to get a mental hold of some idea of up there and then come down to verify it, examine it down here. I like that. I like that because a lot of people, we just take some of the mysterious and deep and fantastical things, but we don't try to connect it to practicality. You got to have practicality in your magic in order for it to be effective and replicatable, right? Whenever you hear about this fantastical idea of, yeah, trees, and I can touch the tree and psychically communicate with somebody else across the world, right? That's that up there idea. Find a way to connect that and make it practical, to make it make sense. That's how you get the magic to work, and that's how you can teach somebody else how to do it. But a lot of us get caught up in the fantasy of those cool sounding things and ideas and techniques. But if we don't connect it and bring it down to earth, it doesn't really make too much sense. So yeah, like this book says, I have to get mental hold of some idea up there and then come down to verify it, examine it down here. This who and where is God business can get terribly sticky. Merciful heavens, let us not get bogged down in this age-old mire of. I no longer call them my books, are designed, programmed as do-it-yourself occult development, do-it-yourself occult practice books. We should want to develop the knowledge of A, the divinity, truer word than the Anglo-Saxon word God, which means good, so that we, down here, can work with it to accomplish things, effects, happenings, changes, and in and on this last plane, down the physical material plane, where we are trapped now, and where we live and move and have our being, whether we like it or not, and many of us, including me, do not like it. This sounds a lot like the Kabbalion right here. The all is where we live and move and have our being. The way he writes is kind of weird. He often has two words next to each other or in parentheses, so that makes it sound a little strange. But I'm going to read that again. We should want to develop the knowledge of the divinity so that we can work with it to accomplish things, effects, happenings, and changes, and in and on this last plane, down the physical material plane, where we are trapped now, where we live now and move and have our being, whether we like it or not. And many of us do not like it. I do have some working methods as to how to contact the higher power, and I will get to them eventually. But these preliminaries above and to follow seem necessary in order to designate and outline or confine the divinity contact operations to the proper sphere, which is, in these books as aforesaid, personal, not universal. I do not anticipate starting a church, nor do I want to be saddled with such a job. But there are those who might take over and start a church now that we are dealing with divinity ideas. Well, if all this comes to a church, it will have to be a church that a modern thinker can consciously connect up with and operate in, not just to go there each Sunday or Saturday and passively sit there and be subjected to what? That never seems to have any effect except what effects can be trained to the ordinary workings of the desired pressures on the astral light, connected with the Demiurge, which ordinary workings everyone does according to his personal pressure abilities. And again, I emphasize his personal pressure desire abilities. To make a long story longer, it seems you must have to, in order to achieve illumination, work your way back up through the elemental forces one by one until you come on out through the first elemental force, on up and into, shall we use the Gnostic term, light, the transmundane light God. Two asides here. Instead of putting them down below, I mentioned Akasha above. Akasha is an elemental force, but it is so different from the other four elemental forces, as I have repeated before, that I hesitate to give out too much knowledge. What knowledge I do have, about Akasha, as it is the ephemeral in relation to the other forces as it can be, and in fact can be said to be dangerous, as Akasha is nothing, and that it is what you deal with when you deal with Akasha. And an absence of something can be inconvenient, not dangerous. Akasha is the substance material from which all the other elemental forces are made. Akasha is the substance material from which all the other elemental forces are made, or, as said before, the bowl into which the others are poured. Interesting. The bowl into which the other elements are poured. Also, Akasha comes into existence as the other elemental forces change into each other. So the Akasha is a lot like the canvas, and the elements are a lot like the paint colors. but also it can be like a canvas that changes color on its own. I see I forgot to say, and I hasten now to add, correct, that the elemental forces are all made of the same basic elemental material. In this case, Akasha. All is really Akasha. And the elemental forces change into each other back and forth. The illustration has been given, for example, of this as water can be ice, and then liquid, and then steam, then vapor, etc. So that's like water becoming solid, which is earth, becoming liquid, which is water, becoming steam, which is gas. Akasha has its valuable uses, but to work with Akasha requires some knowledge, more knowledge than is generally available to the ordinary person. People can easily, more or less, learn to work with something like air, fire, water, and earth, but just how do you go working with nothing? Using nothing as if it were something. In a narrow sense, working with Akasha is like working in mathematics with negative numbers. Negative numbers can be worked, but the working is much different than with positive numbers. And next note, to those of you who have the Golden Dawn books as edited by Dr. Francis Israel Regardi, you can see that the first ceremonies are devoted to the elemental forces and their integration into the body, soul, personality, being of the neophyte. To put it another way, you cannot advance into higher things until you conquer over the elemental forces each in turn. Until you conquer, until you master, attain, or control the elemental forces. And much more, especially with the elemental force of earth, which is, of course, the first one where we are now and the first place from which we must escape from. This escape from stuff will be handled later, either in this book or in another book. The escape syndrome seems to be a basic tenet of Gnostic thinking, and probably should have a full book treatment, but will be referred to in this book as best I can. Stallone, greetings. Chi, exactly. The Akasha, also known as Chi. Swayze says, ascending, descending Jacob's ladder. We are climbing Jacob's ladder, soldiers of the cross. Yeah. Greetings, Zola Lewis. Michael Jackson, Sand About the Force. It's got a lot of power. Hell yeah. Bale Gojo, greetings. King David says, James Brown said, you got to get up to get down, right? Bunny Queen says, what if the parentheses is a secondary conversation he's having? Or I might be just too high right now. Probably a combination of both. Most definitely both. Flex Washington says, Akasha or Akashic Records is basically the memory bank of God. Yeah, I can see that. The Akasha being the damn, how do you put it? The stem cells of creation, I like to say. Saturn's Guru says, isn't controlling Earth as controlling your body and shaping it into your higher will, like a reptilian? When you say like a reptilian, what do you mean? Because I'm not sure what that part means. Flex Washington, LMAO, not the Black Christian Church hymns. Yeah, man. KP asks, how would you know if you accessed the Akasha? So the Akasha is what we've been working with the whole time, which is creating something out of nothing. Akasha is using your consciousness, working with the Akasha is akin to using your consciousness in such a way that you can create change with your thoughts, right? What we've been talking about, mental transmutation, how you turn your thoughts into emotions or your emotions into thoughts. A good example of now would be most people, when they hear the word coronavirus, it triggers an emotion of fear. And enough of that will create an atmosphere and a reality of fear. So that Akasha principle is being used to generate something that isn't there in the first place, which is fear. Let me know if that answers your question. But your question is, how do you know if you access the Akasha? Well, you know when you start actually creating change in your life that have stemmed from your thoughts, essentially. right. Recapitulation. Another way of saying the proceeding is you, I do mean you, came down into matter in a certain step-by-step down process, and now that presumptively you have reached physical bottom and are aware of your bottom reaching, and you want to get back up, you'll have to unbind yourself the same way that you bound yourself. So essentially, coming down this tree of life in a 7 pattern, you've accumulated certain qualities from all of the planets, certain energies from all these spheres. So in order to get back up here, you've got to release these same energies one by one, right? The art of war, the savior complex, Taurus, and the association and fascination with beauty, Aquarius, right? The fantasy, the imagination, the moon, Gemini, with sticking with this lust of knowledge and information. We got to slowly release these things. All these things make up our human personality. And as long as we have a human personality, we're stuck down here in this physical plane. But I digress. Another side note, your natural question at this point can be, how in the hell did I get down here anyhow? I don't remember a damn thing about it. Of course, we don't remember anything directly about the descent, 777, but we all have vague feelings of discontent with the physical plane and our being here. And then there is the clash between our mental powers, our creative abilities, our planning abilities, and the traumatic agonies of translating these mental powers into physical plane actions. This trauma should give you a good clue as to something wrong to a thinker, sensitive thinker, that is. So with most of that personal stuff out of the way, we can come back to the main conceptions of the books I scribed down. Notice I do not say books that I write. The books are working manuals of how to do it yourself, occult power working sources. That is to say, in this book, we will develop the ordinary knowledge and information about something called the half-god, how to contact it, and how to get it to do what you want as much as possible. And this achievement is, of course, the only factor that matters. All the other life-living stuff is non-necessary and strictly superfluous, and also strictly for the birds, and I do mean vultures. Note on repeats, there is only one truth, but there are a million different facets to this one truth. Naturally, one student gets the truth better if it is given out in one way, and another student gets the truth if it is given out another way. I hate this repetition stuff, but I have almost an obsession that if I should put this material down in only one way, it could be missed by a large group of students. So therefore, I give all these different versions in different essays and in different books. Remember, I also said, repeats, that I did not write these books for entertainment reading, but for hard study and application. And that kind of writing is mental work and not relaxed reading. Oh, love and light, peace, beloved. Therefore, please do not write to me complaining about repetitions. I try to make each repetition different from the other so that additional knowledge is there. I have not really been accused of repeating to save new thinking on my part, but I am expecting it any day now. But you get in there and work like heaven to help yourself along upwards. You'll notice if you read any of the Eastern scriptures about Buddhism or any of that, when it talks about what Buddha says, it repeats itself a lot, almost excruciatingly. But I think it's done for a point, for a purpose. Repetition is the father of learning, they say. Flex Washington says, Cardi B is the coronavirus high priestess. Coronavirus! Shit is real! Right? Wanda Wisdom, my people liken that a rocket ship taking off with the debris falling at the wayside. Wanda Wisdom also says, about the Akasha and studying that movie the late Aaliyah was in. And that KT vid. KT, who's KT? Acai tree came up. DMT. So vast a study though. Yeah. Espacho. Damn, unicorn popped up. No way, really. Bunny Queen says, hit the like button. Let's get more night owls in the study group. Yeah, we've got just as many people as was here earlier, right? At 12 hours ago when I did the first audiobook. There's still 60 people right now. I never thought that there'd be this many people interested in this kind of thing. Amazing, right? Wanda Wisdom says study law, statutes, codes too. It too is redundant, vague, and broad cases. Hell yeah. Legal documents and terms and conditions and all that shit. Like, oh my God, painful to read. What kind of person can read that shit every day? I'm sure some people feel the same way about occult books, right? Saturn's Guru asks a good question here. What's your thoughts on the mass light workers meditation happening? It's to be expected, right? Humans are gonna do human shit. Like, there's no surprises going on right now. People are scared. They don't know what to do. They don't know what the hell's going on. They never did. They never did. But people are gonna cling to whatever they feel like is gonna work for them. Just like when somebody is suddenly in dire straits, all of a sudden they're back in the church asking Jesus for help. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna find a lot of people back in the church right now, but all those people who are throwing Jesus away and throwing their Bibles away because they're becoming woke, now they're trying out the new thing, which is, let's all meditate for peace. Let's all meditate for love and healing. You do understand that this move towards the evolution of the human spirit has caused this coronavirus outbreak. This is part of the fucking plan. Just because you're getting hurt or someone you know is getting hurt or someone you don't know is getting hurt doesn't mean that this is not divine. This is literally the hand of God, regardless of how you feel about it. You know what I'm saying? This, yeah, it goes deep, So all the people that are doing the love, light working, meditation and all that good stuff, I mean, let them do it. It's expected. You knew they were going to do it. Devontae Morick, thank you. Peace. I appreciate you. Thank you. What's your price for your hour consultation? I typically do 35. But yeah, hit me up in an email if you would like an hour consultation. But yeah, man, human beings are going to do human being shit. Animals are going to do what animals do. Meanwhile, I'm doing the same thing I was doing before, right? Nothing in my life has changed. I've been had this on deck. You feel me? I wash my hands after I use the bathroom. I hold my breath when I go around people so I don't breathe in their sneezes. I've been doing that since elementary school, It's the people who don't keep clean on a regular basis that are buying up all this shit because they're panicking, right? But that's not what we're here to talk about tonight. That's not what we're here to talk about tonight. Greetings, Kelvin. Greetings, Cassie. Wanda Wisdom says, some people in the comments are cussing out the cat up the road, and we love Ralph, but his current comments, some of them LOL. And Escalation says, humans are animals. Indeed. Bale Gojo says, your experience with the Demiurge. No, your experience with the Demiurge. Bunny Queen says, 304 phone on 16%, 61 people in the group. Nice. At 3 a.m., we have more people here than we had 12 hours ago at 3 p.m. All right, so yeah, let's get back to this book. And Escalation says, hey, Travis, what religion are you? I'm new. I am not a religion, thankfully. That would be a very heavy weight to carry on my shoulders. Victor Perry says, maybe this demiurge is the subconscious in their way, as mentioned, is through repetition, trauma, and symbols. I like that observation, Victor Perry. I would certainly agree. I was going to save that surprise till later, but it looks like you have already figured it out. Kelvin says, greetings to you back. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Most definitely. Bunny Queen says, book. Wanda Wisdom says, most are tuning in to Insomniacs during this time. Yeah, there's an extreme energy shift right now. Extreme energy shift. And some of you are seeing this as heightened psychic ability. Some of you are seeing this as an interest in more of the occult things. Follow the breadcrumbs, because it's certainly leading you to a place. Ryan says, what's the deal with aliens? They've always been here. It's just now you're not as distracted, so you're paying attention more. What did Lil Uzi Vert say? Somebody said this in the comment. He actually looked at a tree. Trees have always been there, but now that you don't have sports to turn on and you don't have, your comedians to look at or your entertainment, now you got to find something else to pay attention to. It's like when you take your toys away from your kid, they have to find something else to do. That's exactly what's going on with you and everyone else. Victor Perry says that should be maybe their way to contact the Demiurge is the same way as contacting the subconscious, repetition, trauma, and symbols. Bingo. You got it, man. Like, you're already there. That's what we're getting into. Kelvin says we need more people like you. No, we need more people like you. People who are interested in this shit right here. But let's get back on it. Let's get it started. I never did make those black eyed peas. I didn't eat anything today. I've been reading all day. I've been eating knowledge all day. You feel me? Ty Lopez style. He does 1 book a day. I do 2 books a day. You feel me? Oh, wow. Thank you, Devante. I highly appreciate you. Thank you. Just had another dream where I became lucid awake, bro. I was in a hotel and somehow I realized I was dreaming. I decided I was going to fly off the balcony, but I chickened out, lol. Yeah, that's awesome. Now keep in mind that all buildings represent a state of mind, right? The house typically represents your current mind state. If you were in a hotel, think about what a hotel represents. It represents your home away from home. So maybe it's entertaining a mental state that is not typical to what you normally entertain, right? And maybe you're entertaining a mental state that is different from your normal mental state, and it's having you feeling like you can jump off the balcony and fly. It's having you feel like you can do the impossible. So maybe you're dealing with new thoughts that are making you feel powerful in ways you haven't felt before. But the fact that you chickened out, that means you haven't gained enough confidence in it. So the best way to gain confidence in these new thoughts is to put them to practice slowly, like what we talked about in the last book, the sphere of availability. Get little victories and keep being consistent in your little victories. That builds your confidence. Ryan says, I've left my house like 20 times in the past 2.5 years, so nothing's changed for me. I'm right there with you, buddy. Exactly the same for me. I went to Walmart the other day. No, I went to, what was it? Home Depot the other day. And it was just so weird. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah. King David says, damn, I was in the projects the other night in my dreams. Yeah, so think about what type of mindset that symbolizes for you specifically, right? The projects mean different things for different folks. It means something different for me than it means for you. Think about the energy involved, because all dreams are symbols. They're all symbols. Doesn't mean you're actually going to be in the projects. It's a symbol. Buildings represent the mind state. Kiwanis, the origin Danua says, Travis777, what is this energy you feel all over your body, especially arms and hands, sometimes shocking things when touched, even unexpectedly? How do you know that I'm feeling this way? This is strange. We got some crazy psychics going on. But yeah, I know you're talking about your body. What is this energy? I mean, what's in a name? I can call it anything. You can call it anything. The best thing to analyze is how is it making you feel, right? What is it? What effect is it causing? If you can tell the effect, then you can start to trace the cause. Is it making you feel good? Is it making you feel bad? Get granular with your description of this feeling. Get as detailed as possible. That'll help you determine what this is that you're feeling. This doesn't have to be mystical hocus pocus. This can be understood. Now, all this damn talking, I lost my place. Where am I? Here we are. All the above had happened before. I had much of an idea as to what the half god, which was what I called it then, really was. Previous to all this, I had not been conversant with the god word named Jehovah. I had learned some years before that this word was a formula, not a name, and I was so taught this to students in my books. But that was all the information I had, and that information I used in connection with the art of creative visualization. The idea that there was more beyond this use, I had not idea. And for those of you who don't know, when he says Jehovah is a formula, not a name, that is because Jehovah is a Romanized translation of the Tetragrammaton, which is the four-letter name of God. The four words are Yod He Vav He, Jehovah, Yod He Vav He, and those represent the four elements. So it's a formula for using the elements to create. Bunny Queen says 69 people. Nice job, y'all. Yeah, we go from the anal angels now to this 69, right? I suppose I had better give the use application of the formula Jehovah, Yod He Vav He, final that I first found out about, as this formula goes right on up into the highest applications. The name Jehovah formula consists of 4 letters. The Greek version name of this 4-lettered word is Tetragrammaton. So I basically just explained that, right? I don't know how this Greek word got into this Hebrew word setup. I could never check it out clearly, but I guess it was when the Jewish scriptures were translated into Greek at the Library of Alexandria around Alexander the Great's time. This word means the same as the name word Jehovah. To proceed, the first letter of this formula is Yod. This Yod letter is shaped this way. It's like a little flick. If you have the PDF, you'll see. And it is said to look like a flame. In point of fact, the whole Hebrew alphabet is called the flame alphabet and consists of yods with slight changes from the basic form of the yod. As, for example, the letter Vav, the yod grows a long tail thusly on its lowest point. In the case of the letter Pe, the form changes again and again to change the form Lamed. If you can have a picture of the Tetragrammaton, or if you Google image search for YWHW, you'll see what he's talking about. Yod He Vav He. Yeah, phonetics. Okay, let's get back to it. Also, as another powerful clue to magical workings, each of the Hebrew alphabet letters has a name. In case of the 3 letters that make up this magical name, the name's Yod, closed hand. Yod means closed hand. He means window, wind door. Vav means nail. And another He, called the final He, and I repeat again. The clue to the working of the formula are in the names of those letters. To continue again, the letter Yod means hand, but means closed hand or fist. I will admit that the meaning of Yod has gone through a number of changes with me. I did think at one time I had the full meaning, but then I had several new meanings. New meanings came up and got me slightly confused. And then, as I had no occasion to use the Yod until now, I let the matter rest. A hand is the thing you use to do work with. Your hand is your most personal outpressing of yourself. The part most closely identified with yourself as action. If you had no hands, you might as well not be in existence, as unless you kicked out with your feet, you'd have no means of doing any action thing. Also, no doubt, you have heard many times the expression, the hand of God. So then, taking all these small symbolic meanings into consideration, they sum up the big meaning of Yod in Yod He Vav He, the Yod, hand, your hand, on the lower scale, and God's hand on the higher scale. You reaching to do some action, lower scale, and on the higher scale, God reaching to do something, some action, and action. This makes you think of the picture of Adam sitting down with his finger out and God reaching out to touch his finger, as above, so below. Also, in addition to this, Yod, hand is closed, meaning the hand is quiescent, but ready for action. Ready for action, waiting for the come up. I have heard it said by another that the Yod also represents your inner higher self, and this is true considering the powers just listed under the hand's extension ideas. The tarot card connected with the Yod letter is called the Hermit, and in the BOTA deck I was trained on, the scene on the card shows a single solitary old man who has reached the peak of a mountain. He holds a lantern inside of which burns a light, which is a 5-pointed star. The 5-pointed star is a symbol of man, a physical man, the 5 points being the elemental forces of which the physical man consists of, and from the whole star shines the inner light. The whole card represents the singleness of being, personal being, personal being. Devante, greetings. Thank you. Blessings to you. Can't wait to book the consultation, brother. Talk to you later. Yes, indeed. Looking forward to it, man. Hit me up in the email. Indeed, indeed. The next letter is Hey. Hey means a window or wind door, of course. Wind is air, and air is movement. The original idea of a window in a house was to allow the flow of air through the house from the outside. In the case of a symbolic window in a metaphysical man, this opening was to allow the life-air movement currents to flow into a man's being from outside. This opening also allowed a personality man, to look into his or her inner being, and also to look out from his or her inner being, out to the physical world. Thus, a man could and does look from a window out and sees an object that he thinks he wants and transfers this object image to his inner mind or being, where and when he proceeds to go through a process of creating the thing wanted in life, as will be next shown. The above process is also called a way of making mental images real. Okay, so this starts to add up here. We've got Yod, which talks about the hand, right, action. We've got Hey, which means window, which is like the imagination, right? Seeing in your mind's eye what it is that you want to manifest. So that points to the art of creative visualization. We're putting the pieces together here to connect the Megazord. The first robot is action, the hand of God, which is also the hand of man on a lower scale. We've got Hey, which is window, the first window, the imagination. Next comes the letter Vav, which means nail. As I said before, as you will know, a nail is used to fasten different things together. In this case, Vav, the nail, is equated to desire. Your desire, your force of desire. The half-god also uses the same formula, which will be dealt with sooner or later. To make this operation as plain as possible, or shall we be fancy and say modus operandi, up until now, you see or visualize a something you want. You, by seeing, have transferred an eidolon, phantom idol, through a window of your mind into your mind. Okay, so the third robot of this Megazord, called Vow, is the nail that holds the pieces together, the glue. Okay. Please note that so far in the process, I am describing by making the transfer of an image called by the Greek thought eidolon, phantom idol, to your inner mind center. You have gained something, some substance of the thing itself already. Substance, sub means under, stance means stand, substance, understand. Please ponder on this point hard, meditate on it. Substance, sub means under, stance means stand. Sub is under, stance means stand, substance, understand. So in other words, he's describing the transfer of an image from outside to the inside, or from inside to the outside. The valve is the pin that connects the outside to the inside. You have gained something, some substance of the thing itself already. You've gained an understanding of the thing itself already. Okay, now we're getting to the use of this formula, the most powerful magical word in the magical occult thingamadoober. The next step is to fasten the two things together. You do this by feeling the two things as one. You already owning the thing you desire already. Okay, so this points to the last audiobook we just read. Okay. Bunny Queen says, OPHIEL smoke too. That's a pothead thought right there. Hell yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice to join you guys, but I'd be going all the way to outer space if I do that kind of thing. I'd be talking to the unicorns and not y'all, and really getting some information from those said unicorns. That's what happened last time, at least. Okay, then by the magic of this process, the physical reality of the thing desired appears in the place of the image of the thing itself. The real physical thing is the second Hey, the Hey with the dot under it, which means that this second Hey is a solid reality, Hey, and not the image Hey. I might also call your attention here again to the idea expressed in these books before about the astral matter can be connected to objects by thinking about those objects with intent also, when possible, physically seeing and physically feeling the desired object. The astral thread is connected on one end to the object and the other end to you. This should suggest other ideas as to how to bring objects to you. Okay, so that's pretty damn awesome right there. He just described the formula of the tetragrammaton. Ooh, Kelvin asks the question, what is masturbation and the effect of it to people? Well, easy, man. Just think about what we just said. Any serious intent energy thrown at a person, they definitely feel it. In some way, shape, or form, that energy manifests in their life in some way, shape, or form. Swayze says, amen, because while you're overstanding and etc., you still have not fully examined the foundation. I really try not to use the word overstand because I'm not even sure that's a real word, right? Understand is fine. It's fine. It's okay to say understand. But yeah, Kelvin, that's definitely a thing. There's definitely a whole not talked about spectrum of magic dealing with what you're saying there. But to go over what we just talked about here, Yod represents the hand, the active element, right? The initiation of it. Hey is the window, right? The first hey represents the window of imagination by getting an understanding of the concept that you're trying to manifest in your mind's eye. And if you're able to visualize it, you already possess that energy. You've already got a piece of it. The astral thread is connected. The valve is the nail that is in the connection in between an imagination and the manifestation physically, right? The last hey is not the vision of it in the mind, but the vision of it in the physical. It's the as above, so below. So in other words, the process is you're using the energy of God's hand at the same time that you're using the energy of your hand, and you're imagining, you're visualizing this thing, and you're using your desire as the nail, as the connecting force. You're doing your action combined with your visualization, and you're powering it with your desire, and you're transforming a mental image to a physical image. You're creating an idea, a concept, an imagination into an actual event. Stray Panther, peace, greetings, greetings. Wanda Wisdom says, your life force being overused like that, it's taxing, no? Weakens the body. Masturbation may not be healthy. It may not be. It may be. But, you know, there's no one size fits all set of rules for everyone. The mind is all the universe is mental. That's what the Kabbalion says. So if you're able to use your mind in such a way that most all things benefit you, then there are no limits to what you can use. Wanda Wisdom says, qualify real words. Dr. Yafa Bey's videos, Piercing the Fog, she really gets into the etymology and spells of words. They, Oliver Stone's doc on America, where he quoted from 1984 cities, they stole all the words and then stole all the meanings. Yeah. Words and meanings are what this whole reality is based on. And we talked about that on the last video. Bunny Queen says, gang, gang, glad you all made it. Me too. Me too. This was like extremely random, Bunny Queen. Like you sent me this book and now we're back here. And I'm just astounded that at this point we have more people live than we had 12 hours ago. That's crazy. Kelvin asks, can it damage your brain? I mean, you know, the water you drink can damage your brain if you drink too much of it. The foods that you eat, the air that you breathe outside, anything can damage your brain. I don't think that's really too much of a thing to worry about. But, you know, do what thou wilt. Do what you want. So as he says, you can mastermind without wasting your energy. Indeed. There's also research on that. DRWI says, happy now. Hey, you made it to the real one this time. Wanda Wisdom says, pardon, respond here and like to Twitter-like responses as you speak, a spark. I text per the one above. All right, let's get back to it because we're almost done with this part. Summary of the preceding section. All right, now we're going to sum it all up. So then, it now seems in retrospect a good idea to sum up the preceding material. That the reason d'etre for this book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, was to put us in touch with the astral light and not actually so much as to allow the inner you to go to the other planes to explore and learn. The light and its seeing by your near physical inner sight now seems to be of great importance to me. But at first, then, not knowing about the light, I was not so impressed. At first, I was much more impressed by the prospect of leaving the body and going out and exploring the, what shall we call it, innerverse, as I said and repeat to make the idea clear. The light was described, its first cognizance was described, and the conjecture was made that the light was associated with the demiurge and might, in fact, be the lower inner plane physical actual demiurge itself, as it now appears to be. So yeah, that connects the dot to what he was saying earlier about him having his astral projections, and he continually would see this white light, which he eventually come to discover was the demiurge itself. And we talk about the word Yahweh, who is the demiurge, and how it starts with this internal imagery, right? And the desire for that imagery and the resulting manifestation of that imagery. So the process of creative visualization is the demiurge. That's why the demiurge is called the architect, the creator of this world, the constructor of this world, God, devil. So all these people running away from this demiurge boogeyman. Look at this, man. That's what I'm telling you. There's no place in higher understanding for fear. There's no place for fear. And there's no place for an enemy, right? Because the only things you're dealing with are energies and how you respond to them. So please, if you watch my channel, stop being scared of anything, especially the demiurge, especially demons and all that good shit. You might watch somebody else's channel. They might tell you that the demiurge is the devil. We got to fight the demiurge. We got to do this, that, and the third. Let's look at the actual research of the thing, okay? The original documents that talked about the demiurge did not speak of it as this evil being. It spoke of it as the creative force. Somebody came along down the line talking about the demiurge was the bad guy. So that just goes to show you were just following what someone has said instead of doing your research. All right. I am going to take a bathroom break because it has been, what? I don't know, quite a long time. Yeah, we got 67 people on right now. Yeah, I've been streaming for 2 hours. So let me go take a pee-pee and we'll be right back. For those of you following along in the PDF, which you can download in the description, we're on page 33. Wow, what a number, right? All my people who have been seeing 33 repeatedly, please post 33 in the chat. But yeah, I'm gonna go and use the bathroom. Maybe get some more of my sea moss ginger tea, because Dr. Sebi said sea moss will make me immortal or invincible. But yeah, I'll be back. No, I'm not gonna take a shit. I'm gonna go piss for real. Wow, it's 3:33 and we're on page 33. Look at that shit, man. I can't make this up. You can't make this up. This is wild. And like before, I was on page 90. What was it? 97, and you were on page 79 on the PDF. Yeah, I love it. Money Queen says, seems like once you realize, even though you know you are an individual, you still know you are one with the force or tree of life, and you can manipulate it through this understanding as an occultist. Bingo. Zola Lewis, so is the demiurge for us or against us? Why does it have to be a side to choose, right? Is electricity for you or against you? Is fire for you or against you? Is the weather for you or against you? Is Nike for you or against you? Are unicorns for you or against you? Is Travis Mages for you or against you? It's just force and form. You put a definition on it. You also don't have to put a definition on it. Just let it be. Just let it be. So to answer your question, is the demiurge for us or against us? The demiurge is, and at the same time is not. That's how you got to look at these occult concepts. You don't have to pick sides. When you start picking sides, you start creating illusions, because you're putting a value judgment on it. A value judgment is your opinion that is only associated with your body. When you die and you lose your body, you're not going to have your opinions anymore. It's not going to be this thing is good or evil or against me or for me. You're not your body. You're the energy that is animating this body, that is operating this body, but you're not your body. Good and evil only exist for the body. It doesn't exist for spirit. So if you believe in good or evil, you're associating your identity with your body and only your body. Yeah. Swayze says no enemy, only energy. Exactly. If you don't see that yet, just do a little bit of meditation. The deeper you go, the more you'll find out that there's only oneness. There can only be one. All right, so yeah, I gotta pee. Paradox. Yeah, paradox, but also, like I said in a few videos I made back, you gotta read in between the lines. It's not one extreme or the other. It's in between. It's bouncing back and forth, right? Just like coming down this tree of life, it's not the pillar of mercy or the pillar of severity. It's the middle pillar. That 777 is the spiral of DNA. It's the lightning zigzag. You're hitting both. You're not just coming down this way or down that way, both. So yes, it is a walking paradox, as Tyler the Creator says. You're flowing in between both. I'm flowing straight from the survival scrolls. I come in the name of Jesus by the power of the Holy Spirit. Y'all should check out Reverend X. That guy's amazing. Kaido AMV says, what do you think will happen after death, Travis? You're going to continue on in a different form. You're probably not even going to remember any of this. Or if you were extremely attracted, you're probably going to come right back to try it again. Reverend Ike said there are no enemies, only franchises that we have licensed and can revoke anytime to get our power back. I can go with that. Espacho, aka Tyler. Bunny Queen says, I'm going to roll one while we are on break. Yeah, I usually hear that about this time. My Xbox buddies have to take a break to roll one. And I'm just sitting there like, all right, I guess I'll go make some tea. Q Billings, you were really holding it. That's a long outro. Oh, right. Let me go. BRB. I am for real.
It's 4 o'clock.
Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come. I was singing that song and the girl upstairs thought I was talking about her. And she's like, no, I'm leaving right now. I'm like, okay. Funny. Oh, funny. So let's see what we got here. I really wasn't singing about her, but oh well. No accidents. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her. Y'all still here? Are y'all still here? I can hear you peeing. No way, dude. I was like 100 feet away. How y'all niggas liking the book so far? Good question. This for the baby's mamas, baby mama's mamas, baby mama's mama's mamas. Anyone ever look up Donald Trump's birth chart? I'm fucking smacked. Oh my god, I want to fall asleep at the coffee like, excuse me, my nigga, the fuck is sleep, right? Straight Panther says, hit the like button, y'all. Please do that. If you like it, don't like it if you don't like it, though. But how could you not like it? You know what I'm saying? I can see the person that disliked the last video after I said what I said seems to have unliked it, so I'm glad he came to his senses. KP says, anybody trying to turn 250 into 1,000? I guess. I can't unsee this cat, right? I can't unhear that song. Oh yeah, Donald Trump is a Gemini. So I guess he's probably feeling pretty damn good right now, or he's got something great in the works. Seeing as to how the rest of us Gemini are working on something big. Is that right? Who all is a Gemini in here? And if you are you working on something big right now? I know we got at least one. No, we got at least one. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Somebody come get her. Oh, sweet. This incense has a double pack in here. Look at that. I have been blessed. It's got the regular, and whatever the fuck this is. Free sample. Look at that. I done manifested a free sample. Oh, yeah. I'll light that later. I want that nog chopper smell going on. Oh, yeah. So we got Swayze Gemini. We got Raymond Gemini. Yeah, see, I know y'all working on something. Bunny Queen, what incense you lighting? The incense from the Indian store. Zola says not only the Gemini's got something cooking. For sure. Kelvin says, what do you like about Africa? Swayze says abundance. I agree with that. I don't think I like any country. I think it's, it is what it is. I try not to waste, in my opinion, I try not to waste too much affection or disaffection toward anything. Like, why would I like a country, especially a country I haven't been to? Why would I dislike a country, Why would I dislike anything? Ain't got shit to do with me. Oh yeah, my bad.
My automatic smartass was on. I wasn't trying to be a smartass. It's the Nog Champa, you know, the basic. Regular Nog Champa. Let's get it started. Yoga fire. Yoga flame. Ganon steps back. All right, John, reel it in. Reel it in. People are watching. All right. Let's see. This is for OPHIEL. Light one for OPHIEL. Flex Washington says, I want to go to Japan and eat teriyaki with the rice hat on. That sounds like a fun experience, man. That make for some good photos, right? I bet that rice is like super awesome. It probably tastes plain, but like really good plain. Loving white and black copal lately. Good for burning and ancestor rituals. Yeah, I got to get some copal resin. I haven't tried that yet. Gonna smell like a hippie in there. Yeah. Flex Washington, are you in the Facebook group or do I only talk to you on YouTube? Unicorn lighter. It's going back on the unicorn altar so I don't forget. Got to keep my energy correspondences in order. Swayze says, I want a genuine Kobe steak. Hell yeah. Especially now, right? Flex Washington, the Facebook group is, you guessed it, the Magus Society. Bitch, you guessed it. Woo! All right, let's get on with it. Put this instance down. You guessed it. Or as the Koreans would say, Ejima. Another knowledge section. In this section, I will introduce more knowledge about the concept of the Demiurge and try to give some background material on it. I'm not a scholar, nor an authority on these ancient things, just an ordinary person trying to find out more as to what it is about and to pass it on. The simplest idea of the Demiurge. Demi equals half. Urgios means worker or God, half God, working God, as was in the statement from some old manuscripts to the effect that the main God was not physical, nor had any physical elements in it. Therefore, it could not deal with the or a physical plane world at all. Therefore, as it apparently wanted to create a physical world, it had to do that creation through an agency or an agent. We think about the Matrix and Agent Smith, right? An agent which partook of the nature both of non-physical being and of a physical being, thus a half-god or demiurge. So basically what it's saying here is that the creator God is simply an intent, simply an essence of creation. So in order to actually make physical change, there had to be another entity created to serve as the thing to actually create. And that's the demiurge. Demi means half, urge means worker, it also means God. So the half God was created in order to be the actual hand of God, right? The one to actually make things move around. Bruce Lee said, knowing is not enough, you must apply. Yeah, I'm a Capricorn. How do you use this information? Says Victor Perry. Yes, there must be study and practice. You learn it and you got to put it to work. Swayze says, wow, so I can get the Mamba mentality by offering and eating a Kobe steak? Yeah, but actually getting the steak is the hard part. Number one, it's super expensive. Number two, you're going to have to fly over there and find a restaurant. Number three, it's panic season, so good luck with that. You can't eat with your Corona mask on. Some people wash their gloves instead of getting a new pair. Ain't that crazy? But yeah, we're on page 33. I'm a Baphomet. I mean Capricorn too, says Flex. Okay, yeah, let's get back to it. These ideas were called Gnostic, which means one who knows. And what was known, the knowledge, as the knowledge above, was called Sophia, which means wisdom, greatly simplified. In the ancient books, this knowledge was supposed to liberate the person, but nothing was written down as to what the person was supposed to be liberated from, nor was anything written down as to exactly how the liberation was to be achieved. There is much glib parlance these days about something called born again. Some Bible thumpers are using those words in connection with conversions. There's no connection whatsoever. Wow, think about that. Back in the Christian days, everyone was going through this hype about being born again. Are you a born again Christian? But what did that mean? Like, did anyone ever know what that meant? Like, does that mean you act like a Christian now? Is that what being born again meant? Like, we all felt like we were born again because, we ate the communion and we did the baptism, but there was no change. You know what I'm saying? Like, no deep change, man. Humans are so weird. I'm a born again Christian. Right. Well, what does that mean? It means I dedicate my life to Christ. Well, what does that mean, though? Like, what are you actually doing? No one explained that shit. Yeah. Bunny Queen says, humans are really fucking weird, bro. Don't get me started. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. And they're everywhere doing human things. Like, it's so weird. Josiah, I completely understood what you said. I always assumed it meant they strayed and then come back. I'm pretty sure that's what you meant. But yeah, this book compares the Demiurge to the agent of God, the hand of God, God's right hand man, if you will. I like the word agent and how the Matrix was based off of Gnostic concepts. So that's pretty interesting here that we talk about the agent. Anyways, let's continue. We talked about Sophia. We talked about the liberation. What are we being liberated from? And we talked about born again Christians. A real born again person will be what you are after you learn and use occult knowledge so that you can begin to run or manage your physical environment so that you are not hurt by it, but can manage to govern increasingly your environment so that you are a director of your own physical life. So yeah, that's actually being born again. What we're out here doing when we're doing the work, that's born again. Instead of your life throwing you to and from and you constantly finding yourself in these crazy predicaments that you can't explain, being born again means you're able to take this knowledge and apply it to your life in such a way that you begin to gain more and more control over yourself. So you stop falling into these traps. Flex Washington says they worship Lord Frieza Christ. Well, that sounds interesting. I always liked Frieza. Wanda Wisdom says, likened to a religious reset, the born again Christian. Bunny Queen says, like, wash your hands, turn into wear the same pair of gloves till lockdown is over. Ugh, man. I don't even want to get started on that. So Izzy asks, Trav, have you ever preached? You got a nice velvety hoopin' voice. Thank you. I guess that's kind of what I do, maybe. I don't know. Have I ever preached in front of a church? No. Will I? Definitely. See, if I was thinking ahead, I would have done this, what I'm doing, under the guise of Christianity. I think I would have helped a lot more people that way. But everything happens the way it's supposed to, so I ain't sweating it. Kiwanis, the origin Danua. How do you type that? Like, how long does it take you to type that way? That's so interesting. Espacho says, don't you have to die in a sense to be born again? Yeah, you're supposed to die to being an animal human and letting life throw you around to and fro. You got to die to your ignorance. You got to release the humanity, right? I don't do a lot of the stuff that I used to do because that person has died. You know, I don't get emotionally upset. I don't go chasing girls around. I don't drink because I'm sad. I don't respond to life like an animal. That animal died and the new spiritual person took over. So yeah, you do have to die in a sense, Espacho. Kiwanis asks, Travis777, is this experience of 3D life, like so-called heaven and hell, positive and negativity, so above, so below, a dual experience? I guess it's what you make it. I don't know. Guess I'm rambling thoughts. Maybe. Why do we always have to judge everything? Why does everything have to be something? You know? Who says you're rambling? Right? If you're thinking it, it must be serious to you. So I wouldn't judge it negatively. But, you know, positive and negative, these are judgments. You don't have to do that. Just observe reality as it is, because that's reality. It is what it is. Everything is everything. It is what it is. Doesn't have to be evil or good or positive or negative or heaven or hell. It just is what it is. Just let it be. Observe it as it is and move on. You know, if you're worried about they're going to force implants on you, they're going to force vaccinations and all this shit, it is what it is. They're either going to do it or they're not going to do it. You calibrate from where you are. What's good, young Dagger Dick? Greetings. Broly over Frieza. I mean, maybe when it comes to strength, but when it comes to personality and character, I think Frieza's pretty interesting and funny. Yeah, Majin Buu was pretty badass also. Glory. Did someone say dick? All right, so we're gonna have to talk about vagina soon because we don't mention everything else. Titty. All right, let's continue. Let's continue because somehow this always turns into sex. Where we at? Born again. Yeah, so really becoming born again is being able to manage your life based on the knowledge that you receive from this occult stuff. There are two kinds of liberation. One kind of liberation is the knowledge wisdom that enlightens mankind and womankind, of course, so that they know what they are into and suggests some operations to correct the situation and return to a freer state of existence and progress therefrom. Please note that paths of liberations can vary for different points of personalities, as we are not all in the same state of development. The other kind of liberation would consist not of escape from the veil of tears place, but would consist of a method of control over this physical plane so that this plane can be a source of niceness instead of a drag. Last night or 2 nights ago when we were reading The Art of War, it talks about how the real thing is not to hope, wish, and pray that this thing doesn't happen, but to be prepared for it when it is going to happen, right? To be prepared for anything so that when it happens, you're able to move, not wishful thinking that it's not going to happen to you. So I think that's kind of what they're referring to as well here. It's not escape from the veil of tears, but it's a method of control over the physical plane so that this plane can be a source of niceness instead of drag. Whichever kind of liberation you want is, of course, what you choose as necessary for your own present state of development. I had occasion to read and study a book about God called Mithra. Mithra was the name of a god and a religion which was followed by Roman soldiers all over the then known world. I have read of temples of Mithra, found in what is now Bulgaria, and also in Britain, which shows the widespread reach of this soldier's religion. The temples of Mithra were not used for worship, but only for baptizing new converts into the religion. The baptizing consisted of a neophyte walking under a platform made of slats, with spaces between the slats. On the top of the platform, a bull was killed, and the blood flowed through the slats down on the neophyte, and thus consecrated him to membership into the religion of Mithra. This has some similarity to the blood of Christ business. And if you don't know, Mithra was one of the 13 crucified saviors before Christ. Or at least the legend of Mithra, you know. Swayze says, I say to the 69 anal angels, right? Kelvin asks, can I ask a question? Is discipline key? I don't know. Is water wet? Tina Q says, watch the Netflix movie called The Girl with All the Gifts. The title sounds tempting, but I'm not sure. Mario79 asks, hey Travis, do you really do evocation without any protection circle or shield, as I heard in previous video? Just curious, bro. Well, what kind of person would I be if I were to say something, and especially suggest you to do it, and I've never done it before? That's pretty shitty. I wouldn't listen to anyone who suggests to do something that they've never done or tried before. Okay, let's get back. From what information I've been able to put together about the Mithril religion, it occurs to me that Mithra could be another idea conception of the Demiurge. What sculptures and temple drawings I have seen show Mithra talking to other gods, such as Apollo, Zeus, Mercury, etc. If I had not been so engaged in another study of the Demiurge idea and its nature in this physical cosmos, I would not have grasped any physical idea that Mithra might have been another or different embodiment of the idea of a half-god intermediary between the physical plane and the non-physical plane. Okay. So we're talking about an entity here, the Demiurge, kind of like the word demigod, right? The demigods are half human, half god. So it might be that the Demiurge is like this entity that's half cosmic and half terrestrial, right? The intermediary between God and man, kind of like Christ was. Yeah, crossroads, a translator, exactly. And like I said, Mithra was one of the crucified saviors, just like Christ. So it could also be that Christ is a demiurge, right? The Son of God. Interesting. Let's keep going. The continued history story of Mithra and the official reports of the discoveries about him does not contain anything. Deja vu. Again. I can find about the intermediary role, but may I suggest two solutions to this lapse? The intermediary role was a very well kept secret, a secret that was also helped along by the fact that the whole inner plane setup was obscure and undefined in general in those days, even with the priests and most of the ... I'll explain the operation in several different ways and then try to give some reasons for the different ways. If I don't cover all the ways or reasons in this book, I will continue in other books because the to be described operation hinges upon a lot of vital occult rules. Or laws, and its application throws a great deal of light upon general occult magic power workings. In fact, I could say this operation is the center of correct occult magic workings, and its understanding can and will advance you as well. The operation I refer to is called, mildly and unobtrusively, binding. Simply binding. In the last book, we talked about the law of binding, right? I realize now I could almost write a book on the subject and not reach an end to its ramifications. Followers of Mithra were Roman soldiers. All they knew was that the rites of Mithra worked, and they worked for the empirical reasons I have given elsewhere in this book. Introduction. What? Important information to be read and understood before you start the use of the methods given in this book, and also before you go further. Use the methods given in the book on getting material things through creative visualization. Yes, we just covered that. A greatly unknown and greatly misunderstood occult operation is herewith being brought to your attention. I did bring this operation to your attention in connection with creative visualization in my book of that name, but I didn't emphasize it much because I myself then did not know the full significance of the to be described following operation. So vast are the connections. Everything happens for a reason. We just read that book, and now he's about to go into more detail with one of the techniques, the law of binding, right? Yeah, that was chapter number 5, the law of binding. Let's get into it. Here goes, and please, for your own sake, attend. For some ungodly reason, this solid physical universe is not solid. I do not, at this writing, know the deeper reasons for this non-real solid, but I am searching, and always as soon as I have a clue, I will give. The physical universe is the creation of cosmic inner plane forces. Okay, that is swell, if that were all. These forces are not stable in a material sense. 1, forces ebb and flow, back and forth, to and fro, up and down, inside and out. 2. These forces consist of two parts, a hot electric part and a cold magnetic part. 3. And these forces go back and forth between these two parts all the time. Okay, so we're dealing with forces that ebb and flow, to and fro, back and forth, and one part of it is electric, and one part of it is magnetic. And yeah, so this is definitely getting into what he was talking about in the chapter about the law of binding. Talked about how every force, energy, or spirit that you deal with has a positive and a negative side, right? A demon of sickness can cause sickness or it can heal sickness. Let's keep going. You can see this operation in nature all the time. Night follows day. The moon goes from new to full and back again. The tides flow in and out. The seasons follow each other in turn, and so on and so on. Nothing is permanent but change. In the book, The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization, I gave directions to bind your visual creations so that a limit was put on each visualization, so that the visualization, having been attained, would not reverse itself according to the laws of ebb and flow and leave about as fast as it came into being at first. All Christian prayers are closed with an Amen, which is a form of binding. What wise man set that up? Whoa. If y'all remember the law of binding from the last book, say something in the comments about it. Just so I can know if I have to go back into it or not. In the year 1972, I gave some attention to Christian Science again after having dabbled in it about 1925, but leaving it as I could make no understanding of a technique out of it, partly because I was also too young to have any understanding capacity plus experience. While I had some experience in Christian Science, I was no better off than I was in my grade school days when I was the bane of mediocre teachers because of my inability to learn anything except in one manner, almost my manner alone. I had to basic understand and could not learn by rote, or as parrots learn. My interest in Christian Science was revived when a book called Miss Eddy by Deccan came into my reading possession. An entirely different picture of Miss Eddy was shown to me other than the sugary biography by Sybil Wilbur, which I never really felt comfortable reading. Mesmer did speak of a magnetic fluid. I have known for a long time that the astral light can flow like water. The fluid is what you think it is. It does what you tell it. It does what you want it to do. You evidently must have a complete confidence and feeling in the fluid's ability to do what you tell it to do. If you think the fluid can't or won't, it will follow your strongest direction or feeling. This is crucial. This is key. Your power will or will not do whatever the hell you tell it. This is why you got to have confidence. This is why you have to be fearless, right? This you got to take it seriously. The fluid flows into the body from outside the physical cosmos and enters the body through the chakras, which act as step-down transformers or charges or rectifiers, as you will. Yo, this is all explained in Dharana Darshan also. I'm like super tempted to grab that book right now and read that part. Bear with me, guys. Because like I'm starting to connect some dots here with different things. And this is pretty awesome. Yeah. No, I'm not going to do that. We'll save that for another time. But this book right here, holy shit. Super, super important. All right, let's get back to it. Yeah, I'm glad that you're picking up on that also, Bunny Queen. She says, seems like he wrote this book kind of like Inception in layers so that each chapter is a new beginning and an informative cycle, maybe. Yes, I'm picking up on that also, like how he's talking about how he has to repeat himself, but is trying to figure out a way to not do it obnoxiously. And I think you just mentioned perfectly how it's done. Yeah, like what we did in the last video, like you kind of have to go through the process of being hustled to understand how to hustle. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to go through the process of being played to understand how to play the game. So it's almost as if he's showing you how the cycles operate in his style of writing. That's why I love OPHIEL so much. Pretty freaking awesome. Josiah Barton says, reminds me of Franz Barton. Exactly. He does a similar thing with his teaching. He's very thorough with his books. And who knows, if we've got the discipline, we might even tackle Initiation to Hermetics. That's one of them books that once you get it, you get it. Swayze says, I've studied the New Thought movement thoroughly. It has helped me more than any religion. That plus magic. I highly recommend the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary by Charles Fillmore. Yes, absolutely. A lot of this stuff is New Thought. And a lot of this New Thought comes from the Indian tradition. Flex Washington says, failed a class in high school because the teacher sucked to me, and the next year she personally requested to have me again. Oh, shit. I almost failed again, and I had to take the class by myself and ended up passing. Wow. Victor Perry says, did you know Ophia was a Capricorn? I think first I need to know who Ophia is. OPHIEL. Yes, I did know that OPHIEL was a Capricorn. Yes, I did. All right. Where we at? Yeah. Amen is a form of binding at the end of the prayer. In the year 1970, I gave some attention to Christian Science again, after having dabbled in it about 1925, but leaving it, as I can make no understanding of a technique out of it, partly because I was also too young to have any understanding capacity plus experience. Okay, I think we read that. Miss Eddie, magnetic fluid does what you tell it to do, right? So it said you evidently must have a complete confidence, maintain your frame and feeling in the fluid's ability to do what you tell it to do. If you think the fluid can't or won't, it will follow your strongest direction or feeling. The fluid flows into the body from outside the physical cosmos and enters the body through the chakras, which act as step-down transformers or charges and rectifiers, if you will. Dharana Darshan does talk about this, also about how this energy is converted and stepped down through your chakra system, right? The energy, it's almost like how you've got your oven or your stove or your washing machine or dryer. The outlet takes a much more powerful electricity, but it has to be converted and stepped down. Likewise, this energy is very hardcore, and it has to be stepped down through each chakra, right? It gets a little bit more diluted each chakra point it hits, from the crown to the third eye to the throat chakra to the heart chakra to the stomach to the genitals to the root chakra. The astral light fluid is a life substance vehicle and should be easily directed by you. The astral light is akasha. So that's what akasha is. Until your directions give it form and purpose. So this astral light is flowing into you from your crown chakra. Now, if you've got your kundalini awakened, the flow is going up and down. It's circulating, right? The flow is giving and taking. You're now a conduit. You're now a conduit for the divine. But that pure energy, that pure light, has to be given form. It has to be given purpose. It has to be charged with intent. And this is how the magic works. To repeat again, as the idea is interesting and rather important, in the recent movie Star Wars, reference was made to something they called the Force. Actually, there is a thing called this thing as the Force idea. It does not work as well as demonstrated in the picture, but it is there. Many people who think, work, and write about the outer reaches of ideas have come across this Force existence, and which is most important, have each of them given the Force a different name. but it is the same thing. Please work to understand this, as it is the key to differences that are supposed to divide many different groups, different occult groups. Astrolite is the name I use, and also the name of prana. Miss Eddy used the name malicious animal magnetism, and she noted the adverse effects of this force, which does and becomes and acts the way you tell it to do, the way you tell it to act. Remember what I said elsewhere and repeat it again here. All actions are reversible. In point of fact, Miss Eddy did use the idea when she taught affirmations of truth, saying what you want it to be, but what you want is truth, or when things work out your way, it is truth working. I do not mean any negative ideas about Miss Eddy and her writings. I mention her because I once studied Christian Science, and it just occurs to me more often than any of the other metaphysical systems I studied. The things I mention about Christian Science are also true of unity and the others. It is all the same thing, but different names. Please learn the same idea, different names. Again, like I said at the beginning of this book, like, you don't want to get hung up on etymology or certain words. You want to kind of see through and see the meaning of the words that we're dealing with. Because if you're one of those people that get stuck on the word, technically it doesn't. If you're one of those people, you're missing the point. You're not going to get the deeper understanding. You got to learn how to flow through the English language. That's why it's not going to serve you too much to try to start arguments and debates with people, because oftentimes you're talking about the same idea, but one person has a different understanding of it. Seek to understand before seeking to be understood. Crucial, because ego can get into the way and then things get sloppy and nobody's learning anything. The preceding material so far given in this book has been a gathering together of a wide range of occult ordinary information, so that I can make clear to your mind the past significance of these occult conceptions and remember the meaning of the word nail in the Jehovah formula, nail down something actual and progressive working knowledge for you to get your working mind, hands into and onto, and then go ahead with your studies with confidence. It does seem at times that all I do is endlessly talk about and never get into the core of working knowledges, as I have accused so many occult teachers and writers of doing the same thing in past times, especially during the last quarter of the 1800s. But in this case, previous talk clears away much of the ignorant rubbish which surrounds the basic core more clearly and helpfully to our mental view grasp. So KP was asking earlier if you have to read the introductions, if the four notes were necessary. And I think he just summed it up here. What he was actually doing is slowly unraveling what you previously thought about a lot of these key words and redefining them for you gradually. The best way to do things is to do it without saying that you're doing it. That's awesome, Swayze. She says, I feel intense joy. The wine ran out over an hour ago. I felt this before, but have not yet learned how to maintain it or feel this at will. I'm savoring this moment. That's awesome. Awesome. Flex Washington says, and that itself is a cult, what the author did, right? Bunny Queen says, my dreams are going to be all fucked up when I eventually do go to sleep. Yeah, this may be one of those times where we both go to sleep at the same time. So, yeah, where are we at? As an example, among the endless things that were assumed to be true, in medieval ages was the canard, word means wooden duck decoy, that the earth was the center of the universe, and thus the sun revolved around the earth, and not the earth revolved around the sun, because Holy Writ said that Joshua got God to make the sun stand still one day, for to give Joshua more daylight time to win a battle. How you do that? It was not until mechanical science progress caught up with the world in the form of a workable telescope that any man, including the Pope, could see that the earth went around the sun, and not the sun went around the earth. Again, as it has always been an astounding source of amazement to me that the Roman Catholic Church hierarchy didn't go out of business then, when they were made such fools of by a simple science discovery. But ignorance won out again. Ignorance won. I suppose there was nowhere but the church to cling to. Ignorance will win when you're dealing with the masses, I'm telling you. Don't worry about saving the world. They're not ready to be saved. Only you. It's an individual journey. To skip ahead again, without the so-called proper preparation as required in literary circles, and also to shift the subject violently, which will infuriate the critics, it appears from a perusal look at 3,000 years plus of ordinary religious history that certain ideas about God came up, welled up in man's consciousness, and got themselves recorded scrapwise from millennium to millennium. These God ideas got themselves recorded, but no record was made as to how the ideas worked out in lives. To that end, we are entirely ignorant. What's good, Evo 7? Such records were never made because of the secrecy so prevalent among the practitioners of magical processes in those days. Another thing never recorded was that in those days, people were more primitive. That is, the objective mind was poorly educated in the sense that what education it had was taught wrong. Such things as that the world was flat, as stated, but the submind knew many things. Among these things was the fact that magic processes worked, and the subconsciousness of the people was constantly looking for evidence of this fact, and for formulas as to how to do it, how to work it. Hence the secrecy then. Nowadays, since nobody knows anything, it seems unnecessary. To get back to the main theme, contact and communication with God, whatever shape it takes. What use is it to have a God with whom you cannot communicate with and get results? A God to which we pray for needs and goodies, sometimes getting results and sometimes not getting results, sometimes not getting answers. Nothing in these writings is to be taken or construed as a mockery of others' prayers and their granting or non-grantings. All I mean here is an examination of God contacts, what these contacts are like and what is the truth about them. Is there a God contact method that works all the time? No one will ever know all about God, so we have to do all we can do to get what knowledge we can get and use that to the best of our ability. It does seem, as appears from studies of God, of the universe, and of physical matter, that the world apparently got here by a process which consisted of a progressive change from non-physical state of being to a physical state of being through successive steps downward to this physical state of being where we are locked in this shell of flesh by some non-easy breakable pattern. Again, apparently there is a way out, even while locked in the shell of flesh. All right, so all you people who are talking about, I ain't coming back to this dimension when I die, I ain't coming back. Well, let's talk about it. Apparently there is a way out, even while locked in the shell of flesh. A person can learn to project his center of consciousness into another body on another inner plane, and then look out and study the machinery of the universe, which is a word for Yesod, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows about that. And hopefully manipulate the plastic lines of earthbound forces so as to deflect the descending forces in his favor. Oh yeah, I think that is Yesod, because that's the next sphere right above Malkuth. And as we talked about the law of reversal in the Creative Visualizations book, the next sphere above, if we were to manipulate that, it were to filter down on how we affect the world here. Yep. Yesod is known as the vision of the machinery of the universe. Most def. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, here we go. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. So again, apparently there is a way out. Even while locked in the shell of flesh, a person can learn to project his center of consciousness to another body on another inner plane and then look out and to study the machinery of the universe and hopefully manipulate the plastic lines of earthbound forces so as to deflect descending forces in his favor. So in other words, the higher up you project your consciousness, and you use that presence in a higher plane to adjust the energy that's inevitably coming down the tree. So naturally, most of us operate from this point, right? Regular human shit. All this energy is coming down constantly, and we're being tossed to and fro by the vicissitudes of life, says T.D. Jakes. But if you're able to project your consciousness upward, right? This is the astral plane. This is Yesod, the machinery of the universe. You're able to do a little bit better in deflecting the energy as it comes down. Now imagine the higher up you go, right? Here's the Christ consciousness level. As the energy comes down, you're able to move things in your favor so it doesn't affect you as hard down here to the point that you're up here. And I mean, really, life is just pure balance. Okay, so I'm starting to see a little bit of the method of what he's talking about here. Can you give an example of projecting consciousness? Well, this would have to do with when you have your correspondences around you, right? So I've got these unicorns. Like I said, these unicorns mean a certain thing to me, right? So having these unicorns around me, the image, the sigil, it has a certain meaning of positivity, right? It induces a feeling of comfort. You were here for the creative visualization book and how it talked about the subconscious mind, is like the mediator, and you receive feelings from the divine, and those feelings are translated into words and into thoughts, and you can reverse that flow. So by seeing this symbol, when I see it, I'm communicating to my subconscious mind a certain feeling of balance, of peace, of wholeness, of prosperity, of abundance. And so that feeling is translated to my subconscious mind. So it manifests in my physical realm as those things. Bunny Queen says, like when kids carry around a bear for comfort. Exactly. A symbol that brings them peace. Exactly. Things that keep you in that feeling, right? Because as we talked about in the previous book, keeping yourself in that feeling will help to generate more experiences to help to back that up, basically. The yellow heart is coming through your screen. Interesting. I don't know how that's happening. All right, so yeah, let's continue. To escape then from this shell of matter means that we have to go back up, as I said before, the same way we came down. But is this what we really want now? Isn't what we really want now is to control this shell sphere of matter, to control the physical plane? The whole damn physical plane is set up. The whole damn physical plane setup is one damn mess no matter how you look at it. However, on taking a second look and a little more meditation on this world, it occurs to me that there may be a kind of miserable goodness to this binding down here. I do persist in thinking of here being down here. All my life, though, other than this down here, has been presented as all other kinds of freedom being up there, above the kingdom of the skies, as it calls in the Bible. It should be, and I and you, I am sure, have heard of this plane as a testing place or a refining process, a process which, due to the pressures involved, is supposed to make us come to our senses, our true senses, when in realize what? As there seems to be nothing else to do but accumulate knowledge, which is supposed to turn into wisdom, meaning submitting it to the pressures of this physical plane, until we accumulate enough wisdom to escape from this veil of tears, etc. There is some kind of first cause God, to say nothing of a working system of contact with God. A system that works is like trying to stuff a pound of butter down a wild cat's throat with a red-hot owl. Not happening. In the first place, you have a Bible that purports to tell of the creation of this world, and the sun and the moon and the stars and a whole universe clear out to the end of unending space where light reaches us today. was on the way here for untold billions of years, and all this done in 6 days by a God. This, I say, is in a book called the Bible, in and which millions of humans believe in. And on account of this Bible, millions of other humans were killed because they did not believe in it. Then, another thing called science shows more and more every day that this world and the sun and the moon and the universe are really billions of years older than 6,000 years. And so, where does this leave the Bible's 6,000 year thumpers? High and dry, without a paddle. Worse, and worst of all, is a queer story that in this 6-day deal, there occurred an episode involving a couple of inexperienced ignorants who committed a trivial and diminutive offense, were subjected to a punishment far transcending the seriousness of the offense. Not only that, all their descendants were likewise condemned. You ever stop and think about that? Adam and Eve being innocent and, how did OPHIEL put it here? They were inexperienced and they were ignorant, right? So they committed a trivial crime and they have been punished for all eternity. Does that sound fair? Like, is that fair? That's like having your baby and telling him not to touch a certain toy and he touches it, and you punish him and his bloodline for eternity. That sucks. That sucks. But anyways, let's continue. And millions of people believe in this. Millions of people believe in this as the love of divine God. That's wild, man. Like, can you even fathom doing something like that? The more I look at it, the more the whole damn thing reads like a go bye-bye goofy dream. For one thing, like all dreams, the mess makes no sense whatsoever. Goofy. Here we were presented with, a couple of thousand years ago, a lot of basic bull. That, as time passes on and the scientific revelations increase, the basic bull is seen finally by all to be a fallacious, and yet it dies a death fighting to the end. Just the other day, some damn fools around here exposed their diabetic child to a faith healer and declared the child healed. The child died. Now they expect the child to be resurrected from the dead in 4 to 5 days. Whoa. August 26, 1973, Los Angeles. I take it he did not come back from the dead. There's something queer going on within this dream. We will probably never unravel this dream, so all we can do is to do what we can do and work from there. Please keep this dream idea in the back of your mind at all times. Now, what can we do? We can do what works. A list of books was reviewed for you, listed this time by subject. Number 1, astral projection. Astral projection to enable you to gain entrance into the inner planes. The basic idea of which was to enable you to see the yellow astral light, which is the Demiurges, and which hopefully will be explained more fully later. Number 2, creative visualization. And this is methods of influencing Demiurge, right? So first we deal with astral projection to see the Demiurge and to see with our mind's eye the realm of creation on the astral plane. Number 2 is creative visualization, so we can influence that plane. Number 3, description of various occult types of occult forces and such. And that was the art and practice of Kabbalah magic. So that's book number 3 in OPHIEL's method here. Number 4, Oracle of Fortuna, a way of further using the symbols to throw light on questions of your life. Number 5, clairvoyance, shows you how to develop your latent powers of perception. Number 6, talismans, shows you how to make helpers to bring you through life. So that sounds a lot like servitors. Number 7, Kabbalah magic. Oh, okay. So that's Kabbalah magic. More on magic as related to the Kabbalah system. Okay, so number 3 was the art and practice of the occult. Gotcha. The subjects treated in these books do work. So in working, they give the lie to all the speculations about the Bible stuff and the science stuff. What boosts it if neither are correct? exactly as long as you have some processes that do work. And in so working, you can get control over the dream of this life, or whatever it is, and begin to fix the dream so it doesn't hurt you anymore. So be it. And that is a hell of a lot more than you can expect from any of today's churches or endure from any religion I know about, Occidental or Oriental. If you scared, go to church. Don't gotta click, then recruit. You weak troop, lost battalion in the midst. On your name, I shit. Take it like a man, you little. All right, 7th section. Y'all all right? How y'all doing? Oh man, Bunny Queen says, look at that. And we got all the books. About to be C. Freeman L this week. Gang, gang. I say, I want to give a special shout out to Bunny Queen. You found and provided me with a folder for all the PDFs listed that he just mentioned. All of them. So if y'all really wanted to, we can do an OPHIEL marathon and cover all these books. Like, I'm totally down for it because OPHIEL is one of my favorite authors, and it's a really cool experience to read all of these books back to back like this. Like, it just sheds so much light on the different things. Like, as you're seeing here, he's talking about some of the techniques that we just talked about in the previous video. Like, if you want access to all these PDFs, if you can't find them on Google, we'll set it up in the Magus Society as usual, so you can have access to these PDFs. I mean, this is amazing information. And like I said last time, I'm very positive that he would want this information shared. He doesn't, he's not even alive at this point in time, so he does not care about the money. And as we've seen earlier, it's not about the money. He's already got money. OPHIEL came through, right? Like, I don't really want to spoil all the details, but yeah, he connected with us as far as the whole Bobby Hemmett thing and peach soda and whatnot. Peach. Peach, peach, peach. The spirit of OPHIEL is here with us. Let me get some peaches in the chat, because that's going to be OPHIEL's sigil for now, at least. So we need that, right? Healing, dealing with this little virus shenanigan here. Yeah, he's certainly trying to make sure we get it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is cool. Yes, yes. All right. 7th section. Wow, how far are we? How much we got to go? Oh my goodness. Page 40. Page 40. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a strip. Oh, hey, we don't start something we can't finish, so let's keep it moving. Zola Lewis says, I have 2 peach trees. Use the peach to get into contact with OPHIEL if you want to. Throughout his books, he talks about, please contact me if you need help. Please contact me if you need clarification. Please contact me. Please contact me. Use the peach to get through to OPHIEL if that's what you want to do. All right, give it a try. Give it a shout out. Don't take my word for it. Like he says himself, test it and try it. All you need is a sigil or some type of icon to focus your energy on. If you want to get in touch with OPHIEL, trust me, use the peach. Was he a Georgia native? No, he's actually a California native. But the peach is extremely close to his entire existence. If you do a little bit of study on this fellow, you will understand why. But I don't want to give the secret out. Not that easy. I want you to try it and see. He might even tell you. Bunny Queen says, I'm going to drink peach tea tomorrow. Yeah, most def. Bobby Hemmett healed himself with peach soda. I'm going to be drinking my sea moss tea because Dr. Sebi said. 7th section. Up to now, you have had a great deal of ordinary knowledge given to you about the relative probable facts of the existence of something called the Demiurge, a sort of secondary kind of God, and some of its functions were described. But of these, we have said very little so far. We will now try to present more ideas as to its nature, and of what its nature consists of, and what we might reasonably expect from knowledge and contact with it. Let me just say right quick, I want to thank you all who are still riding with me in this chat. It's been 3 hours, and some of y'all were here earlier for that 6-hour build. So we're going on 9 hours. You heard that, 9, Bunny Queen. You know that number, 369. We're going on 9 hours. So I want to thank all 55 of y'all who are still rolling with us. You guys are incredible. This is nuts. This is crazy. It's 4:40 a.m. where I'm at. I have been reading audiobooks for 12 hours, and y'all have been here with me doing this. This is wild, and I'm not sleepy at all. Yeah. Amazing. All right, let's continue. You already know the location and position of the Demiurge, that it stands between the first cause, God, and material man. The non-material first cause, God, and the material man. You have been told that according to its position place, the Demiurge acts as an intermediary between the first cause, God, and physical man. You were told that the Demiurge's being consists of the spiritual, elemental air movement ability, non-physical substance, and the material substance. Hence its name, the half-God. Demi means half. Just means worker or God. So he's in between air and also physical substance. The principalities and powers of the air, I think the Bible talks about. The rulers of this world, the principalities of the air. Oh, goodness. Espacio says it's 4:40 p.m. where he is. Where are you where it's 4:40 p.m.? You're like literally on the other side of the world from me. Yeah, the princes and powers in high places. You were also given small side paragraphs on another ancient god named Mithra, and Mithra's possible connection to the Demiurge as the same go-between function. In the case of Mithra, I have found no information that showed any effects that the worship of Mithra had on their personal lives. If the followers of Mithra were experienced illumination or not, or what. If there were any resultant effects from the worship of Mithra, it never got recorded down that I can find so far. Until I can get to a huge library, like the Library of Congress, and do much research, I won't know. As far as I can ascertain now, no historian has made records of any details of the worship of Mithra, and indeed, he might not even recognize worship details. As I understood, the Mithra religion was very secretive, especially as the services in Mithra temples were only for baptizing new converts and not for worship services. After such a long time, it would be indeed difficult to reconstruct much information about the religion, as it could even be recognized as such. Marathon, Mara, Thoth. I like that. I like that, Wanda Wisdom. King David says, appreciate the breakdowns. I appreciate you riding with me. That's what's incredible to me. Y'all are here. Saturn's Guru says, this is too important to know thyself. What else is there? Very true. Know thyself is the only mission that has substance, really. Oh my goodness. Let's continue. And another point. Many historians and scholars work for colleges owned and operated by religious sects in the Bible-thumping Midwest Bible Belt state universities. For these men to come and publish prove such things as evidence of power and truth and illumination in ancient heathen and discredited religion, especially when their own Christian religions perform so futilely these days, would raise a howl that could be heard all the way to hell and back. Imagine that. The colleges and whatnot are operated and ran and controlled by Christians. So any type of power or result or proof that deals with anything that's outside of the Christian religion would not be reported, right? Because it's being run by Christians. That's wild, man. Bunny Queen says 10-minute break. You need a 10-minute break? How far do we have on this chapter? 45. Can you make it to page 45? Can you wait for a few more moments? I'll try to go without talking so much. We'll take a 10-minute break after we finish this section. How's that? Okay. All right. So as I said, if they did find anything favorable and sound in Mithra's worship, it wouldn't have much chance to get published anyhow. But you can deduce that some effects must have taken place, or Mithra would never have happened. A great deal of occult knowledge has been recovered by OPHIEL from all sources, enough so that you can proceed to use the knowledge and get results. Many students are using this knowledge better than OPHIEL's using it. Some of you have more time to practice. OPHIEL has been keeping on working with continually new material. To continue with further ideas of the nature of the Demiurge, there are great mysteries here, but you, man, are connected in some way with the Demiurge. It seems, after careful meditation on this idea subject, that you, man, are sort of Demiurge yourself. Everything, all the evidence points that way, to something like this being true. But, as I said, there are many mysteries left unexplained. One mystery is man's apparent helplessness in the face of the facts of physical existence, and it drags on in our lives. Elsewhere in my books, I suggested that man created his own physical conditions and environments. But before that idea, I began to suspect that man created his own physical conditions and environments. And still before that, I began to suspect that man was more responsible for his actions, even in a mundane way, than the world thinks or usually thinks. What I mean is that when I was a child and in my teens, it was 100 years ago, this idea of man being responsible for some or all of his fate was unheard of. No, all conditions were in the workings of providence, and nothing a man ever did, good or bad within reason, changed his fate to any degree whatsoever. I'm going to repeat it again, in the hope of shocking you into realizing that the following may be the most momentous news you have ever heard. That man could be the Demiurge. 444. Yeah, I saw that. That man could be the Demiurge, right? 444. I do say here, now and again, in some mysterious way, there exists a tremendous mystery that must be solved and resolved before a full command can be taken of one's life. A command that all the above knowledge implies. Wow. Wanda Wisdom, did Kanye possibly read this tome too? His slavery was a choice. I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put it past that he read Mimetic Magic, that he read, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the stuff that we're getting into, because what he's doing now, it shows some very thoughtful decisions on his part. Same thing with Trump. Like all these Geminis right now, they know what they're doing. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them that are in their higher self. But I'm trying not to get too distracted because we want to take a break here soon. So man could be the Demiurge. Of course, it's ridiculous to state that physical man now is the Demiurge with all the powers of the Demiurge, when the obvious appearance is just the opposite. Man appears more like a helpless wretch than otherwise. But man does have certain definite powers. He can think. He can picture forms and things in his mind, create a visualization, and he can bring image events about to be. He can develop light seeing, clairvoyance. He can set up diagrams and symbols on paper, which symbols can anchor astral light forces so that they can work for him according to the directions. He can learn to transfer his center of consciousness to other planes, and once there, he can see the astral light, the Demiurge, in the form of a golden white light. And this light has a definite connection with the worker god, and probably is the worker god. And here is another great mystery on which we are working. In a sense, it could be said that the Demiurge is a sort of idiot god, or again, as I can say, is like a programmed computer. Back with the Matrix stuff, right? An agent, with which I have compared it several times. Note, study the next material closely and absorb it. Here we go. The Demiurge does nothing you would expect a good god to do automatically. It does not reward good deeds or works automatically. The Demiurge demands implicit and exact obedience on your part to all of its rules, if you can find out what exactly its rules are. Pay attention. At one time and place, it gives a commandment, thou shalt not kill. And in another place it says, go in and kill everyone, men and women and children and babies. This explains the curious fact that people have to pray to the Demiurge, only they don't know what they're praying to. They don't know what they're praying to. Check that out for a second. They don't know what they're praying to. Wild. This explains the curious fact that people have to pray to the Demiurge to tell it their needs and desires. You have to pray to God to tell it what you need and what you desire. Swayze, have you ever heard of Bruce Hack? He's got a song called Program Me. Interesting that you say that. A little heard of electronics artist from like the 70s. Anyways, these things you would think an omniscient God would know of in advance, and yet you can see that this is not true. So let's pause on that real quick. You have to pray to God to get what it is you want, yet this God is supposed to be all powerful and know everything. Yo. And check out what Flex Washington just said. They don't know what they're falling prey to, right? They don't know what they're praying to. They don't know what they're pray for. And this entity doesn't, you have to ask for what you want before. Oh man, this is wild. Like the things you don't think about, you know what I'm saying? People don't think, we just follow what everyone else is doing. It's wild when you really break it down, but here we go. Therefore, do not ever do the right thing and expect the Demiurge to reward you. How many of us in the past have done the right thing only to be kicked in the ass, right? You find $100 on the ground and you go take it to the lost and found, right? And that person you gave it to pockets the money when you know what I'm saying, that money was there for you to find. I've had many experiences like that. Got to distinguish between doing the right thing and understanding when you've been blessed. Therefore, do not ever do the right thing and expect the Demiurge to reward you, unless you program it to reward you in advance automatically. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I tell myself all the time that I'm in the right place, doing the right thing at the right time, that I should celebrate because I just had a victory, right? I always program myself continually with positive affirmations, always. Now follow a number of short knowledge notes about the Demiurge. Learn them. Further notes on the Demiurge. Just an idea for you to meditate on. See what you get out of it. The transmundane God, the formless one. When that Bible stuff was written, I suggest that they knew about the two gods, the transmundane formless God and the lower worker builder God. Who were they? Great mystery here. God, the gods, wanted to get out of formlessness. The gods wanted to get out of formlessness for a change, and so planned and created this whole thing for its own outing. Startling idea, isn't it? Let me see that again. Who were these formless gods? And they wanted to get out of formlessness for a change. And so they planned and created this whole thing for its own outing. Interesting. The entities created the matrix so that they could get into the matrix. But you give it some quiet thought. You do not have to solve all the mysteries of the universe at one time. If the above is anywhere near the truth, then we are all pieces of the transmundane God out here, and presumably working our way back up, gaining additional power and wisdom in so doing. More side notes. Have you ever noticed in life how occasionally a subtly expressed desire will unexpectedly come true, without a lot of praying and weeping and wailing? I suggest that in some subtle way, a channel to the Demiurge happened to be open, and the prayer desire thought got through instantly, and, let us use the new word, programmed. It programmed the Demiurge to work and create or bring the already created to you. Further note about the Demiurge. You must furnish a pattern for the Demiurge to follow, to build on, to arrange the physical plan on, to arrange to bring about the kind of result you want. Your ability to visualize is one of your powers to create and furnish such patterns as you will. Visualization. Another note, you show and allow for the fact that it is not easy, even for the Demiurge, to arrange events for single individuals as per their exact desires and quickly time work. So it's not a genie in a bottle, right? It is necessary for you to cooperate with the Demiurge in every material way you can to furnish paths through which the Demiurge can work. That's crucial, right? Don't ask for more money and you don't have a way for the money to flow into your life. Remember the sphere of availability from the last book, one of the most important occult laws of all, the sphere of availability, right? Don't ask for more money and they get mad when your job gives you overtime, mandatory overtime. Remember, It is the worker, the world builder. Remember that all that you want is here now, but your want must be steered in your direction and through channels and paths and contacts on this plane. And if the paths and channels are not here now, and you do not furnish some buildup along that line, then the demiurge must start from nothing. And that is a job even for a god. So do your part. This is where the material as given in the book, The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization, written before I knew about the demiurge. But much of the material is the same as the start. More notes. There's another way you can press your desires on the attention of the demiurge, and that way is through your own body. OPHIEL has not, up to now, used this method to any great extent. OPHIEL just found out about this method recently. The method was there and was obvious all the time, so don't point the finger at OPHIEL and say, ha, you didn't do it yourself. OPHIEL does all he can to find time to do. Then, too, there are hundreds of ways to work these things, and some people like one way and some another. Then, some ways work best for different people, and so on. Look at the picture of the body and spine of a human, and this may answer your question. You asked about the demiurge Evo being in the image of a lion with a snake's tail. You remember that? A lion's head on a snake's body? I think we might be getting into it here. Look at the picture of the body and spine of a human. Notice the positions of the chakras in the human body. As Dion Fortune said, paraphrasing, one would have to be pretty dense not to notice that the chakra positions are opposite the plexus positions in the case of the 4 plexuses, the opposite in the 3 ductless glands in the case of the other chakras. These chakras, or plexus points, are the places where the designated forces enter the body from without, and are also the places where you reach out through to contact and influence these forces. Therefore, add this to your work plans. When you go to do some work to influence the demiurge along some certain line, first find out what force rules the object you are interested in. Then find the chakra to which that force and object is connected, and soon go to work. Because remember the law of correspondence, as above, so below. You find out about the thing you want, you find the chakra associated with it or the planetary sphere associated with it, and you work on that area to influence the outside. Oh, goodness. Another note. I have mentioned before in the book on creative visualization, although in that book I didn't know too much about the demiurge then, that words, verbalizations did not really influence the powers, except that some words do have strong pictures connected to them. The demiurge is influenced by emotions, plus visualizations, pictures, and images. Plus, notice that previous to these words, and in the words following, I often refer both to the demiurge and to the transmundane god as it, meaning that these gods have no gender, are not male and female, but have both sexes in them. Exactly where sex per se appears is a mystery I do not know, nor does anyone else that I know of know. If you know of anyone who knows or claims to know, let me know. I'll check it out. Also, in passing, I note that physiologically speaking, the human embryo is in the course of its development, both male and female. I think I once read that the demiurge is like a giant baby. Maybe that's why in Akira he turned into this giant baby thing. But anyways, the human embryo is in the course of its development, both male and female. And I'm told that the human adult, male or female, has elements of both sexes, both physically and psychologically. So, question mark, question mark, question mark. The question of how to generate emotion and make visualization pictures for the purpose of influencing the demiurge is a big one. I can make some suggestions, but it won't hurt you to do some research of your own on the matter. During your efforts in the occult magic arts work, you should probably reinforce your working connections by going back to some of the old ways which were used empirically with no real knowledge of what it was all about, but which ways still worked because the ways were based on basic working principles, plus desire and emotion used naturally. Also, I suspect these empirical ways were used and worked because people were not able to read or write, and hence had to memorize everything, and all the information was given by mouth to ear. Hence, too, the annoying missing links as not recorded in the old grimoires, and the plenty of missing passages, to say nothing of some of the goofy translations due to the inability of the translator to convey metaphysical concepts, and if he, the translator, was a gross materialist. After printing came into vogue and more people could read and write, a writer might leave out parts which he himself knew, and he assumed everyone knew it too. As much material was so generally known in those times, there was no need to write it all down. Espacio says 2001: A Space Odyssey shows man passing through 7 spheres and evolving into a giant light baby. I think that is definitely a nod to the Demiurge. Flex Washington says the Demiurge is the shadow of the Agathodemon, also known as the higher self. The lion head is the sun Christ consciousness and the heavens, while the serpent represents the subconscious underworld 8. Absolutely. Bunny Queen says, interesting. It's almost as if the Demiurge is your subconscious, right? Or your conscious mind attacking the subconscious. Almost as if you have to train a child to behave properly. Bingo, right? And I always say this, when you look at the people at large, you're going to see not adults, like not mature adults. You're going to see a bunch of adult babies running around, right? The blind idiot God is humanity, right? Asleep. All these people, so fragile, right? Their egos so fragile. Adult babies. How to train your Demiurge, says Espacio. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Yo, that's a good one, Swayze. She says, so more than repetition, using repetition to lay down a pattern like railroad tracks to create a path for the Demiurge. Bingo. Hell yeah, that was awesome. Someone get them a pen and paper. We about to make a movie. Hell yeah. How to Train Your Demiurge. But that movie was already made. And it's one of my favorite movies. It's called The Edge of Tomorrow, with Tom Cruise fighting a bunch of aliens. That's why I want to watch that one in the movie night, but nobody's voting for it. Let's continue. Another note. I've mentioned before in the book on... Wait, here we go. The question of how to generate emotion and make visualization pictures for the purpose of influencing the Demiurge is a big one. I can make some suggestions, but it won't hurt you to do some research on your own. So in your magic work, first go back to the old way if you want. Burn candles. Use the proper incense and perfumes. Use the right colors and musical notes for the forces you're dealing with or want to deal with. It's okay to follow the rules in the beginning. It's okay to do that. Most of this information is available already, but widely scattered. And that's the thing with this occult stuff. The information is all there for you, but it's just scattered, and there's a lot of bullshit floating around. I find I cannot compile all of it here because some of it is mixed up with copyrighted material of others in its arrangement. I have to do the basic, non-copyrighted stuff separate, so I'll set it out in another essay. Inquire about this essay when you're interested and ready. Another note. I am now going into some pretty banal and cliche-ish stuff here. Please do not scream at me prematurely that I am dealing you some old, very old stuff from the Victorian ages, as well as outdated Sunday school platitudes. Do remember the previous things I told you about in the nature of the Demiurge, how I compared it with a programmed computer. Remember, the computer has been called an idiot god, and while it seems a little blasphemous to call a god an idiot, still this Demiurge, plus the transmundane god, is not the usual Sunday go to meeting and come to the church in the wild wood, no church in the wild, concept the world has dealt with heretofore. These gods don't come under the old ideas of divinities. It, the Demiurge, does pretty much what it is induced and influenced to do, and it acts very much as it is told to do, told emotionally by mental pictures. Look, it's like you have your own personal God, and it's going to do whatever you tell it to do, even if you're ignorant and you're telling it to punish you and to attack you. That's why people that come to me and they're like, "Oh, I'm under demonic attack. I'm under spiritual attack." And now I have to figure out a way to let them know that it's really them doing that to themselves without offending their ego. It's a tough job. But man, we don't realize how much power we actually have over ourselves, right? We heard a couple of YouTube videos and now we think we understand the spirit world. Study to show thyself approved. That's what the Bible says. That's what the Bible says. Swayze said, the last video you ever have to watch by Travis Magus. Yeah, man. You said it in your video when you spoke on using correspondences. I was definitely channeling some high-level stuff there, man. Sheesh. That was a good one. Flex Washington says we get into the meat of it now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This God does what you tell it to do. And remember what it appears that you are. You are some kind of piece of the transmundane God. Great mystery. There are huge and terrific mysteries hidden in the above statements. And again, no one has the answer or any answer except, does it work? And that is the only thing a person can get his teeth into and do something about. What does work? So look, forget about any of the stuff that I'm talking about or any of the stuff that you listen to if it doesn't work. Leave it alone, drop it, run away from it. We only focus on what works. How can you do the work if it's not working? You know what I'm saying? This ain't about ego. This ain't about me. This ain't about, you know what I'm saying, how many subscribers or none of that. This is about what actually works. And the only way you're going to know is if you try it yourself. So to work, keep in mind the previous material. Run yourself better. Try like hell not to yield to depressions of any kind. Do not voice or picture any kind of negative stuff in any way, shape, or form. Look, do you notice how the world was starting to have a big positive movement, right? Just a few months ago, everyone was talking about being an empath suddenly and separating from toxic people and separating from, what's the word that was going around? Narcissists, right? And a lot of people were thinking positive and vibing positive, and everybody was on this positive kick, right? Everyone was becoming enlightened and spiritual and light workers. And now suddenly, without warning, we got this crazy thing going on. And now everybody is back to voicing and picturing all types of negative stuff all day. So now you're stuck in your house in quarantine and you're thinking about all the terrible, nasty, dirty, crazy things the government's going to do to you, right? You're going to get forced vaccinations. You're going to get martial law and soldiers marching up and down the street. They're going to stuff you in Walmart. They're going to force a tattoo on you. They're going to inject you with This is what people are talking about. I remember my brother and these other dudes are telling me, oh yeah, man, they got New York on full lockdown. These people can't even leave the streets, man. People getting shot in the streets. Da, 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 da. I talked to a few people who live in New York. They don't know what the hell I'm talking about. There's nothing of the sort going on. And I heard similar things in California, right? Don't let the media and these other dumbass humans fill your head up with awful fantasies. Maintain your frame. We're still doing what the fuck we were doing before coronavirus happened, right? You're either on that corona bandwagon and letting go of all the shit you've been learning and practicing, or you're continuing this work here. This right here doesn't change no matter what's going on outside. We don't get tossed to and fro with that dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Like, I'm going to read that part again because this is crucial, right? We're talking about the Demiurge. We're talking about your power, right? We're talking about you and what you can do. This Demiurge, this genie, all the Goetia, all this energy, whatever you want to call it, this is your power. And it moves according to what instructions you give it. So let me read that part again. To work, keep in mind the previous material. Run yourself better. Try like hell not to yield to depressions of any kind. Do not voice or picture any kind of negative stuff in any way, shape, or form. Maintain your frame. Be ever vigilant. You feel me? If the sun is not shining, don't dwell on it. Remember the very old cliche, beyond the clouds, the sun is there. Beyond the clouds, the sun is there. Even though you got all this crazy, scary stuff going on, this too shall pass. That's what the Bible says. Swayze, yes, I'm in Georgia too. Apparently we're on lockdown. Literally nothing has changed. Not for me. You know, everybody else is acting retarded. But like you said right there in your statement, nothing has changed, literally. Ay, ay, ay. Raymond L says it's still zombies out here in the Bay. Yeah, you know, the zombies was there beforehand, right? Espacho says, has anyone been transmitting this coronavirus energy and using it? Well, if they've been paying attention and doing their work, hopefully the answer is yes. But if not, maybe you can start today. Kelvin says masturbation is a sin. What is a sin? And what is masturbation, right? I'm going to ask you to define these things before I can believe what you say. Because ultimately, it boils down to where do you get that from? Who told you that? And you're going to say your pastor told you that. And I'm going to say, who the hell is your pastor? Does he masturbate, right? Or do you even still masturbate even though it's a sin? And if you do, then what does it really mean that it's a sin? Obviously, you don't care about it, so how could I care about it? You know, keep asking why, and you'll really get to the meat of the situation. You know what I'm saying? Bless the Lord. 54 equals 9. Standing strong. Oh yeah, we're almost to page 45. There has to be an adversary for continuous growth. Also, to separate the wheat from the chaff. As harsh as this seems, there has to be sheep out here. Most definitely. 90%. The number might even be bigger. Bunny Queen, yes, be nice. We have to be nice to folks because we're here to learn and share knowledge. We're not here to beat up on folks. They get beat up out in the real world. We try to be a little bit more sophisticated here because at the end of the day, we'd like for everybody to be on the same page. We don't want somebody to not learn because they're feeling salty about being insulted. I'm just saying. Be nice with your trolling. You're Cancer. You know about feelings. Swayze says you can print out the virus sigil from Google Images. Yes, indeed. Kelvin says sin is an immoral act. Well, what is an immoral act? You know what I'm saying? What is immoral? Because now we're getting on to morality. And morality doesn't really have any root in reality. Reality is what it is. Morality is your opinion. Morality is based on how you feel, which is something that can change based on context. You feel me? It's immoral to kill somebody, but under the context of this person is attempting to kill you and you have no choice but to kill him. Is it still immoral, right? Are you not going to hell because of self-defense, right? Become the master of your own Bayesian, says Swayze. What is a Bayesian? Not sure if masturbation is a sin, says Wanda Wisdom, per studies, but Lilith governs wasted sperm, and you do your own research. We actually have somebody in the group who has been studying Lilith very hard. Don't look like she's here with us. If you're here with us, Veronica, give us a comment. But yeah, Lilith does govern wasted sperm. And it's interesting that you bring this up, because in her studies, she found out that Samael is equivalent with Yaldabaoth, with the Demiurge. So essentially, Lilith, who is Samael's wife, would be the Demiurge's wife, the feminine aspect of the Demiurge. So that's pretty interesting that you say that. Kelvin says masturbation is the lust of pornography and lusting of women. Does masturbation have to involve pornography? No, it doesn't. Lusting of women. Well, what if you like men? Then it's lusting of men. Wanda says immoral. It said they took it and made up from the I'm Moor, Al. They don't like the Moors after all. They learned from them. Again, per our studies. Bunny Queen says, yeah, root chakra. Moral, moral. Yes, indeed. The Moors. Last of a dying breed, I'll tell you that. That's all right. We will always be here to repopulate the earth, us Moors. Especially when things get very destitute and desolate, like now. The Moors are here to repopulate with knowledge and wisdom. And that's what we have here. Okay, so Where we at? Where we at? If the sun is not shining, don't dwell on it. Remember, that's a very old cliche. Beyond the clouds, the sun is there. Another old one, every cloud has a silver lining. And considering the price of silver today in 1978, wow. Also, in your conversations with others, including your family, for God's sake, the Demiurge's sake, don't throw out all kinds of strongly emotional negative suggestions, directions to the Demiurge about all kinds of things. Some things you're not really interested in either. The computer god can take all these emotions and picture ideas and can act on them, which is the reason the world is in the mess that it is today and was yesterday. If you're woke and your family's not woke, don't be trying to bring up this stuff with your family. You're asking for trouble. You know what I'm saying? It's common sense. You got to be smart about it. Right? Don't do that and then complain, man, my family, they don't understand, and I'm trying to teach them and wake them up. No, it's not your job to wake anybody up. It's not my job to wake anybody up. You do your studies, you learn. You know what I'm saying? You cultivate, you know yourself. Know thyself. And from that process, you're going to attract others who are seeking to know themselves. That's how this thing works. Lucid Reverie says, and if you masturbate looking into a mirror, asking for a friend. Right. Which can be pretty awesome if you know how to do it. Kelvin says, because Adam and Eve. Right. So who told you that? And what is the Adam and Eve story? Is that a literal story? Were there two people walking around in the garden? Two people walking around, right, in this garden who ate a piece of fruit? Like, it all depends on what you believe. If that's a belief that you subscribe to, then by all means, go for it. But I would highly suggest doing research. And you say according to the Bible, right? Which is exactly where the concept of sin comes from that you're talking about, from the Bible. That's a good one, Bunny Queen. And Bobby Hemmett's words, if you want a good ass whipping, go to a nigga that don't want to hear this shit. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. So Azzy says, your family's been asking you stuff recently though. Yes. But what we don't want to do is overload them with all kinds of top level information. Be very basic with only give them what they're asking for, because their attention spans are going to be short. Got to think they're just coming out. So you don't want to overload them and scare them. Just give them a little bit. Milk for babes, meat for adults, right? They're still babies. Yeah. And like Wanda says, atom, Eve, evening. These are concepts, right? These aren't two naked people in a garden with a leaf over their private parts. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't believe in Adam and Eve, then how are you believing in sin? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to really think about the things that you believe and give them practical sense. Let's continue because we're almost done and we have to take another bathroom / stretching break / hot sea moss tea break so I can be immortal. It's better than drinking the blood of the innocent. I'll tell you that. Where we at? Savage tribes, savage usually means black. Savage tribes in the wilds do know about these ideas. When the men go hunting, the women remain quiet and stay in the huts. And they do not scream and chatter, and especially do not discuss the hunt or the men who are away. And many other precautions are taken to do nothing to disturb the what? Their god, which is some idea of the Demiurge, as you will discover if you examine their practices. You will find other hunting precautions and descriptions of many things in Fraser's Golden Bow. Look for it and read it. A key was dropped right there. The Demiurge is the god of all these religions. All these people who believe in a god and who worship a god is more than likely worshiping the Demiurge. It's the same entity. It's the same entity receiving all the praise and worship. Humanity. No matter what religion you're looking at. If it's a religion, it belongs to the Demiurge, right? You can call it what you want. You can call him what you want. But if you're in a religion and you're following these blind rules and you don't know what the fuck you're doing or who you're praying to, who you're prey to, it's the Demiurge. It's Yaldabaoth. Another note, the Demiurge has a connection with your inner subconscious mind. This is another great mystery, toward the revealing of which some progress has been made by the great Western psychologists, especially Carl Jung. And then it's from Carl Jung that we get shadow work, by the way. who made discoveries along these lines and did give a name to something he found and described as the collective unconscious. Uh-oh. A universal subconsciousness. Yes. I have not studied this concept fully because at the time I was not too far advanced into the deeper phases of the occult, and the name universal superconsciousness rang no bell with me. Why don't you look it up and see if Jung's material reveals any seeming connection with the concept of the Demiurge as we are studying it here. Another note, the human subconscious acts in many ways exactly like the Demiurge. So there you have it. Whoever said here in the chat that the subconscious mind was a Demiurge. So OPHIEL does bring it out here to us. Was that you, Kelvin? No, I think that was the other guy who asked what book we're reading. And the name of the book's in the title. I'll find you. Hold on. I'm scrolling for your name. There he is, Victor Perry. Yeah, so here it is. The human subconscious acts in many ways exactly like the Demiurge. So that's what he was trying to tell us. This is your subconscious mind. And for those of you who do study Bobby said the subconscious mind is equivalent to this magical melanin we've been talking about. So guess what, folks? I know you hate to hear it. I know it hurts and it stings, but guess what? If melanin is the subconscious mind, then melanin is the Demiurge. On that note, we shall take a 10-minute break. So get up, stretch, get you some water, get you some, whatever it is you like. Get your Germ-X, put on a new pair of gloves. Don't wash your gloves. Get a new pair of gloves. You know what I'm saying? Don't put hand sanitizers on your gloves. We still got 55 people at 5 a.m. This is nuts, bro. This is nuts. See, this type of thing gives me a little bit of faith in humanity, to know that there are people who actually are interested in knowledge of self. That's wonderful. Wunderbar. Flex Washington says, the Demiurge attaches to religious people through indoctrinated consciousness because he can only be real through you. Indeed, the God of this world. She says, meditate real quick. I'm gonna meditate on this coffee real quick, to be honest. Hecate Goddess, you are here. Hey, why don't you, Wanda Wisdom, you were talking about Lilith. Hecate Goddess is the one in our group who has been studying Lilith deeply. Hecate, she says that she talks about how Lilith rules over wasted sperm and like masturbation and stuff like that. Did you find anything like that in your notes? Yeah, we the resistance, Evo 7. KP in the building. Yes, it is 5:20 a.m. and all y'all are still with me. This feels great, man. This feels great. Crystals Immerse. Good to see you there. I haven't seen your name all night, but I see you popped up. She says, he or she, I don't know. I've been trying to change my diet. What do you like to eat? Typically I get a lot of, lately, because it changes, man. Recently I got a lot of burrito stuff, like rice and tortillas and beans. Also like a lot of, what's that cereal? Like honey bunches of oats type of cereal with almond milk, because I don't drink the cow milk. Almond milk is pretty decent. I'm not too hung up on diet. I didn't realize it was unplugged. That makes sense. Low battery. Battery! Cannot stop the family. Battery! Okay. Yeah. I made ginger and garlic veggie stir fry earlier. Yeah, man. All this is sounding real familiar. This is pretty much what I did also. I was looking at that bag of shrimp hard too. I was like, do I want this? No, I'm gonna just keep it. I'm gonna keep it grains and vegetables and all that good stuff. Got my grits and my jalapenos and my eggs and whatnot. I would make some of that tonight, but I think I'm gonna go to sleep after this. How much further we got? 45, so that's about 20 pages left. Page 45, 55. Yeah, less than 20 pages. We got about 20 pages right on the dot. Yeah, about 20 pages. Yeah, we can do this. Just gonna take a pee real quick and get back on it. You already know. 526. I shall BRB. Get up and scratch. Scratch. Big booty scrippers. Somebody come get her. She dancing like a stripper.
Javante, thank you again. Thank you. Peace. Peace to you. Bunny Queen, what's wrong with Sekhmet twerking? I mean, it makes perfect total sense to me. I like that association you put there, Swayze. I don't want to see a motherly energy twerking. Well, I mean, I guess it depends, right? Oh my goodness. There was a lot of twerking going on tonight. I had to be, had to resist. Crystal sounds good. Might have to try that. You poured it over rice. Oh my goodness. I'd like for this boiling water to heat up, but I'm not so sure that it'll be ready in time. Kelvin says, God is my savior. I heard that. God. Lord. Lord. Yeah, man, you thought I was kidding when I said there was a Hooters party upstairs. I wasn't bullshitting. I went upstairs to make my coffee, and I had to walk through all the jiggling butt cheeks. I had to keep looking forward. Just look forward. Focus. Or else you're not going to come back downstairs and work on this video. Focus, focus. There's no, what's the word? No shortage of working butt cheeks. I'll put it that way. All right, let me go see if this hot water's done. If not, I'm going to come right back because I can wait. I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy the twerking of butt cheeks, but only when I want to see them. I don't want it thrust upon me randomly, especially when I'm trying to record an audiobook. But I've got a pretty good memory. Thank you, Evo77777. Awesome. Awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you. 777. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. And to think about that, you know, the twerking cheeks and the peach icon and the peach and OPHIEL, like, yeah, man, this is a crazy night. This is a crazy night. OPHIEL is in the building for real. OPHIEL is in the building. The peach is out here. Let me go check this water. come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her. Dancing like a stripper. Oh yeah, I'm glad you like the music. I've been listening to certain tracks like this for years. So I got my sea moss and ginger and honey tea with a big ass scoop of coconut oil. I always put coconut oil in my coffee and my tea and my cereal because yeah, it's good for you. But yeah, let's get back into this thing. Let's get started. Let's get it rocking. Keep it rocking. Oh yeah, it's got ginger in it too.
It's 6 o'clock.
Sky L, greetings. You know, I've been live all day. All day. Ah, Jeep. What up, Stray Panther? Ass. Ass. Lamont H, you finally caught one. Peace to you, bro. Peace to you. Lamont H says, peace, nights live. What up? The God Travis, Lvx777. Checking in, Dark God, Soot Rod, Chi Town, Peace 1 trillion. Peace 1 trillion, my brother. Shout out to Chi Town. Okay, I see you. Bunny Queen says, I want to make something, but it comes with an 18-year contract. Yeah, so let's just stick to the servitors and the astral ones, you feel me? Why you still on ya? Nawa, so this is the second book. We're doing another one. And another one. Keep it rocking. Keep it rocking. So yeah, before we did the art and practice of creative visualization, and then my wonderful, wonderful friend here on this platform, will know her as Bunny Queen, blessed me with sight, a whole folder full of all of OPHIEL's PDFs. And I got so excited. I'm like, well, fuck, let me jump right back on YouTube and do another one, right? And if this human body didn't need to regenerate, I'd do another one after this. Because you guys are pretty fucking awesome. You're still here with me at 6 a.m. For a book, for a freaking book. Not for titties, not for drama, for a book. This is crazy, yo. I appreciate you guys. Hecate Goddess says, I am down for another. Goodness. Don't make me do it, y'all. Don't make me do it, because we just might go into the art and practice of astral projection. I'm just saying, if y'all gonna stay awake for it, I don't have to sleep. Y'all gotta sleep. I'm just messing. But yeah. We're on section 8. For those of you with the PDF, that's page 45. 4 plus 5 equals 9. So this is good timing. At 3:33, we're on page 33. So I wonder if this is a good pace. Evo7 says, I'm stuck at work right now. I can stay. Okay. Flex Washington said, I'd do this all day long if I could. Look, y'all are going to tempt me to do a third one. Can we do a third one? Y'all really want to do a third one? This is like 18 hours of books. Like, this will be 3 books in one day. Like, hell yeah. Page 45 and it's 5:40 a.m. This is cool. I don't know, man. YouTube might kick me off. They might be like, y'all need to stop. I need a rest. Gemini and Aries, y'all energy levels, sheesh, right? Like, I have to put myself to sleep sometimes just because it's like, all right, dude, they say we got to sleep, so we should probably do it. Okay, so yeah. Section 8, page 45 at 5:40. Yes, I am a Gemini. I share the same birthday as Tupac. Tupac, he's one of the hip hop poets from the early 90s. You may have heard of him. All right, here we go. Section 8. And we're talking about the Demiurge. And the buzz, it's all because this is how we do it. So Central does it like nobody does. This is how we do it. YMVSBG, this is how we do it. Dun, dun, dun. On the west side, this is how we do it. Check it out. Once upon a time in 94. Are we back? I think we're back. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? How's it going? There we go. There we go. I'm kind of buzzed. It's all because this is how we do it. All right, man. Let's get the show on the road because that was a long ass break. Yeah, you're exactly right. That 10 or more definitely derives from the slave codes. All right, so yeah, let's get back in here. Section 8. In accordance with my policy of not writing these occult books for my writing amusement or for your reading amusement, and to get down on paper as an exact statement and meaning thereof of occult workings, occult interplane workings, and how the occult interplane workings affect us down here, I have written the next couple of pages several times, and I am not satisfied with the so far resulting presentations. YouTube scared, he says. The subject I am expounding, one form of the ideas as to how we uns come into being, using a form pattern of one of the ancient religions, a religion that predates Christianity, but a religion from which Christianity sprang, or is supposed to have sprang, from a form of religion that was lost many centuries before Christianity arrived. Indeed, there are no valid records showing just when this form of the ancient Jewish religion existed. This form was always probably hidden, and perhaps for no other reason than the numbers of men capable to understand these religion ideas in those days, and also these days, were few and far between. Interesting. Brad Fawcett, peace. What's good? The subject I am here expounding, the forms of this subject, is a sort of theory using the symbolism I'm going to use to illustrate. Now, please understand that the symbolism to be used to illustrate it is one form only of these basic ideas about God. The first cause, and the first cause's relation to us in this physical plane theory, I call the following material to be explained, a theory, on our physical plane. A theory is a sort of mental framework on which to hang some observed ideas in order to get and allow the mind to get a hold of hard ideas with which to think and work with, and in so working, to get some kind of good results as to how to handle this physical plane and its queer existence, its ups and downs, and all the stuff that makes up our physical plane existence. Dear students, please ponder the above proceeding until you fully understand it. Understand? I wrote the following material down once. I then went over it again and made a number of additions and changes. I typed out the revised material, but on reading it over, I found that I had not quite conveyed the original material's meanings in its entirety. I am therefore going to repeat the original corrected writings from which the revived number 2 was taken. You, therefore, are going to have 2 versions more or less of the same material. Read and study both of them hard. The theory framework as given should help you to understand you and your place on this physical plane, and some things you can do about this physical plane. In other writings, OPHIEL presented the same idea in a different mold pattern. Don't be upset by different patterns. There is only one truth, but many different ways of presenting truth. Different angles, as it were, and these angles seem to be endless. Endless because truth is universal, and truth is all there is. but it can have endless variations and yet be each the same. Not like physical plane things. A different kind of knowing and doing is necessary to apply inner plane truths to this plane. I have decided to add here the original, from which number 2 was made, and call the added corrected edited original number 1.5, damn, and the number 2 made from 1.5, number 2. And the final edited number 3. Look for the differences. Oh my goodness. 13 keys. Greetings, greetings. Yeah, curious thing I found out. The original unicorn was actually a goat, not a horse. Interesting, right? That might be another Capricorn thing. Let's continue. Look for the differences. All right, so here we go. The basic idea pattern for this book was to be how to influence the Demiurge, the worker god who creates this physical world, patterned on the dreams of the first cause god. In the further unfolding of these ideas, I introduced an additional illustration of the idea of an intermediary god by introducing the real old idea of an ancient form of a Jewish religion consisting of a first type god called the vast greater countenance, and another secondary type of god called the lesser countenance. I also made a number of cross connections, references to the Kabbalah system and to other references. Use either or both, or use the one that you prefer, but don't be confused by the two references. As a matter of fact, there are other references and theories and angles which may pop up, and even when they do, you just fit them into the overall pattern and use. Yeah, so please be advised. There's different ways to tackle this. So just because you see it one way doesn't mean another way is wrong. This can be looked at through the Kabbalah, through the chakra system, through all types of different ways. It's not that one is right and one is wrong. So yeah, let's keep going. To review a little back, the main purpose of this book, The Art and Practice of Contacting the Demiurge, or Tell God What to Do. I had originally written a pilot section on this subject. The pilot section got mislaid for unknown reasons. I then started off on another presentation, and I was almost finished when this original section turned up among the papers on hand. On reading this material over, I found that it had contained a lot of good stuff and that it had not completely handled in the other second original. Rather than trying to readapt this first section and change it around to get it to fit in, I have decided to give it as another section, just as it is, even though it branches out in several different directions from the main book material and again repeats some ideas in a slightly different way. However, for your studies, it is good. So go to it and learn more of the knowledge. First, original, unrevised copy. How to actually influence the Demiurge, or it could also be called another alternative way of working through or with the Demiurge. This name means worker. It works at creating and maintaining this world out of undifferentiated essence, which is supplied by the transmundane God and changes into elemental forces. How number 1. We're on page 46. This is the first actual how-to of this whole business. So let's get into it. Let's crack into it. How number 1. Probably you cannot work directly on the Demiurge, but must work indirectly. The Demiurge does not work directly on matter, but must work indirectly. But through its created sections and divisions, which rule the point in question, rule whatever subject and object is concerned. For example, if you are attempting to influence the Demiurge in the subject of real estate and houses, then you should approach the Demiurge through Saturn, both its positive and negative parts as desired. All right. Note, this is not too clearly understood occult operation, but it is to be seen on the Tree of Life glyph. Saturn is here. Yes, planetary power. You're absolutely right, Dara Holland. All right. See diagrams in a previous book, The Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic. Each Sephirah and God connected with it is negative to the Sephirah above and positive to those below. In this case, Saturn's negative color is black and his positive color is indigo, which is blue and red. You'll probably use indigo in case of trying to work or influence through Saturn to get a house. Generally, negative is used in trying to get rid of something, and positive in trying to get something. Interesting. So that explains the different uses of the different colors associated with the Tree of Life. Whoa, that makes total sense. Because say, for example, when you look, let's see if we can find Saturn. That's Jupiter. Yeah, let's just check that out. So yeah, Bina, Saturn. The woman, the god name of Saturn is Jehovah Elohim. The right side of the face. Okay, so yeah, it's got different colors. The color in Atziluth is crimson. The color in Bria is black. The color in Yetzirah is dark brown. And the color in Asaya is gray or freckled pink. So I guess depending on which world you're working in would be the color that you'd use with the planet. Man, planetary magic is deep as fuck. 555 means change. Yeah, I just learned something profound. I never really understood the use of the different colors on the trees, but that makes total sense. April 5 on 555. Boy, can't make this shit up. The preceding is original number 1. The following is original 1.5. Number 1, original plus corrections and editing additions. Read hard and see how many changes you notice, and do they make much difference. Next comes original 2, which is 1.5 plus 1 corrected. All right, Ophiel is putting us through a test. Peach power. Give this man some peaches. If any of y'all got a peach to use as an offering, please do so. Ophiel is related to peaches. Here we go. How to actually influence the Demiurge, or it could also be called another alternative way of working through or with the Demiurge. This name Demiurge also means worker. It works at creating and maintaining this physical world out of undifferentiated elemental essence. Essence is supplied by the transmundane God, made from his dream visualizations and changed into elemental forces through the agency of the worker God. This is like a college course cram session, studying in the dorms and shit like that. It's pretty cool, right? Now, as to how to actually influence this Demiurge, note preceding information about the connection of the Demiurge and the lesser countenance. Or it could also be called several different ways of working through or with the earth plane, creating God, the Demiurger, remembering always that his name Demiurge also means worker. The secondary God creates the world out of two things. Regarding sealing wax and cabbages and kings, there are millions of things that we do not know about, especially about our life, our past lives, or our life to come, and our just now life. I have a pretty fair idea, repeat, that our way out of this physical life is just the way we got down here in the first place. And the way out is through knowledge and practices based on that knowledge. And this knowledge you are starting to learn now is a tiny step at a time. So, to make a start at some point, any point, please notice that I have said before several times that the astral light responds to directions that you give it. What is meant by that statement? The astral light responds to directions that you give it. What is meant by that statement? What is meant is that I have equated the astral light as one of the names, descriptions that pertain to the ephemeral idea of the demiurge, the half-god, the lesser countenance. All these names suggest the idea that we are studying a type of godlike powers being, but with no real self-direction intelligence of an objective being nature, only subjective or non-objective, in that it receives directions and acts on such directions and reproduces such directions literally with no regard for the consequences of any kind on anything. Check this out now. Again, all these people that are running scared of the demiurge, look at how this thing is described. It's described as the blind idiot god for a reason. This thing doesn't have a will of its own. It only has a purpose, and its purpose is to enact the will given to it. It was created to be a producer, a creator, right? The living God commands the demiurge to do a certain specific thing. You have the power to command this demiurge energy to produce, to create. What are we scared of? We're literally afraid of our own power, of our own ability. How can you be? See, that's the thing right there. Fear comes from not understanding a thing, right? There are no enemies. It's just ignorance, pockets of ignorance. A titan punished, maybe, says Bunny Queen. In appearance, with what etheric sight you can summon up while still here on this physical plane, the Demiurge is a white light that fills all the inner. Somebody in the chat earlier said about an internal sun. As I have said elsewhere, this light, this living light, can act as if it were liquid in actions. To repeat again, and you learn this, learn to think of the inner force, another name, and again, strangely enough, the same idea of the force is given in Star Wars, as an intelligent liquid that obeys the commands, directions given to it. I have said elsewhere about rivers of light flowing in courses, patterns that you have given it, directed it by visualization and desires. And once this river of light flows into the ways you want, it has a tendency to continue in that channel for a long earth time down here. And aside, I will insert here for your knowledge pattern. In a play some years ago called No Time for Sergeants, one of the characters said, the army service and everyone in the service were like canoes and rode on the surface of like pond lakes. And anything that was out of the ordinary caused waves, which waves made troubles, the sergeant said. He further likened the top officers to riding in big canoes and himself riding in a smaller canoe, but he still said that anything that was out of the ordinary caused waves, vibrations to occur, and disturbed everything to no end. While the above ideas were presented in that play as a joke, the author of the play was, as many author-writers do, tapped the universal subconsciousness of Jung's writings and got to the correct symbolism out. And metaphysically speaking, it is correct. And if you feel able to assimilate this idea, use it for the time being in your occult work. To visualize a flowing liquid light is a sort of help in handling the worker God ideas. A handle, as it were, to enable you to understand that you can have an influence on the God living liquid light as soon as you develop your understandings. Goodness. It is in the quality and quantity of your directions, desired directions, that the wrong abrasion rub comes in. At present, whatever we are today, we are as the result of our thinking directions that we have given to our personal astral light contact. And it has been carried out to the wrong directions, as we so ignorantly willed desire to the letter. So now, obviously, I can make the trite cliche remark that if you want a better life, you have to think the right thoughts, and impressing the right thoughts onto the Demiurge is not simple. I sure wish it were. I sound as if I'm contradicting my previous statement, and in a sense I am. I plead again that this secondary God-subject operation is not hard, but different than the earthly life we live day by day, and the right way of handling inner plane matters is the art of all arts, and you are starting to learn this art right now, right here. What ideas you want to impress on the Demiurge make your down here life better, naturally, are inner mental ideas, and are usually expressed by you by inner words, or even by outer spoken words, or by inner spoken language words, or a combination of all these ways. I use them all. However, the big holdup is the Demiurge does not understand or respond to words spoken by language words. What the Demiurge does respond to are feelings, emotions, and feelings, and to an emotion charged visualizations, and or even emotionally charged attitudes. I will repeat the above as it is very important in your occult work. The Demiurge does not understand words, verbal words alone. The Demiurge understands only feelings and visualizations or attitudes. Good, strong emotions plus visualizations is the way. Trite as it seems, and even casual, but these things are the way. Yo, all this time we've been dealing with this entity called the Demiurge. All this time. When you're doing your affirmations, when you're doing your positive self-talk or negative self-talk, who are you talking to? Think about that. This entity that only receives orders and enacts them. The subconscious mind, this all-powerful force. Everyone has their own personal little Demiurge that's doing its thing. Oh, goodness gracious. Swayze says, Ophiel said that the demiurge makes our life down here life better. Not only he said that, but Plato said that, and Plotinus said that. Yeah, the demiurge concept is older than the Gnostics. The demiurge concept goes back to Plato and his homies, right? So the demiurge is what is the power bank, says KP. That's how Ophiel is presenting this thing. The way that Ophiel is describing the demiurge is pretty much the same description that I would give to the subconscious mind. So it seems as if the subconscious mind is deified as the demiurge. Like if we were to think of the subconscious mind as an entity, a living entity that we could work with, then it would be the demiurge. Flex Washington says, demiurge is the outward manifestation of the sub and unconscious for better or worse. Evo7 asks, so what's up with Sophia? Well, if you take a look at the mythology, what is Sophia's role to the demiurge? That's really the story of consciousness becoming, of humanity becoming a thing. Right, it is the mother, but what I'm talking about is what's the story? Like how did it happen? Under what context? Under what pretext? Under what circumstances did she give birth to this thing? Was it a happy family and everything was wonderful? Or was this some kind of terrible mistake, right? The universe doesn't make mistakes, but this is a story describing the dance of energy that was happening in the creation, right? And why is it that we think of the demiurge as this embryo, this baby, this giant fetus? Could it be that we're still, somewhere floating in the abyss and we convince ourselves that we are living this human life, through a multitude of hallucinations? Could it be that we're still in the womb? I think she's the creator of the demiurge, says Evo7. She's definitely the mother of the demiurge. Swayze says, oops, I fell on the dick. Yeah, so this is where you get the story of the fatherless, this is, the same as the Heru story. Someone in the Magus Society website was talking about the inverted Heru story. And this is where we get Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees, right? Instead of avenging the father, Jason Voorhees is avenging the mother, right? Freddy Krueger his mother was raped, I think, and gave birth to the bastard child who became the creation of all abomination or something like that. But yeah, let's get back to this. Let's not get too far away. What ideas you want to impress on the demiurge to make your down here life better naturally are inner mental ideas and are usually expressed by you by inner words, or even by outer spoken words, or by inner spoken language words, or a combination of all these ways. I use them all. However, the big holdup is the demiurge does not understand or respond to words, spoken language words. Well, the demiurge does respond to our feelings, emotions plus feelings, and to emotion-charged visualizations, and even emotion-charged attitudes. I will repeat the above as it's very important to your occult work. The demiurge does not understand words, verbal words alone. The demiurge understands only feelings and visualizations or attitudes. Good, strong emotions plus visualizations is the way. Trite as it seems, and even casual, but these things are the way. Please, students, don't get confused about the way to handle the magnetic fluid discovered by Mesmer and so named by him, astrolite, the demiurge. Calmly study and meditate on these things slowly and carefully and quietly. Yes, please, don't jump to conclusions, people. That's another trip up in the occult that a lot of young people make. For some reason, a lot of young people like to think that they know it all or they got things figured out. Be slow in trying to understand this. Make sure you get enough research and practice and evidence before you jump to beliefs, right? Don't be like, oh, yeah, that's this. Oh, yeah, well, this demiurge is subconscious mind. Take some time to prove it to yourself, right? Take some time to really dig in and understand this stuff. This video and these books, you know what I'm saying, they help to give you concepts and get your mind thinking. It's like exercise. But you got to continue that exercise on your own. When you're daydreaming, when you're fantasizing, like, talk to the demiurge. You know what I'm saying? Like, try this shit out. When you get off of this video, try to get into contact with this astral white light and give it commands. You know what I'm saying? Like, think of when you're talking to yourself with your little quiet self-talk, when you're speaking to yourself, imagine that there is this entity, this all-powerful entity listening, and it's not judging you. It's not judging you, but it has to do what you tell it to do because that's its job. Just practice that. Just imagine that. Imagine that all your thoughts are heard by this blind entity that only takes action. And essentially that's what we're doing. That's the subconscious mind. But for some reason, if I say subconscious mind, that doesn't hit close to home. But if I say it's a demiurge entity, it has a little bit more weight to it. You know what I'm saying? That's just how we think. I see you, Bunny Queen. It's all good. It's all love. It's all love. But yeah, study slowly and carefully and quietly, non-pressuric, to coin a word. Apply these teachings to your life as it fits your personal being, physical life situation, which are different for all of us. OPHIEL is in constant touch with the astral light, and new stuff is coming through all the time. And as OPHIEL gets new knowledge, he will pass it out as quickly as possible. Another thing to remember is the astral plane is not heaven. You're still in the illusion, right? 13 Keys says the demiurge is being described as a deified subconscious mind. Interesting. Exactly. And that's the whole thing with this book. I was hoping that it was going to go in this direction, and I'm glad to see it does. And I think that was for you, Kelvin. All right, for countless centuries of millenniums, mankind has slept the sleep of matter. For some unknown queer reason, man had accepted and occupies a physical body for a time, and then a change comes. Something goes away and something stays. The outworn physical body. I, nor anyone else, can prove that a man comes back again. I personally feel and think that he does. Generally, the idea is that each comeback incarnation is better than the preceding incarnation. But who or what makes the latest incarnation better, I can find no knowledge on it listed as where I have researched. I have found no greater power that does this, if there is such a power. The power eludes my searching so far. At this writing, it seems that the only power to liberate is personally acquired knowledge, not love. And knowledge also improves our lot in this physical life. And here seems as good a place as any to repeat that knowing of and knowing about and knowing how to contact and work and manipulate the astral light, Demiurge, is one of the secrets of a self-made, happy, successful physical life. Goodness gracious, don't call it a comeback. Check it out, man. Check it out. Kelvin asks, you okay? Hell no. I'm still in this fucked up human body. I still have to suffer hunger and getting horny. Hell no, I'm not okay. Done with this shit. Section 8 and 1/2. Now, as to how to actually influence this demiurge, or it could be also called several different ways of working through or with the earth plane creating God. The demiurge, remember always that this name demiurge also means worker. The secondary God does the work of creating and maintaining this physical world. The secondary God creates this world out of two things. One of the things, the first thing, is undifferentiated elemental essence. We know that as Akasha. This undifferentiated elemental essence is the transmundane God's own being substance of it, its own self. Then the second thing, this transmundane God dreams, and the secondary demiurge God uses these dreams for patterns, fashions, forms. Following these, the diagrams and patterns, this physical plane world. Now note, important, the tools the secondary God uses to make his dream pattern transformation are the 5 elemental forces. Again, air, fire, water, and earth, and Akasha. Repeat. Akasha is the above referred to undifferentiated elemental substance, transmundane God substance, as it were. Please notice the word elemental appears above in two places: elemental essence and elemental forces. These two are not the same. Elemental means in both cases that the substances referred to cannot be split any farther down or apart. The substances consist of only one final thing, one final element in their existence, either as elemental essences or elemental forces. Give this idea some thought. Page 50. We got about 10 more pages. We good. How? Way number one. You, probably until we or I know more about this complex and different subject, cannot work directly on the Demiurge, but must work indirectly by projecting desire feelings plus visualization pictures and images to the Demiurge. The Demiurge does not work on, and probably does not work directly on, this dreamed world. Probably, I repeat, until we know more about this complex and different matter, but works through its sections and divisions were known as gods in the older world times, and which gods sections rule and govern the subject concerned. For example, if you are attempting to influence the Demiurge to your benefit on the subject of real estate and houses, you should and can approach the Demiurge to the division known as Saturn, who rules real estate and houses. How number one? Probably. You cannot work directly on the Demiurge, but must work indirectly. The Demiurge does not work directly on the matter, but through its created sections and divisions. By the way, he's talking about the archons, right? The archons, another thing that we're scared of. And people calling archons actual people. Ugh, dumbasses. Oops, my bad. No value judgments. We're all learning. We're all in our own place. Excuse me. Okay. Where were we? Yeah. The Demiurge does not work directly on matter, but through its created sections and divisions, which rule the point in question, which rule whatever subject or object is concerned. For example, if you are attempting to influence the Demiurge in the subject of real estate, go through Saturn. Yeah. Saturn's positive and negative parts as desired and indicated. Notice, this indirect working is a not too clearly understood occult operation, but can be seen in the Tree of Life glyph. See the diagrams in the previous book in the Art of Practice of Kabbalah Magic. So here's the Tree of Life glyph. Okay, each Sephirah and the god connected with it are negative to the Sephirah above it and positive to the Sephirah below it. And his negative color is indigo, which is blue or red, to the Sephirah above it. As you progress in the knowledge of these occult matters, you will probably use black, as you are now below the Saturn on the tree, in cases of trying to work or influence through Saturn to get a house or something else ruled by Saturn. Generally working, negative is used in trying to get rid of something, and positive is used in trying to get something, trying to attain something. It is said in other knowledge summaries about the nature of the Demiurge that relief from this physical plane world is accomplished by bypassing these various powers are labeled with different names. Concerning these names, here I use the Kabbalah Greek pantheon names. There are other pantheons of god families which have other names of these same Kabbalah Greek gods and goddesses sections. Look up these pantheons in Art and Practice of the Occult Art and Practice of Kabbalah Magic if you can get one. Look them up in Crowley's 777 for more details. These various sections and divisions each have a god ruler, and in some of these cases are called angels or even archangels, or the Greek name archons. There we go. There's that other scary word that y'all are freaking out about because Brother Panic said it and you got scared. Boom, boom. The rulers of this world, as the Bible puts in one place, and then drops it with no more information knowledge as to what the hell is meant by that, probably edited out by the dear Christians in later centuries. Check that out, man. Check that out. Thus, in some occult Gnostic cults, there appears, again, a system of bypassing or neutralizing these archangels, rulers, by being able to sneak by them by means of spells imparted by the gnosis and wisdom. I note that in these cases, the man was trying to escape from matter and it all, not remaining heat and learning to master and manipulate the physical plane and thus gain mastery over it. You may do as you please, but I do not want to run away from here defeated, taking a mental coward's way out. I would like to master this place first and say goodbye forever, and only come back if I will so to do. In other words, he's saying that he would rather master this plane and figure out how to go up the planes, not running away from the troubles of life, but overcoming the troubles of life. And that's what we're doing here. We're not learning this stuff so we can run away from our problems. Oh, life sucks. I want to get out of here because life sucks. No, I want to master this so that I see why life sucks and it doesn't bother me. And because it doesn't bother me, I don't need to incarnate here anymore. You see what I'm saying? Swayze says, wow, it's like he's writing this today. Yeah, and what's so awesome is you can tell what real light and what real gnosis is because it doesn't get old, right? It doesn't depend on what time it is, right? It's everlasting. It's always relevant. That's how you can tell what real knowledge is. And this was written in 77, right? Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. What is this question you asked up here earlier about the superconscious? So Akasha is the superconscious, primary creator, and Demiurge is subconscious, unconscious, secondary creator. That's a great way to categorize it. I like that. Yeah. Because if the Demiurge is equivalent to the subconscious mind, then clearly prime source has to be the superconscious, and we're right there in the middle. We're consciousness. Interesting, right? Interesting. Just Incredible sounds like he's a little bit late to the party, because he says My Little Pony, but I don't see any My Little Ponies in this video. I might be missing it. Swayze says, got a lot from Pan's Corona build, but he actually admitted to being scared at the beginning, which he attributed to watching the news because Trump's so entertaining. Yeah, I picked up on that too. You know, I don't want to talk bad on anybody, but I also noticed that the first time I noticed that was when he was talking about the Mandela effect video. First, he was saying, hey, we should worry about it. But then he was like, oh yeah, we're actually causing it. But I figured that out after thinking about it. It's like, well, look, if we got all this power to manipulate reality and we're actually doing it, then technically we're the ones causing the Mandela effect. But, you know, he eventually figured that out. But yeah, maintain your frame. Maintain your frame. There's nothing on the outside that should change what you're feeling on the inside. Because if that's the case, you're not in control in the first place. Imagine that. Somebody else is controlling your demiurge energy. Someone else is programming you to manifest something else. This is wild, man. Evo7 says the Archons apparently rule the 7 deadly sins as well. A lot of sevens going on with you, buddy. But yeah, you're exactly right. If you really look into these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are the 7 Archons we're dealing with right here. Each one of them does have an archangel associated with it. Each one of them has a sin and a virtue associated with it. Just for example here, let's flip to one just so I can show you what I'm rambling about. Let's look at Netzach, for example. And Netzach is actually this Archon, Venus, love and beauty and all that good stuff. The magical image is a beautiful naked woman. So that's where you get this from. All this twerking energy we're talking about, somebody come get her because she's dancing like a stripper, that will belong to this realm of Netzach. All love magic, all the citry magic, you know what I'm saying, trying to get you with a girl or a guy, that will be here in Netzach. The god name is Jehovah Sevaoth, the Lord of Hosts. The archangel that rules this sphere, right, the demiurge that rules this sphere is called Haniel, the grace of God. Many of you may have heard of Haniel, but the archangels are actually the Archons, right? The Shem HaMephrash, these are actually the Archons. The order of angels is the Elohim. The chakra it deals with is Noga. Spiritual experience is the vision of beauty triumphant. The virtue is unselfishness. That's the positive energy it's talking about. Because remember, each one of these has a positive and a negative energy, a creative and a destructive energy. So oh my gosh, these binaural beats are really ramping this thing up. The virtue is unselfishness. The vice, the deadly sin for Venus, for this Archon, is lust. And this really relates to a lot of stuff that we're talking about today. So it's kind of crazy that I flipped to this one. The correspondence is the loins and the hips and the legs, right? Interesting. The color is green, of course. But, you know, depending on what sphere you're in. It says Netsack represents the instincts and the emotions they give rise to. But we're going to cover this book at a later date. Whew. Bunny Queen. This book is the Mystical Kabbalah. To me, the best book on the Kabbalah that does not leave anything to confusion. Bunny Queen says, funny, sounds like we constantly come back due to choice. Oh yeah. Swayze says, I'm going to message you about those binaural beats. Yeah, please do. I used to save them on YouTube, and now that they've been deleted, I've got them, and they still work for me. I think the older ones were super effective, and they may have had to, that's a different story. LJ says, from my knowledge, the true archons are the interdimensional beings that implant us, watch us, and feed off of our energy. They are the spider drone type, the squid type, and the humanoid type with tentacles. Who told you that? You know what I'm saying? Where do you get that from? Is that something that you experienced? Did you go up to the higher planes and meet these entities? Or did you get your information from research? You know what I mean? Like, who told you about that? These interdimensional beings implant us and watch us and feed us. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Like, where does this info come from? You feel me? LJ says there are no gods, angels, or demons, etc. associated with the archons at all. But I just showed you the research that this comes from. What you were probably talking about comes from a YouTube video. What I'm talking about is from a book that was written a long, long time ago before YouTube was established. Also, you look at the origin of archons and the Demiurge, and it doesn't say anything about tentacles or, spider beings or any of that stuff. That's that YouTube fantasy we got to get out of. That's that David Icke shit we got to get out of, Always do your research. Always do your research. Because when you show up to people who do their research and you talk about this kind of things, I would say research, Nothing personal against you. I don't know you, so I don't have any feelings towards it, but always do your research, my man. Bunny Queen says, I think I got another 3 hours in me before I pass out. All right, yeah, we're almost done. Enoch Petrucelli book, yeah. David Icke, yeah. Books do not lie. 13 Keys says, be water, my friends. Kelvin says, research is key. Absolutely. LJ says, the rituals in Enoch's book work. My life changed after I did them. That's awesome. Keep doing it. Also keep studying, because you got to have the balance of study and practice. Not just practice, not just study. You got to have study and practice. That's how you evolve. If you just stick to one, or if you ever stop and think you got it figured out, you're not evolving anymore. You're actually dying. So, CG says, is he referring to the Great Mother as the Spider Queen, whatever that is, but how she entrapped people in her web? It's possible. We're going to have to ask him about that, because I'm not too sure where that comes from. By the way, before Enoch Petrucelli was born, or anyone that he knew, or any of the information that he got for his book, Plato was talking about the Demiurge and the archons. And that's where you're going to get the original, earliest writings about the archons and the Demiurge. Not from Enoch Petrucelli, not from Brother Panic, not from the Gnostics. You're going to get the original information from the original people that came up with the concept. So, let us continue. Yeah. So, these are various sections and divisions. Each have a god ruler, and some of these cases are called angels, and even archangels, or even the Greek name archons, the rulers of this world, as the Bible puts it in one place, then drops it with no more information about it. Thus, in some occult Gnostic cults, there appears, again, a system of bypassing and neutralizing these archangel rulers by being able to sneak past them by means of neutralizing the spells imparted by the gnosis or wisdom. I note that in these cases, the man was trying to escape from matter and it all, not remaining heat and learning to master and manipulate the physical plane and thus gain mastery over it. You may do as you please, but I do not want to run away from here, defeated, taking a mental coward's way out. I'd like to master this place first and say goodbye forever, and only come back if I will to do so. On the behavior of the Demiurge is a worker, a creator. There is nothing in the knowledge regarding it to indicate that the nature of the Demiurge is anything like a separately thinking God individual. Let me go back and say that again. There's nothing in the knowledge, not in the fantasy of some YouTube person. There's nothing in the knowledge regarding it to indicate that the nature of the Demiurge is anything like a separately thinking God individual, but the Demiurge actions are more comparable to a programmed working computer, matrix, agent, or a moving action toy that is wound up, given a set of directions, and started off moving and working, and from which working, moving setup pattern, it does not deviate. Has anyone ever experienced the machine elves when tripping balls? Why do you think they're called machine elves? Machines have to follow a program. They are not autonomous. They don't make their own decisions. They follow instructions. This is why you have free will. You got the free will. It's not the Demiurge and the Archons feeding on you or beating you up. It's somebody convincing you to believe that type of nonsense, so you go and program your personal Demiurge to be your enemy, and you get your ass beat because you believe in that shit. What's up, Acid Stormtroop? Long time no see, my friend. Jarvion Jones says, I just joined the stream. Do you have any book recommendations? Yes. Bunny Queen says, the one we're reading. Yes. LJ says, you can see these beings with your third eye and through astral projection. No, Sapphiron's is not an Archon. Just Incredible, aren't you a YouTube person, though? Yes, I am. And don't take my word for it. I'm reading this book so we can talk about it. I have the book in the PDF in the description for you to download. I encourage you to download it and do your own study on it. And after doing your own study, I would love to converse with you about it from what you've gathered. I'm not building a religion. Don't take what I'm saying. Know what I'm saying? As the Stormtroop says, what's up, bro? Is this stream still online when it's finished? Just came to see you streaming 5 hours straight. Yeah. This is probably like 11 hours at this point because we did an earlier one. Yeah, just incredible thought viruses. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, let's continue because we're almost done here. The Demiurge is a worker. It doesn't have its own thoughts. You command it. It's like a toy that follows its own pattern, and it does not deviate from that pattern. And neither does the Demiurge deviate. Yeah, and dude, I'm not telling you my ideas that I got from David Icke. We're reading this book together, and we're talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I'm coming up with this shit out of my ass and telling you to believe it. I'm pointing you to the origin of these things so you can stop being scared of the boogeyman. I mean, some of y'all want a devil, right? A lot of people want a scapegoat to blame, and that's fine. That's enlightenment too. But that's not the flavor of enlightenment that we got going on here. But, you know, my people know. Where we at? And neither does the Demiurge deviate from the dream idea projections of the first cause, vast countenance, unless, right? The Demiurge does not deviate from the original intent of the creator, unless by your imaginative magic actions and spells, you manage to insert your projections along with the first causes. You interject your will with the divine will. Vast countenance's dream projections into the matrix of coming events on and in this earth dream illusion. But it is very real to us, so don't try to stick knives into yourself saying it's all an illusion. You don't handle this world that way. It's been 5 hours, right? We're almost done. Swayze says, so they're like agents or foot soldiers of the Demiurge, subcontractors, legions. They still work for us. That's right. All of this consciousness, it fractals down. So even as the Demiurge is a subcontractor of the divine, and we're a fraction of it, there's fractions of things within us that operate in systems, and fractions of those things, like as above, so below. It's a never-ending thing. There's not a boss and a worker. Like it continues infinitely. There's always something above and always something below. Evo 7, precisely. What Evo 7 said was, the sin you are most lost into within the 7 spheres controlled by the Archons is the Archon energy you resonate with. Exactly. That's the energy that you have an abundance of and you don't have much control over. Remember what we said earlier, each one of these spheres has a constructive and a destructive nature. So there's 2 energies to it. It's the same thing as balancing your chakras. You know what I'm saying? If one chakra is overcharged, you got an abundance of energy there and you need to balance it. Or if it's undercharged, you got a deficiency there and you need to balance it, right? If it's undercharged, then it's going to be deconstructive. If it's overcharged, it's also going to be deconstructive because it's out of balance. But as you notice here, all these spheres and all these so-called archons line up with the chakras. Like I said, the crown chakra, the third eye chakra, the throat chakra here, the heart chakra, the stomach chakra, the genital chakra, and the root chakra. All this stuff lines up. It's not about boogeyman, good versus evil, bad guy, good guy. It ain't about all that, man. Where we at? Okay, we're on section 9. Getting close. Up to this point, you have been given a mass knowledge and information background material covering as much of the subject as OPHIEL has available. And I still have 50 people here on this stream. This is crazy. 13 Keys says Demiurge equals subconscious. The Demiurge seems scary because it manifests itself as our deepest programmed fears. We face our fears. We realize the Demiurge subconscious is really and truly under our will. Yes, and that's too heavy for some people. Some people can't handle that. Some people can't handle that responsibility, so they got to blame it on a scapegoat. There we go again with the goat, right? LJ says, you want to remove your chakras. They are implants designed to control and limit you. No, I do not. You might, though, and good luck with that. I'd be very interested to learn how you plan on removing your chakras. But, it's all good. Thank you, Kelvin. Kelvin says, this is an amazing channel. Chakras are more of a ladder, I feel, says Evo7. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, let's continue. Section 9. Up to this point, you've been given a massive knowledge about the Demiurge that OPHIEL has. How? Okay, so what logically comes next is, how is the actual influencing contact with the Demiurge made? Your contact with the Demiurge is now, always. Now, always. You are in contact with the half-god at all times. The exact connections are still a great mystery, but it is not really necessary to know it all now. You can work very well now, as the connections are already made and have always been made. Just Incredible says, you can't remove your lymph systems. Well, maybe he did. Maybe he got all of his lymph systems removed, right? Maybe he's stumbled upon something that we haven't been, knowledge we haven't been privy to. You never know. You never know. Let's keep going. Now, always. You are in contact with the half-god at all times. The exact connections are still a great mystery, but it is not really necessary to know it all. You can work very well now, as the connections are already made and have always been made. To digress a little, spells of meditations and contemplations won't hurt any in your consciousness attempt to influence the Demiurge, and any other mental means that might be peculiar to your being alone, and which you discover after a while in your work. Use any means that you find works best for you. Experiment carefully and constantly test every step. Here comes now some quite important points for you to repeat your attention and learning about. The Demiurge does not understand language, words, nor does it respond to them. The Demiurge understands emotions only. All of you afraid of the coronavirus, all of you afraid of the boogeyman, all of you that are ready to debate and fight because you believe something. The Demiurge responds and understands to emotions only, feelings only, emotional pictures only, as the pictures are accompanied by emotions. Here's the dictionary definition of the word. Emotion. Noun. Latin origin. Emovere. Emotum. To remove. Shake. Stir up. Out. Plus mover. To move. See feeling. Feeling implies movement of some physical movements to ascertain knowledge of what a thing is, etc. But get the idea firmly in your mind that emotion is connected with a movement, vibes of some kind, and could be both physical and mental. When you want something or even think you want something, you have a desire for it. And the desire is a form of emotion, action, linking action, you to the thing desired. Remember what he said about the tetragrammaton, yod, hey, vau, hey? Yod being the initiatory, the hand movement, the action. Hey being the window, the imagination. Vau being the nail that pins it all together, the desire. And hey being the physical result of your ritual here. But the desire is a form of emotion linking you to the thing desired, connecting the idea of desire with the symbol of a nail. A nail is a symbol of desire and connects you and what you desire, fastens the two together, and they become one, and you get what you want. Nail is connected with the word vow in the Jehovah formula aforestated. In regard to the idea of magical workings, Israel Regardie, quoting Levi, said, to work magic, it is first necessary to inflame yourself with prayer or emotions. And Aleister Crowley also said a similar thing. You got to inflame yourself with passion during the ritual. You go all out. Doing your ritual is not a time to be very reserved and shy and worry about what people think of you. Doing your ritual is when you get naked and you throw yourself in there and you go wild. You go like a kid playing with toys. You possess yourself with the energy. That's how you get your shit done. You engulf yourself in the moment, right? Right. It is first necessary to inflame yourself with prayer, emotions. The Bible says fervent prayer, right? That's how you get God to move, through fervent prayer. Desire is prayer. I cannot quote from the book because there are very strict copyrights on her book. Get a copy of Science and Health with the Key to the Scriptures and read the opening words of the book yourself. Remember then what you want in order for your prayer to get through. If you don't feel deeply, then you must learn how to get yourself to feel deeply and practice until you get it controlled. The preceding is very personal, and you will have to develop your own desirabilities. I have treated this subject in other writings, which please see and study. Anything new I find, I will get it down and out as fast as I can. Before ending this paragraph on the subject, I can say that the reason why our daydreams do not work, pay attention to this. I can say that the reason why our daydreams do not work to bring about the connection desired is that daydreams have very little emotion connected with them, and hence do not nail the objects daydreamed about to the Demiurge's attention for achievement down here. Yeah, it sounds exactly like we're talking about the subconscious mind. Some directions can be given as to how to visualize better to learn how. If your present visualization ability is not up to a useful standard to get better pictures, mental pictures to work with. The act of visualization means to bring up back on an inner mental mind screen a picture of the object, usually a physical object. Mental mind symbols can be visualized, but that would not be the same as a wanted physical plane object for the purposes of which I am describing. Many persons can visualize or bring back a mental picture in great clarity and much exact detail naturally without having to learn how to do it. But it is not necessary to have a too exact visualization. A fair reproduction will be enough. What is really necessary is the feeling that goes with the visualization picture. So it's not everything that you get it perfect in your head as far as what you see. What is most important is the feeling behind this. The feeling behind this. Peter Sellers asks, what sources do you recommend that show which planetary energies, angels, demons, etc., correspond with the aspects of our subconscious mind, and how would we manifest our desires? Well, for all that you just described, you might as well check out Dion Fortune's The Mystical Kabbalah. It's not the easiest book to read, but then again, this is not the easiest subject to understand. But this is a good trusted source to get you that information. So at least when you are at a capacity to understand it, you at least have this book on hand. LJ says, VK Jahannam, wait. Peter Sellers says, and how will we manifest our desires? Is it as simple as meditating on that energy while visualizing the desired effect? I would watch this video and follow this book, right? And if that's not enough, watch the audiobook that I recorded earlier today, which was The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization, right? There's a few laws and keys here that will help you process this a little bit better. Also, watch the video Travis Magus is the last video you'll ever need to watch. I mean, it's out there, you know what I'm saying? Just got to research. You might be kind of new, so just check it out. LJ says VK Jahannam has one big chakra. Oh, That sounds interesting. And Enoch Petrocelli removes them. He has no chakras. Chakras can be changed by us. You can destroy and eat people's chakras too. Anything is possible. All right. Let's see. Dara Holland says LJ, yes, VK does. So you guys have seen his one big chakra, huh? That's pretty interesting. I haven't seen his big chakra. Not so sure I want to. Let me stop. Yeah, that was by Dion Fortune, by the way. KP says, does this also explain hypnosis? Does this also explain hypnosis as well? Yes. At least hypnosis is one of the ways that you can get this process down. I think we talked the other night about, going into trance, right? That kind of makes this process a little bit easier. You feel me? Hey girl, I got one big chakra. Do you want to see it? This is funny, man. The world is funny. Look, I gotta maintain my frame. I can't be talking about big chakras and 69 anal angels and what was the other one? We got peaches and twerking cats and Sekhmet energy. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Kelvin says, did you ever read the Holy Bible? Hell yeah, multiple times. Really, my Bible is highlighted and circled more than any of the books on my shelf. Did you read the Holy Bible? All right, then. Where we at? Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. All right. Some direction can be given as to how to visualize better to learn how, if your present visualization ability is not up to a standard to get better pictures, mental pictures to work with. The act of visualization means to bring up back on an inner mental mind screen a picture of the object, usually a picture of the physical object. Mental mind symbols can be visualized, but that would not be the same as a wanted physical plane object for the purposes of which I am describing. Many persons can visualize or bring back a mental picture with great clarity and much exact detail naturally without having to learn how to do it. But it is not really necessary to have a too exact visualization. A fair reproduction will be enough. What is really necessary is the feeling that goes with the visualization picture. So as we said, the feeling is more important than actual visualization. Greetings, Southeast Hardcore. We back at it once again. Just Incredible says, you and Rogue Titan need to link up. We actually do have a video of us together. It's on the Love Lift Life channel. His first interview with them, I was actually on there as well. Bunny Queen says, all right, it's morning. Let's try and keep it PG. I keep my windows covered, so I don't know what time it is. I don't have the sun yet. I'll have to go outside and be surprised like a vampire. Come on now. The following method is one that OPHIEL uses to develop visualization ideas and pictures, and it has worked quite well for him. OPHIEL is not a natural, easy visualizer, but there are always some small amount of pictures coming onto the inner screen of the mind. As a start for your work, take any object you have on hand. A piece of jewelry is good. Place the object in front of you, with a mild light bearing down on it. Look and gaze on the object for a time. Do not strain your eyes, but take it very easy. Easy does it. Look the first times for a few minutes, but look steady and see every detail on the object, especially the details in great detail. And memorize these details until, as could be said, the details are part of you. What you are really doing by this intensified gazing on the object is building up a connection with the object's etheric counterpart. Boom. That's why we do it. Which counterpart is on the etheric plane. The longer you do the looking, gazing action, the firmer the connection becomes. So this is why you want to work on your visualization skills. This is why it's not simply memorizing it, it's reconstructing it in your imagination. In doing that, you're connecting to the etheric counterpart of the thing that you're imagining. You feel me? So keep this in mind, and also keep this in mind with the book that we just read, the art and practice of getting material things through creative visualization, right? So you're constructing it in your imagination, and in doing that, you're linking it to the etheric counterpart of the thing that you're trying to magnetize. The longer you do the looking, gazing action, the further the connection becomes. Continue this work as long as you find it necessary to accomplish the work you are trying to do. In OPHIEL's case, he found, to his pleasant surprise, that after only 4 days of gazing, he was able to recall the object in great detail, and in colors too. I have given this method to others, and this method often worked for them in various degrees, and it will work for you. To repeat some of the above in another way, as this is very important, I suggest that you, upon waking, lie still and try to enter a reverie. Have any of y'all tried to enter a reverie? Where we at? Try to enter a reverie wherein you are half asleep and half awake. At this point, recall the visualization of your object, and it should come back alive to your inner mind screen in color. You can then try to manipulate the recalled visualized object. With the practice, you will find that you can handle the visualized object as you can handle earth objects. Constantly increase your work on more and more objects, and each work done advances your abilities. In my book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, there is a section on making a body of light on the next plane. I suggest that you do this work along with your other work and develop this light body and keep it in your aura field, as you will find real use for your later work. I am assuming that now, wait, let me say that again. Art and Practice of Astral Projection, yeah. Okay, so there's a section on making the body of light on the next plane. We might read that book next, so we can find out about constructing that body of light on the next plane. If I remember, that was a pretty easy exercise. I suggest that you do this work along with your other work and develop this light body and keep it in your aura field, as you will find real use for it in your later work. I'm assuming now that the first things that you want to do is to develop your source of supply so that you can lead a better, easier life and have more time to do your occult knowledge work. There are several tried and true ways to improve your physical status. I will give directions for 2 of them as follows. Number 1, the treasure map method. In this method, you're going to set up a system of recording pictures of what material things you want or just desire and transfer these pictures to, hopefully, the attention of the Demiurge. Even though I write that down casually, I cannot express it any clearer or more forcefully that this is the way to go about doing the action, the creative visualization action. Repetition is the work word. Also, you must rise above any petty nuisance of your work not immediately working, right? For all you people that get discouraged because your ritual didn't happen in 30 minutes or 1 day, right? Rise above the petty nuisance of your work not immediately working or coming true. Read what has been said elsewhere about time, inner time and outer time. Directions. Get a large piece of paper, 3 feet, and 3 feet is good. Fasten this paper to the inside wall of a closet with thumbtacks. It is best to put the map inside a hidden closet so that others cannot see it and comment on it in any way. Now, start a search for pictures that objectify your desires. Do not listen to any suggestions that it is wrong for you to desire physical things, especially things that would enable you to lead a gracious life or to do gracious living. That stuff is old crud from some kind of a wrong Christian idea that you must suffer down here and must look for a pie in the sky and some screwy future of some kind, of which the hard shells have never really defined as what is what, really, to their ideas. I know it is hard to get rid of those screwy ideas, but try. 654 on page 54. You will have to look for the pictures, but the search is part of the treatment. Look in magazines pertaining to the subject you are seeking. When you find pictures that embody your ideas and desires, cut them out carefully and fasten them to the base paper with a piece of Scotch tape. Let there be no end to the process of looking for desired pictures and find room for them all, even if you have to add more base paper. Gaze or look at the picture objects as in the body of light method until you can recall the pictures to your inner mind screen clearly. You can practice trying to manipulate the objects around on the inner screen. From now on, you are somewhat on your own. As the old cliche goes, we are all different and each one workings out is slightly or greatly different from each other, and no one can really show another exactly how to do their own life work. 13 Keys says this book could have also been named The Art and Practice of Programming the Subconscious Mind, dedicated to the right brain. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Ay, somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Ay. Oh. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Where we at? Okay, as you already know, the idea of this work of visualizing the objects that you think you will need to contemplate your nice existence down here is to transfer to visualize objects to the attention of the Demiurge so that it will notice you and accept your visualized, emotionalized objects as a part of its programming. I want Senpai to notice me. In general, this transfer to the Demiurge of your objectified ideas and images is done through the agency of your own subconsciousness, which, according to the best of our present understanding, is connected with the universal subconsciousness. However, it is possible to talk to the Demiurge through your own subconscious agency, but not directly. As was said, the Demiurge does not know words, but a part of your subconsciousness does understand words, and the right kind of words do get through to the Demiurge, as they are of the same kind of being. I'm sorry for the seeming contradiction, but these other planes of operations are different, not difficult to explain easily and all at once. Give these things much meditation. You can learn and use the right technique as you absorb this knowledge. You're welcome, Peter Sellers. Almost there, y'all. Almost there. 2 books in a day. This is amazing. All right, Dr. Sebi. This tea keeps me strong and invincible, and it makes me have to pee. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, for Swayze, as was said, the Demiurge does not know words, but a part of your subconsciousness does understand words, and the right kind of words do get through to the Demiurge, as they are of the same kind of being. I'm sorry for the seeming contradiction, but these other plane operations are different, not difficult to explain easily all at once. Give these things much meditation. You can learn and use the right technique as you absorb this knowledge. I guess not necessarily meditate for the right words, but meditate if you're kind of stuck, if you have a roadblock on what to do next, right? Because if the Demiurge, if the subconscious doesn't respond to words, it only responds to emotion, and you're kind of stuck on programming yourself to manifest what you want, you kind of want to meditate on the best way to symbolize what it is that you're trying to generate. Does that help to make sense? There is still another part of the programming technique that has to be explained. Even though you can talk to the Demiurge through your own submind, as said before, the Demiurge, for some strange reason not fully understood as yet, will not respond to commands or forceful orders, or even to ordinary orders given by you. This is why it's ridiculous in those old grimoires where it talks about how you have to threaten the demons. Like, how do you threaten a demon? Like, you can't see it or touch it or smell it. Like, what are you going to do to punish a demon? Likewise, how do you remove a chakra if you can't even touch it? You can't even see it. You don't know where it is. Like, how do you remove it? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it will not respond to forceful orders or even to ordinary orders given to you. But the Demiurge will respond to indirect suggestions, especially if they are given in a sweet way or a nice way. So KP, this kind of reminds me of when we were talking the other night. KP, if you're still with us, you asked me, what was it? If you're kind of stuck on something and you can't figure it out, like if you can't get the answer to something, like what do I do to manifest it? And I talked about how I would compliment and congratulate myself on the fact that I am so clever, that I'm clever enough to figure out an answer to this thing, that I go ahead and reward myself in advance for figuring it out. You remember when we talked about that? But yeah, this kind of backs up what I was saying here. But the Demiurge will respond to indirect suggestions, especially if they are given in a sweet way or a nice way. To illustrate, instead of ordering the Demiurge to get you a house, say to it this way: gush is good, and so is hyperbole. Anything so it sounds Swedish. Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if you would get a wonderful house or home? Or wouldn't it be nice if you would bring me the things that I read in the newspapers that you give to other persons? Or wouldn't it look good in a pearl? Wouldn't I look good in a pearl necklace? Or, oh wow, oh how I would love to be whatever it is you want. Or wouldn't it be wonderful if I had a steady income so I could live in the manner in which I'd like to become accustomed? It is to emotional statements like this to which the Demiurge will most likely respond to, not, as I said before, to commands or willed commands. So you will have to learn to give kinds of orders that it will act on. The Demiurge, even though it is a kind of a god, is not a very bright god. The Demiurge is rather simple, in fact, and is easily programmed. See, that's why y'all be hurting his feelings, right? Y'all hurting the Demiurge's feelings, calling him a vampire and evil and the devil. Don't hurt his feelings, man. He's your friend. Easily programmed, but not by human-willed forceful commands. The Demiurge is even easily flattered and easily led along with honeyed words about your desires. And as already said, the more your words and desires are loaded with emotions, the more that gets through. Again, remember that the nearer you are to your natural source of supply, which we will all have in some degree, some larger than others, the quicker your desires can be supplied. In my book, The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization, the subject is gone into large detail. Please get this book and study it carefully. This is when talking about the, the art of the law of the sphere of availability. That's it. Sphere of availability. Stop it. Yeah, please get the book and study it carefully. The work with the Demiurge is, as is said before, with all occult work, is an art, and an art that you must learn to master. Set your mind to stay with it until it is perfected. Here's another method, number 2. This method I sort of invented myself out of several old witchcraft rituals put together. I call it the happiness doll. You are all familiar with the old idea of making a doll image or an image of someone that some screwball wants to injure and then does various things to the doll and expects that the action things will repercuss back on the individual. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. See other writings on cycles and bindings, right? So now he's talking about voodoo dolls, right? Well, you can make one on yourself, and you should. However, there is one fact that is not generally known. The fact is that there is almost nothing in the physical world that is not reversible. All actions, physical and otherwise, are reversible. Therefore, There is no reason why you should not make a doll for others, or for yourself. On these good dolls, instead of injuring them, you give them all kinds of goodies. You give them money, jewels, model autos, anything that represents what you want for yourself to have and enjoy. Naturally, you give them a model of the things, even pictures of the thing will do. You can let yourself go in this manner. As models are plentiful, use them all. In this case, you can use good things beyond your sphere of availability, but understand that you're using them to stimulate your desires to a higher degree so that they will work better for you. Also, there is another thing that you can do. You will recall that when the tomb of Tutankhamun was opened, it was found that the pharaoh's coffin consisted of 3 different coffins, one inside the other. These coffins represented the different planes in relation to the physical plane of the body of the pharaoh, and some explanation of them will be given here in due course. The whole tomb and its contents could be said, were one of a large doll, a treasure map doing the work of Egyptian magic. Into the tomb, besides the pictures painted on the walls and the sides of the coffins, were the soul of the dead man. There were servants and slaves, food and drinks, and clothes, and jewelry, ointments, and toilet instruments. Some of these things were placed on the body or near the body. Other things were placed in the outer rooms in different locations. As said, the 3 coffins representing the coffin was different and were according to the nature of the plane. I have not had access to these designs, but I'm fairly sure that it is this way. And if I don't recognize the designs when I do see them, it will be because the Egyptian ideas are obscure to me because of being so old in time. Hecate Goddess says the voodoo doll works. I only use it to myself. Yes, indeed it works. The law of correspondence, plus you infuse your emotion and your intent. That is no choice but to work. Especially when you combine the visualization with it, because like the book says, you are attaching to the astral counterpart. All right. I've not had access to these designs, but I'm fairly sure that it is this way. And if I don't recognize the designs when I do see them, it will be because the Egyptian ideas are obscure to me because of being so old in time. There was another interesting piece of knowledge in this tomb, a piece of knowledge which you can use in point of knowledge fact. The day a royal child was born in the tomb was started for him. The day a royal child was born, a tomb was started for him. As soon as the digging had progressed somewhat, the magic pictures were started. And these pictures were put there as to show and create the future for the child. For example, one of the pictures on the wall showed Tutankhamun kicking prisoners of war. This picture was a magic visualization that Tutankhamun was successful in making successful wars later. I trust you understand the process, because it is the same process that can be applied to you in your life. I would suggest that in your first application, use this kind of magic. I would suggest that in your first application use of this kind of magic, you use it for yourself before you try it on others. Get a small doll of any kind. According to the old books, for things like this, you get a doll made of such organic material as possible, such as leather, wool, silk, horn materials, etc. I made up a container from my doll of 3 boxes that fitted inside of each other. I put the doll on the inner box first and put paper money, dime store jewelry, and tiny model autos, but authentic reproductions. Then on the inner side of the box on each box, and then on the outside of each box, the appropriate kind of picture pertaining to that plane. I put the material physical pictures on the inner boxes, and on the outer boxes, I put more etherical type of pictures. I'm not going to give too much detail of my boxes as each of us is different, as I said, and you can decide on what pertains to your makeup as you are you. All of these actions and messages to your subconscious All of these actions are messages to your subconscious, and don't forget the desire emotions. And your subconscious passes the message to the universal subconscious, which is another name for the Demiurge. Don't forget, never forget, that there is some need to learn to use this art, and do allow some physical time for it to work. Time is a very mysterious thing, and as I said several times before, time on the etheric plane and on the inner planes is not the same as time down here. You should experience a gradual increase of your all-around well-being, and your physical resources should show gradual improvement. I will now have to start to think about the way to end and close this book. There are endless more variations to this art other than what I have been able to give out there for examples. Learn what has been given, and then many other things should suggest themselves to you as your learning powers increase. There is one other basic idea that you can keep in mind and experiment with, and that idea is what I call merging. You will recall that I said in this book and in my other writings that the God forces vibes were given names and identities as a handle so that our everyday minds can get a hold onto these abstract ideas, and thus use the ideas as laid out in this book and other writings. I suggest you practice and visualize these handle images until you can recall the visualized picture quite well, and then merge yourself with the image and feel yourself be merged with the God idea, and then go on from there as you are then on your own, and I cannot advise you farther, but you should have some idea as to what to do and how. As a somewhat advanced idea for you to work yourself into, in time, you can visualize the handle name idea picture of the vast countenance. Visualize as a vast head face. Use your own ideas as to what it would look like if it were real, that is, real on this physical plane. And carefully, gently, and quietly merge yourself with the vast countenance. And then look down through the lesser countenance to your physical mental self down here. And then take it from there as to how you desire to see yourself. A great amount of knowledge and power is embodied in the few words just given, and I can find no way to make the previous admonition any stronger than stated, even if I used 10,000 words. The real Nippy says, oh yes, the God body. Indeed, indeed. That was powerful. Let me check that one more time. As a somewhat advanced idea for you to work yourself into in time, you can visualize the handle name idea picture of the vast countenance. Visualize as a vast head face. Use your own ideas as to what this would look like if it was real on the physical plane. And then carefully and gently and quietly merge yourself with the vast countenance. Then look down through the lesser countenance to your physical mental self down here. So it says visualize the Demiurge as a giant head, and then visualize yourself as that head looking at your physical body, looking at yourself. Right? And then take it from there as to how to desire to see yourself, right? Give that a shot with your visualization. Please read and study the information given on the last pages of this book. My address is OPHIEL, 950 Larkspur Drive, Oakland, California, 94610, 415-835-9580. If you write to me, please include some patience to support the secretary. But if you are temporarily out of funds, then write anyhow. I will make every effort to answer. My object, tried as it may sound, is to teach you to help yourself, and not as many other leaders and gurus do to say, hey you, come and see what wonderful powers I have. Yeah, that even still happens to this day. Oh my goodness. Wow, I'm going to enjoy this sleep. Y'all leave me alone in this astral plane so I can hang out with my Demiurge for a minute. She's going to be fine as fuck too. Okay, where am I? All right, so my object, trite as it may sound, is to teach you to help yourself, and not as many other leaders and gurus do say, hey you, come and see what wonderful powers I have. And if you are real good, I may give some to you, if you pay and pay, big, etc. Ophiel was in poverty for many years, and this was due to others, and not his own fault. Ophiel admits that he likes money, not for just the money, but for the goodies that it buys. But Ophiel is a double Capricorn, and goes only for the real, genuine, and even for money. Ophiel can't put out lies and trash stuff, as the idea of fake is so strong in his Capricorn nature that it is impossible for him to deal in bull. The real or nothing. I can stand behind that. As far as it is humanly possible, the occult Ophiel teaches is correct and has been tested by him. The story of how this all came about has to be left to his autobiography for now. Please note that Ophiel has said about time, physical time. There's a great mystery here, much that is unknown, but allow for time to pass in your magic metaphysical workings. Sometimes your work works fast and sometimes slow, and this is probably due to cycles, which are another great mystery. I also repeat another trite saying, never, but never give up. I know talk is cheap, easy, but Ophiel stuck it out, and so can you. We all stuck it out, right? We're at the end here. Please give the information in the last pages if you're interested in your instant attention. Thanks a million. If you write to me, please do not send registered or special delivery letters, as it sometimes takes 10 times longer for me to get them in the mail, etc. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Ophiel. All right. You know, as much as I would love to end it right here, we read all the introductions. We might as well read all the outros. I mean, gotta finish what you start. But tell you what, let me go take this bathroom break real quick. It's not gonna take long. It's gonna pee and come back. Be right back. We're gonna finish this up. We're gonna go to bed, and we're gonna tackle this again very soon. But hold on just a sec. We're gonna read this outro here. Might as well if we got this far, right? Bunny Queen says, nope, bedtime niggas. Seems like he would have been a cool dude to hang out with. I agree. But yeah, I'll be right back. Right. Now for the last bit. While I'm up here, I'm gonna take a swig of this apple cider vinegar. Might as well, right? Stuff is so hard to down, but I used to be able to down whiskey and vodka straight. Apple cider vinegar is nothing. Don't mind me if I make a weird sound. Yuck. Stuff is gross. Oh my god. Bunny Queen says, might as well clip these two books together and enter in the longest lecture. Hell yeah. 12-hour lecture. Holy shit, man. 12 hours. Half a day. I did not expect to do this, but it's only right. And in essence, this is kind of like a fundraiser for the spirit of OPHIEL. We've been focused on this man's work for a whole day. I'm sure he is profiting in his astral paradise. Temporarily out of funds. Dara Holland, thank you for attending this awesome build. Appreciate you. Damn. Calvin asks, are you going to go to sleep? I usually pull a 48 hours and then a 16-hour sleep. But I think I put in enough energy. I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep out of this. Jarvion Jones, you're welcome. All right, let's finish up right here, and then we'll hang out with Ophiel in the astral plane. I'm sure he'll be waiting, giving us the full breakdown of why he insisted on manifesting on 4/02/2020, whatever. Secret agent man. Winter solstice message. This apple cider vinegar, man. All right. Winter solstice message. Today is the 14th day of December, and in 8 more days will occur the winter solstice on December 21st. I intend to send this winter solstice message out all through the winter quarter, December 21st to March 21st, which marks the end of winter and the first day of spring, the vernal equinox. When Happy Ophiel will have another timely message for you alls, the A spring message. The word solstice means to stand still, and at December 21st, the sun has gone as far as south as it can go, and it stands still for a few more days and then starts to move back up north, in which direction it moves until the summer solstice, June 21, the beginning of summer. Then it apparently stands still again for a few days, and then starts to move south again to repeat the cycle once again. The journey of the sun did not escape the attention of the ancients, those who observed and thought, and the southward journey of the sun accompanying wintry weather did not escape them either. Thus, when the sun reversed its southward course, there was cause for great rejoicing and carryings on. Hence the universal pagan festivals culminating in the Saturnalia of Roman times. This festival of Roman Catholic Church, hypocrites baptized and took into the church as the birthday of Jesus, who, if he existed at all, was born around the middle of July. It is important to occultists and Gnostics knowers, those who know, that you, as an occultist and a knower, should keep the right perspective on this Christmas business and treat it properly. There is no reason you should harass your friends about their fake Xmas observances unnecessarily. But then again, there is no reason why you should allow those of them who do not receive gifts by the score to be despondent over such lack of gifts of recognition, or what have you, at Christmas time, as all these things are pure fakery and based on the lies and fakes and descriptions which are ages old by now, and which should have been discarded centuries ago. It is really extremely queer that stable stuff got so much attention. It all shows the ignorance of the masses it all shows the ignorance the masses labor under, or rather, in this case, the lack of critical discernment. The Sable good spell incident is mentioned in only one good spell, Luke. Mark says nothing at all about the early years of Jesus before 30, and Matthew says the birthplace took place in a house. That's in Matthew 3:11. John says nothing of Jesus' early life. So in other words, him talking about Jesus born in a manger, that's only mentioned in Luke. So it is mighty queer that one little goofy story would get so much attention out of all proportion to its importance. But as I say, it was due to a mild type of ignorance and lack of discernment. Anyone with a modicum of brains in working order would know that a man with an inscient wife would not take her on a long journey. Enough said. So, anyways, anyone with a modicum of brains in working order would know that a man with a pregnant wife would not take her on a long journey. Enough said. There's another point here which should be examined occult-wise. Immediately after the Xmas Hurrah comes another misplay. This one's called New Year's Day. January is supposed to be the beginning of the new year. The name of the month, January, comes from the Roman god Janus, who has two faces. Hence, he faced both forward and backward. Janus is also Saturn in another phase. I am informed that the word janitor comes from Janus also. A janitor watches the gates, or the door, entrances and exits. Bunny Queen, there you go with that Saturn, with that Baron Samedi, all right, with that gatekeeper energy we're talking about. Now, this brings up another subject of occult importance. Yeah, the new year, we talked about Janus. Yeah, this brings up another subject of some occult importance, the new year, or what month or day constitutes the beginning of a new cycle or a new year. Common sense would say that the beginning of a new season cycle would be the ideal start of a new cycle year. I'm not sure if the beginning of the winter season was held by the Romans as a new year or not. A check with the encyclopedia shows that the Saturnalia and the New Year were celebrated as one, and the Romans considered the beginning winter as the New Year, December 21st, later changing the New Year celebration to January 1st. So they considered the beginning of the winter season to be the beginning of the New Year. Apparently, the Jewish people consider the beginning of autumn as the beginning of a new year calendar-wise, and March 21st, religious-wise, as another kind of New Year. For what it's worth, the most logical date place for the New Year to me personally is the first day of spring, March 21st, or actually the exact minute the sun enters the zodiac sign of Aries, passing out from Pisces, which entrance takes place sometime during the 24 period around the 21st of March. For example, in the year 1973, the sun entered Aries at 10:24 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on March 20th, not the 21st. I presume, like Easter Sunday, the spring is early or later according to the sun's timetable, which at times speeds up and at times slows down, apparently. Dion Fortune says that in spring, vast tides are sweeping in and through the inner planes, and I presume she means that these tides have an effect upon Earth and our bodies, but she does not say much more, nor can anything in the way of informing me be gotten from her present-day society, which does not seem to be following the magic path anymore. I'd like to digress here for a few moments. I thank those people in England who wrote to me and asked me to take on Dion Fortune's work. I am not being falsely modest when I say I was not the one. He said, I ain't the one. It is only that I do not have the background education she had in psychology, including Freudian education and training. But Dion Fortune had probably also been an advanced occultist in her past lives, as she has said that she recovered her knowledge and powers, etc. Then too, I never did take the path of ceremonial magic, but have come to the metaphysical way. However, I am informed that there is no group in England following the old Golden Dawn methods, and I wish them luck unlimited. They can be gotten in touch with, but at this writing, I have misplaced their address. Another subject that comes to mind here, and I will not touch on it, is this Santa Claus thing. Next January 4th, I will be 72 years old, and all my life, I have been in contact with the Smith. When younger, I first thought one way, and then I thought another. Now that I am an old goat, Capricorn, I don't give a damn one way or the other, of course. I do not have the space here to trace the development of today's Santa Claus, a composite of several other things from memory. St. Nicholas from Armenia, Kris Kringle from Holland, reindeer from Lapland, Yule log from England, holly from Rhone, mistletoe from the Druids, etc. I myself am a little bit leery at the idea of giving a child the notion that something is going to come down a chimney and leave valuable manufactured articles in exchange for the vaguest of promises of being good for a whole year. And again, I'm always disturbed by wondering what effect it will have on many children when they discover the truth, especially the poor children who certainly have the right to ask the question, what gives? And what is going on here when no Santa appears to come down their chimney? The only redeeming point I can find to the whole business of that Santa Claus lives at the North Pole, where his giveaway factory is located. Giveaway factory. The North Pole is really the north quarter of the elemental force of the North. The force quarter, not the direction. And this North quarter is the quarter from which all interplaying things and forces are translated and transformed into material objects through the agency of the Archangel Uriel. See the ritual as given in several of my books. Now, this winter solstice message will take on a more personal note. OPHIEL is getting just plain old. He will be 72 next January 4th, 1974. In many ways, he is not in too bad shape, but of course, he cannot act like a spring chicken anymore. OPHIEL had planned to write a total of 25 books. There are 6 in print, 1 being printed, and 2 titles projected. That is all for now. OPHIEL has been trying to get 2 publishers to take over the books, but there is a most curious resistance to this. They stall and they stall and stall. OPHIEL cannot put these next 16 books out without some help of some kind, both material and metaphysical. It is up to you all. Do you have any ideas? OPHIEL has a very strange horoscope. He is a double Capricorn with a chart very similar to Richard Nixon's. Interesting. Nixon the Capricorn, Trump the Gemini. And here we are reading this. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Reagan, not Nixon. You must have noticed how Mr. Nixon's life peaks up and then peaks down. Mr. Nixon will outlive and live down to the present screw-up. It is an equally strange thing to notice that Truman, too, had a terrific horoscope. No matter what happened in his official family in the way of scandal, and they were worse than this present stuff, Truman would come out smelling like a rose. And this was due, as I said, to the powerful horoscope which protected him no end. OPHIEL has some of this difficult horoscope, too, but he fights it all the way. And now that it is almost over, he would not have changed it if he had known, and if he could have changed it. However, OPHIEL does need people to assist him now who have normal to strong horoscopes, especially if you students want those 16 books, if you really want them. One thing which could help OPHIEL greatly to get the books out would be an IBM composing typewriter. If any of you have such a machine that you could even lend to OPHIEL, it could speed the books up. Also, I wish that somewhere some people would start to form groups to study and communicate with OPHIEL, and to make an effort to start groups so that when OPHIEL does kick the bucket, the whole thing does not flop out dead. Also to develop some guides to take over after I'm done. Also to find and develop those who are, I hate to use the word, ready for higher stuff. Also, a group who can become familiar with the requirements of OPHIEL and make an effort to assist him, as he cannot do it all by himself. no matter how much he tries. Next year, 1974, OPHIEL may go to Europe, first to England for some lectures, then possibly contact with the witchcraft movement, then Sweden for a short time to see the spot where the sun sets for 1 or 2 hours at midnight in summer, then to the Louvre, then Italy, then possibly through the Iron Curtain to Pula in Yugoslavia on an invitation, then Africa to see if I can pick up any occult threads, as all this came from Africa and Egypt. I think somebody just said that in the trap, right? In the chat. As all this came from Africa and Egypt, then the pyramids, then Timbuktu to say I've been there, then Cape Town on invitation lectures, then to India on invitation. Then again, I may not be able to do any of these things due to the galloping old age and just stay at home. OPHIEL. Holy shit. Just a little bit longer, yo. Ay, ay, ay. All right. I feel like OPHIEL's trying to get a message out to us. Bunny Queen, you hear it. That man said he needs some help getting it out. Swayze says he sounds single. I say he sounds like he is dead. Interesting, but let's continue. Winter solstice message 1974. As you no doubt already know, the Earth tilts about 18 degrees from the perpendicular, and this tilting causes the sun in its yearly cycle apparently to travel north to the degree 0, Capricorn, and south to the degree 0, Cancer. Uh-oh, that's your sign. That is apparently on or about December 21st, the sun is as far north as it will go, and on or about June 22nd, it is as far south as it will go. These days are called the first days of winter and the first days of summer. The first day of spring is March 22, and the first day of autumn, September 22. The first day of spring is also called vernal equinox, and the first day of autumn is the autumnal equinox. There are two other words used in these seasons' connections: the summer solstice, which is June 22, and the winter solstice, which is December 22. Solstice means stand still, and this is the day the sun alters its direction north to south or south to north from the celestial equator. The word equinox means to be equal, i.e. on March 22 and September 22, the days are equal in length, 12 hours daylight and 12 hours darkness. What do these facts mean to us? How can we use them? For it is of no value to talk endlessly about things and not use them, or want to use them and not know how. You can start to use by noting that these points are turning points in the year's cycle. At each of these turning points, you have a fresh start, as it were, a point from which to invoke new forces in turn. Interesting. Bunny Queen says write down those dates. Well, as an occultist, you should have these dates memorized. I'm just saying. They're very important. Where did I just stop? Oh yeah. Since writing my previous material, I have come across something new which changes everything I wrote previously. Thus, instead of saying invoke new forces in turn, I should say working through the highest earth power, you then invoke the lower new powers. Today, from the occult, and also from the non-occult viewpoint, I do not want to make an outright accusation, but it would appear that crime is on the rise, and the present type of police department seems helpless to cope, and conceding this fact. It once used to be said with smug satisfaction from police and Puritan-type church groups that crime does not pay, while the policemen beat up some dime store shoplifter. But today, considering the vast amount of material stolen and the helplessness of the police to recover the goods, except by accident, I would say that crime does pay, and it pays very well. All right, so you do have those dates memorized. Awesome. Some goofs have said that the people have the kind of government they want, and when they want a different kind, they will change it. What should be said is that people have the kind of government they deserve. Y'all hear that? The people have the kind of government they deserve, and when they deserve better, they will get it. A Republican democracy, it can be a pain in the ass. Even the original Greek democracies weren't always consistent. At one time, the people would vote one way and at another completely reverse themselves. In the great legislative bodies, the people's representatives always include a number of nuts in it who block progressive legislation at times, and no truly progressive laws can get passed due to such nuts, as well as the special influence nuts. For example, remember how the nuts were able once to get a law passed that margarine must be hand-colored by the purchaser? And that law stood on the books for years. Then it took 2 sessions of Congress to get that law repealed. Yet the commonest of common sense would indicate that the silly laws should never have been passed in the first place, and if passed, should have been repealed first time around. OPHIEL himself does not smoke nor take drugs, so he has no self-interest in tobacco, drugs, or marijuana. But Mary Wanny is here to stay. Oh, y'all heard that? A bunny queen. I think this dude is clearly talking to you. I'm just saying. OPHIEL himself does not smoke or take drugs, so he has no interest in tobacco, drugs, or marijuana. But Mary Wanny is here to stay. No amount of money poured out like water is going to stop the use of marijuana. No amount of police power is going to stop the use of marijuana. Police power which should be used on much more important matters than that. I think there is the use of hard drugs. Right? Then there's the use of the hard drugs. A sensible solution would be for the government to furnish the addicts their shots for a nominal sum at certain places, as I understand it is done in England. When this was proposed there, I recall there were loud squawks from the police departments that this would create problems, but nothing was said about the problems which the non-applicants of this plan were constantly recreating all the time, such as constant stealing and other crimes to get the money for fixes. Then when the police began cracking down on these stupid addicts and stupid marijuana users to the exclusion of other enforcement work, such as attention to burglars and muggers, they would plead that the laws must be enforced uniformly, as they proceeded to enforce the laws uniformly, concentrating on all kinds of stuff as bookies and pornography, and as I said, letting the much more important crimes go by. Pornography used to be a crime. Ain't that something? It should be the duty of all knowing occultists to mentally combat this police disease, and mentally picture the police forces doing their proper and useful and necessary work, or getting out of the picture and letting someone else do it who will do it. It is the duty of occult students of goodwill and understanding to use their powers to pressure the government to do the right thing. As you may be sure, the negative forces are pressuring the government to do the wrong thing. We are going through an entirely unnecessarily rotten economic time. In my opinion, this rotten time is due to the government's concentrating on that stupid Watergate stuff instead of attending to running the country. Or should I say, the government is concentrating on that stupid coronavirus stuff instead of attending to running the country and running the country properly. It therefore behooves all knowledgeable occultists to study and apply the basics of the knowledge for his benefit alone until he has mastered the laws of supply, so he has plenty, and from his plenty he can give others. Oh, Roskin on Tafari, welcome. Yeah, it's Bacho, but you know, humans do not listen to common sense. They're like children in adult bodies. They follow what feels good, what pacifies them. The real nippy, yeah, or the impeachment stuff if we go back a bit. But there's always a distraction, and there always will be a distraction. If not this, it's going to be something else. Always. There's never a time where there's not a distraction. If it's not a government scandal, it's a disease. If it's not a disease or a virus, it's some type of environmental thing, right? Fires or tornadoes or floods. If not that, it's a celebrity death. Like there's always something that is distracting everybody from self-knowledge, from know thyself. OPHIEL has written a book on the subject of supply. a book with a rather long title, The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization. The subject of supply has been a touchy one throughout all of history, and indeed, even before recorded history, magic has always been used from the beginnings of the human race to help in hunting food. And the same kind of magic that was used by Peking Man is the magic you use today to bring you what you want. It's the same type of magic they used to use in the old days. And to avoid being enmeshed in this economic turmoil, in this little article, we naturally cannot go too far into details. Please see the other books and writings I have sent forth on this subject. Fundamentally, the inner planes are full of light. This light is the secondary God, the existence of which is hinted at in various places in the Bible. In spite of ignorant translators and the difficulties of the different languages into which the scriptures were translated, this physical plane is the light condensed. This physical plane is the light condensed. The condensation produces a highly technical, definitely not simple. The condensation process is highly technical, definitely not simple. This process has to be learned, as does the construction of the inner planes. OPHIEL stands ready to teach his condensing process to the best of his present knowledge, but please note that OPHIEL does not claim to know everything. Also, please note that it is the faker who claims to know everything. It is the faker who claims to know everything. All powers and secrets and magical practices are connected with knowledge of the nature of the astral light. There are also some very divergent revelations of the nature of God, also connected with the astral light. These secrets can open up your life to the vast possibilities now unknown. Truthfully, your studies can go as far as you want to go, but actually, you do not have to go too deeply to be able to help yourself quite well. And anyhow, once started, your continued growth is automatic. Your continued growth is automatic. However, you can hasten your growth, or you can allow it to advance at a slower pace. Contact OPHIEL for detailed directions. Keep stiff the upper lip. What does that mean? And develop and use your personal astral light contact power to the limit this coming year. Use it to the limit. Boy, half of this book is intros and outros, I swear. But no use in reading this whole book to skip the last part. KP, thanks for being here. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Glad to help. Glad to answer your questions, my man. Whew. Thank you for riding with me, my bro. It's been 6 hours, right? And I think you were here earlier for the first book, so it's been 12 hours. But yeah, I'm going to get this last chapter done, and then we can do what we got to do. We got this, Bunny Queen. Thank you for riding with me. Thank you, all y'all, all 42 of y'all that are still here. The real Nippy says, I suppose take on the light, become a puppet to a dead god. That's really what we are in default, right? When you don't have any of this knowledge, that's exactly what you are, a puppet to a dead god, right? Before coming to this knowledge, we are all puppets to this Demiurge and its archons. And we feed each other. We feed it. And it feeds on us. Yeah. If you want to get in contact with OPHIEL, make sure you use the peach. Use the peach. This man came through tonight, most definitely. And I've been blessed with all the rest of his books, some of them that I never thought that I'd have. We can thank Bunny Queen for that. It's a pretty awesome discovery. I didn't even ask for it. It just like appeared, you know what I'm saying? There we go. There we go. There's that peach. Let's continue. Last one. Spring Equinox Message, 1975. It probably could be said that the advent of spring is the most welcome of all the 4 seasons, especially in the temperate zone of the world, where spring means an end to the rigors and the cold and the snows of winter. We have already explained the winter solstice issue, how the sun does its yearly change number, apparently going south for the winter, and then returning home north for the summer. And I trust you are aware of this mechanical operation on the part of these heavenly bodies. Okay?
I'm trying to find some deep reason for all this fuss over the return of the sun. I've consulted what authorities are available at hand, such as the encyclopedia, the etc., and I'm now referring more particularly to the Roman Catholic Church. All right. I'm now referring more particularly to the Roman Catholic Church run fuss known as Lent. Again, as usual, turning to the Dictionary Encyclopedia for Light on the subject word Lent. The dictionary says, Middle English, Lent, springtime. Old English Lentgen, akin to Old High German Lenzen, spring. As you can see, two important definitions are apparent here. The first outstanding item is the word Lent means spring, and the word has its origin in German Saxon. So it comes from the German races who embraced Christianity and put their own interpretations and meanings on interpretations. Think about that. The definitions that we've got for these religions and for these holidays come from a filtered perspective of people. Anyways, let's continue here and see what he has to say about this. The Bible is written in Semitic and Semitic words, which Semitic words and thinking processes are close to being Oriental, definitely not North European. This process results in an entirely different meaning being applied than what the original meaning was intended to be. In other words, the original Bible, which was Semitic, is closer to being Oriental, definitely not North European. The Bible is definitely not European, right? The King James Version is an awful translation of conveying the meaning. He says this process results in an entirely different meaning being applied than what the original meaning was intended to be. So the King James Version, although there are some gems in it, it doesn't hold the pure intent of the original scripture. The Old English meanings of religious words were based on their Old Norse gods' worship meanings and not on Greek thought meanings, which were entirely different. A little side issue. For example, Christians constantly say bless you. The word bless, dictionary again, comes from Middle English blessen, Old English bletschen, French blood, French definition, the use of blood in consecration. These definitions are not too clear, except they show the word bless comes from blood. And that is not what is intended when a person today says bless you to another person. Actually, the word bless you mean basically to chop off your head and sprinkle and pour your blood on a wooden statue of Odin. Churches, please do not try to take refuge in the statement that this is not what is meant nowadays. The old root meaning is what governs the actions or use of the word, and not any recent changes or meanings. Therefore, use words more carefully. In other words, what he just said here was, don't try to refuse the meaning of this word because you don't like it, because it's different. The old root meaning is what governs the action or use of a word. So he's talking about etymology here. The old root meaning is what governs the action or use of the word, and not any recent changes in meaning. Therefore, use words more carefully. So now, to get back to Lent and spring, it seems obvious from a glance at primitive people's history that truly their very lives, depending on their crops coming in good each year, and upon the prolificacy of other animals, and producing new editions of themselves and plenty of them. And as I said before, it did not escape the attention of the ancients that the time of the year when this activity took place was just before and during spring. The ancients had gods which were attached especially to the springtime, and to which they paid a great deal of attention to all kinds. The fussy attention paid to spring gods has since been called the rites of spring, and ceremonies too numerous to describe or designate took place over a long period of time, running back into antiquity, and then into the beginning of the human race. One rite can be mentioned. Some kind of a male god husband figure on earth of an earth goddess is killed, and then he's brought back to life through resurrection. This motif in many different forms
took place in spring rites. You can find them in history books. As we come down to today, what do we find? For a 40-day period extending back from Easter Sunday, there exists a basic Roman Catholic rite called Lent. During this period, Roman Catholics are supposed to do and not do certain things. Some of the things being dietary. We have in this country what is called religious freedom. However, the Roman Catholics are constantly trying to impose their doctrines upon others through pressures on lawmakers. For example, abortion laws. This was written in 1976, man. Abortion laws. The abortion matter should be between the woman and her doctor and none other. It is so queer for the Roman Catholics to take this course when history shows that the church, almost from the beginning, killed more babies, children, and women and men than any other institution on earth. Having freedom to follow a religion or freedom not to follow a religion, you can observe the Lent stuff if you so choose or choose not. However, in my opinion, the carrying on of this Lent stuff does cause a lot of trouble to some people, especially nowadays. Agriculture and animal husbandry prolificacy has intelligence and science to help it along without the aid of fasting or abstaining from this or that. Years ago, I had a little bakery route which turned out to be deeply affected by Lent in that the business suffered greatly during that Lent period, and I was not a follower of those ideas. On the TV a few days ago, the arrival of Lent coincided with a children's Disneyland outing trip. The children's trip was canceled because some damn church adults decided to make the children suffer because it was Lent. Not a cool idea, I'd say. There's more, but they're writing prompts. Okay, can you skip them and read what's under it feels important? Okay, and now down to today. I think. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, as I said, the observance of spring rites go way back, but 2,000 years ago, more or less, the spring rites connected up with the Jesus Christ death syndrome, and the pagan rites were baptized and taken into the Christian church gradually, to which Jesus Christ, person, and Christian religion, it has no real connection. So the spring rites have no connection with Jesus Christ, is saying. If the Roman Catholic sheep want to follow those ideas, then let them do it and shut up about others doing it. The Roman Catholic Church has all it can do to work off the bad karma it has accumulated through the centuries. And now down to today. In regard to the political scene, for some unknown reasons, the should-be leaders of this nation went to sleep the last few years. When they partially aroused themselves, they found that a certain section of the world seemed to have all the oil there was, and now that section has nations under its thumb, oil-wise, that is. In spite of the fact that this country imported only 6% of its oil, it was said at first, now the last I heard was that we import 10 to 14%. But even this amount should not warrant tripling the price of 90% to the rest of the domestic oil or gasoline output. The partly aroused leadership of this country now stands there staggering and cannot seem to find nothing in the way of any idea of a possible solution to the problem. Therefore, it is very important for all occult students who possess knowledge to think right and to use the process of creative visualization as given in the OPHIEL book to treat the government of the United States, to make the government do the right thing for itself and for you. Oh my gosh. An actual freaking marathon, dude. Just a few more pages and we got this. 2 books. To put it somewhat simply, visualize the government doing the right thing in all its actions and hold that picture, feeling, thought firmly. At the risk of repeating obvious truths, all occult students should use the power actions of creative visualizations during the coming year for yourself. Again, repeat, OPHIEL suggests, in connection with the above, that you then work for yourself and do not get bogged down in trying to work for others. You can't save the world. You cannot really influence, help others until they ask you for knowledge and assistance. OPHIEL has found, to his amazement, that many people want to be hurt and to suffer. You hear that? Many people want to be hurt and to suffer and to be miserable, and in endless cases do not even know about this, but are impelled by a subconscious desire, a queer desire put on by them, by others, not their own real life desires at all. In a case like this, your efforts to help not only come out to nothing, but they could actually be aroused to turn on you and physically hurt you, driven by the compulsion that controls them. The subject is vast and beyond Ophiel's power to fully resolve here. Ophiel does not have this sort of compulsion himself, and it did not recognize this queer thing for many years of his life. If you have such a buried compulsion, seek some psychological help, but you probably don't have it, so don't yield to suggestion. Well, Ophiel must close for this reason. The next message should be the summer solstice. Ophiel might be in Europe, health permitting. Ophiel may get to India. Ophiel will give a full report on the state of the occult in Europe and Asia and India. Greetings, self-elevation. Greetings, greetings. Wow. Wow. Yeah, so this is officially the end. That is officially the end. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. Whew. Oh my goodness. The real Nippy says, I have this gut-wrenching feeling that Ophiel is a vessel for Orpheus. Dravian Jones says, man, how does one write a book with so much information? Oh, there's more. There is so much more. There's so much more. This is why I don't waste time on, the dumb shit. He said, and they said this, and maybe this, maybe that. No, show me what works. Like Ophiel said in the previous book that we read earlier, the test should be, does this thing work? But yeah, we did it, guys. We did it. This is the art and practice of the Demiurge. We've got all his books, and I'm seriously considering doing a straight up Ophiel marathon because it does not hurt this information. It really doesn't. You know what I'm saying? As you can see from the first book, I mean, there's a ton of keys. You can see the video whenever you have time of this one here, the art and practice of getting material things for creative visualization. The law of the sphere of availability is crucial, right? The sphere of availability. That one is crucial. Check that out. Also, the law of the barrier is crucial, and also the law of technique of limitation, right? The art and practice of astral projection. Look, this is the one that really taught me how to astral project. In combination of working with Asmodai, I really, really had a breakthrough. And since then, it's just been, I'm not going to say effortless, but I'm able to do it now. Whereas before, I wasn't really, only sporadically. Right, and we've also got this one, the art and practice of Kabbalah magic. And then there's a few more that we got. So yeah, look, I'll hold you guys up for too much longer because I've been on YouTube all damn day, 12 hours. This is nuts. This is crazy. Yeah. So look, your power, guys, your power. There is a power inside of you that is starting to really crank up right now. And this isn't me just telling you to make you feel good. And you don't even have to believe what I'm saying, but just pay attention to your body and your life and what's going on. Pay attention to your perception of the world that you live in, right? Pay attention. This is for everybody. And if you really pay attention to how this artist writes, he's not about, oh, I'm going to keep my shit a secret and pay me hundreds of dollars to get this holy secret. No, he wants the student to have the information. This is a true teacher. So, I mean, you know, go to where the juice is at. This is bigger than money. This is bigger than money. This is about your soul, right? So I hope you guys learned a lot from the art and practice of contacting the Demiurge. I hope you got a clear picture of what he was talking about as far as the secret name of the Tetragrammaton, Yod-He-Vav-He, Jehovah, right? About the Hebrew breakdown of Yod-He-Vav-He, Yod being the hand of God, right? The action, He being the window, right? The first He being the internal window of the imagination, Vav being the nail of passion that pins everything together, and the last He, which is the window of manifestation. So you're using the energy of the hand of God to visualize, and you charge it up with your passion and your emotion, and you manifest it. You manifest what you have envisioned in yourself. We also learned that the Demiurge is actually the subconscious mind. The Demiurge is you. It's a blind idiot god. It's not here punishing you. It has to respond mechanically like a machine, right? The Demiurge is not a boogeyman. The Archons are not boogeyman because David Icke or Brother Panic said. No, these entities, so-called entities, are simply functions of how we interpret reality. They're functions. They're not bad guys. They're not villains. They're functions, right? Do some research, right? The Gnostics didn't even come up with the Demiurge. The Gnostics didn't come up with it. Plato came up with it. Plotinus came up with it. Right? This is older than all that shit. So yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with Lvx777. Thank you guys so much for the donations. I really appreciate you. I needed this. 305 Capricorn, you hung in with us. Thank you to everybody who hung in there with us, man. Yo, some of us went through 2 books today. We read 2 books today. 2 useful books. You know what I'm saying? If y'all took notes, man, this is probably a very useful day for many. But yo, let me wrap this up because I'm about to lay down, go to the astral realm, kick it with OPHIEL, and probably some of y'all in this chat, Bunny Queen. I know I'm probably gonna see you again. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with Lvx777. Ashe to the Order of the Unicorn. Ashe to the Order of the Phoenix. Peace. Happy birthday, Cassandra. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Hey, give me some peach emojis for OPHIEL. Give me some peach emojis for OPHIEL. right, I love you guys. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you for coming out, hanging out. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you.